When the live camera was pointed at me, no one expected that I would become the dark horse of this variety show. While everyone was busy trying to show off their presence, I said casually, you should get a divorce. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Over the next few hours, the scene becomes increasingly chaotic. Not only does he uncover a hidden marital scandal, he also fishes out a suitcase from a pond using a simple branch. Who would have thought that what was hidden in the box was not money or treasures, but that suffocating stench, a corpse? The audience in the live broadcast room went crazy, wondering whether this was a show effect or my real superpower. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comments section. I will update the next part. I couldn't help laughing out loud. It was so ridiculous. I didn't want to laugh, but I laughed anyway. Was it a show effect? I really don't believe it. Looking at He Xiaomei's expression, it was obviously not arranged. That expression was too real. The audience went crazy, comments were rolling, traffic was rising sharply. It seemed the effect was surprisingly good. Director Zhang couldn't help laughing, not caring about the faces of our guests. Then, as expected, I chose the largest and most comfortable room and put down my luggage smoothly. Yin Sun and He followed closely behind. Logically, they should have chosen a middle room, but seeing the expressions of Jie Xiao and He Xiaomei, they unconsciously became polite. After all, everyone knew that the show effect couldn't be too blatant. In the end, although Jie Xiao and He Xiaomei were a little unhappy, they had no choice but to choose the smallest room. The conditions of the rooms are actually similar. Although they look simple on the outside, they are fully equipped with toilets and showers, making them very comfortable to live in. After putting down my luggage, I fell unceremoniously on the big bed and enjoyed a moment of peace. The afternoon is a rest time. The activities have not started yet. Others are trying hard to show their presence in front of the camera, but I just want to have a good sleep. Lunch is a box lunch that Tina brought back for me. Some viewers teased me on the barrage, saying that I was pretending to be unique, but I don't care what they think. Being full is the most important thing. Who knows when the next meal will be? If the show requires me to cook, then I will take the opportunity to fill my stomach. The staff woke me up after dark. I thought it was another working lunch, but the table was filled with delicious food. The camera was also set up early, which seemed to be part of the show. I was so hungry that I couldn't help but rush to the meat and vegetables and wave to Tina to come over. The other guests hadn't arrived yet, and the comments were already discussing my behavior. Some people thought I was rude for eating so early, but I didn't care. They didn't know me anyway, so why should I be polite? I didn't know what the next meal was, so it was best to eat quickly. Tina glanced at me, and it was obvious that she regretted letting me participate in this program. She gritted her teeth and forced a smile to warn me. Don't just focus on eating, at least say something. I knew she was not happy, but I could only nod and deal with it, and try to cooperate. Although I glanced at Jie Xiao, I ignored him and chatted directly with Yin Sun. Yin Sun was very good at adjusting the atmosphere, and during the conversation, he turned the topic to my fortune-telling. Although I had no interest in talking about this at first, seeing their expectant eyes, I could only humbly respond, it's just the basics. As a result, He Xiaomei laughed as if she heard a joke. Fortune-telling? Haha, does anyone still believe in this? Her tone was a little too contemptuous, and even Jie Xiao couldn't help but complain, believe that he can tell fortunes. You might as well believe that I am Qin Shi Huang. I didn't care much about their ridicule, but Yin Sun continued. Metaphysics is not that simple. It's not completely unreasonable. He took over the topic and said jokingly, would you like to do the math for me? I was a little hesitant, but since the topic had come to this point, I couldn't avoid it anymore. Sister Hee, I paused and said mischievously, you should get a divorce sooner. The scene was silent for a second, and the barrage of comments quickly exploded, with the screen flooded with comments. What did he just say? Hee is getting divorced? This is too rash. Hee's marriage is known to everyone in the circle. How could he just say it casually? Everyone was talking about it, and the voices were getting louder and louder, and the scene was once awkward. Tina reacted very quickly, immediately grabbed my arm, and forcefully signaled me not to continue. After hearing what I said, she immediately realized the problem. It turned out that he and her husband's marriage was not as harmonious as it seemed. In fact, there had been a rift between the two of them. Although they still loved each other on the surface, they were actually just putting on a show for the public. He's husband is a lesser-known star. He always feels that he has no status at home, and over time he begins to seek recognition from the outside world. Although he knows all this, she is reluctant to divorce, fearing that it will affect her career. But how can this situation continue? In the end, they still have to separate. I didn't think so much, and I didn't expect to touch her pain point directly. After hearing this, Xiaomei laughed out loud. You are a fortune teller. You can really tell the truth about people. Don't you really look down on people? I was about to refute, but I felt Tina's hand tighten again. William, what about the live broadcast? Tina reminded me in a low voice that these words were not suitable for public discussion, especially in this kind of occasion. Yinsen quickly changed the subject. William, fortune-telling is fortune-telling, but you can't bring up other people's private affairs. There was a hint of embarrassment in his words, but fortunately the atmosphere eased a little. But he still didn't recover and looked at me with complicated eyes. Obviously, she was a little confused. Why did I know these things between her and her husband? She might have begun to wonder if I had seen through something with my fortune-telling ability. After all, it is difficult for outsiders to know the private affairs of people in the circle. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit solemn, Yin's son tried to tease again. William, please stop talking nonsense. It's okay to tell fortunes for me, but don't dig into other people's privacy. I nodded, looked at Yin's son, and said, Brother Yin, you really don't have much privacy. As soon as I finished speaking, Yin's son smiled and said, just think of it as a compliment. But my next words froze his smile. You will soon run into trouble, especially the show you host. It will soon hit a bottleneck, and I'm afraid it will have to stop. Yin's son was stunned, obviously not expecting me to say that. Tina was also anxious, afraid that I would continue talking, and hurried to end this Shura scene. I suddenly feel a little tired, and it's almost time for dinner. But how could Jie Xiao miss this opportunity? He interrupted Tina and said, William, since you are so powerful, why don't you calculate it for me too? There was a hint of provocation in his tone, as if he thought I was just trying to attract attention. I didn't take it seriously and responded calmly. I dare not tell you about your affairs. If I do, the show will have to stop filming today. Jie Xiao frowned slightly, seeming a little uneasy. He never believed in these metaphysical things, thinking that I was just trying to attract attention. Seeing that I didn't say anything, Xiaomei couldn't wait to expose me. Since you can calculate it, why don't you tell us? The director doesn't mind, so what are you afraid of? She turned to look at Director Zhang, as if she wanted to have some fun in this storm. Director Zhang hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded, obviously struggling with his feelings. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room had far exceeded expectations, and he didn't want to miss this opportunity to attract traffic, but he was also worried that if I really said something I shouldn't have said, the show would get into trouble. Well, since you all want to hear it, I'll just say it straight. I chuckled and glanced at Master Jie coldly. Master Jie, after recording this show, you'll have to go and operate the sewing machine. Do you believe it? After that, I turned to Director Zhang and said, if something really happens to the guest, does the show have to be taken off the air? Do you want to consider replacing someone? Maybe you can still recover some of the losses. He's not done with this yet, is he? Is there anyone who can stop this person from talking nonsense? Sisters, send me this William's homepage. Let's go to him together. What? He doesn't have a social media account? He is here to mess things up. I see. He must be trying to get attention for his sister. I thought Tina was a nice person who didn't fight or compete, but I didn't expect her to be so mean. The barrage was filled with curses. I saw that William, the young master of the Lin family, was on the hot search again, and the popularity soared. However, these fans searched the entire internet and could not find any of his social media accounts. When they mentioned him, the only thing they could find was an academic news article from university, which was completely inconsistent with the godlike image they wanted. What are you talking about? Director Zhang was stunned, obviously not expecting things to turn out like this. As always, Jie Xiao maintained his character, suppressed his anger, and hoped that someone would stand up for him. As expected, Xiaomei immediately got angry and cursed. William, do you really think you can get to the top by stepping on Jie Xiao? She stood up and came towards me. I pressed her shoulder gently, and she waved her arms like a tortoise out of control, but couldn't break free. Just as we were pulling, the plates and bowls on the table fell to the ground in an instant, making a mess. William! Tina stood nearby, wanting to stop the fight, but hesitated and did not move. The staff quickly stepped forward to stop the situation, but the situation remained chaotic. Director Zhang stared at the rising popularity of the live broadcast, feeling conflicted. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and with a pop, the entire venue fell into darkness. The power is out, the staff shouted. Director Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly announced, Okay, everyone is tired. Let's go back and rest. Xiaomei returned to her room in a panic, and Jie Xiao also hurriedly followed her away. I was planning to take a rest, but my mind was in a mess. I went out for a walk and saw a pond in the yard. I decided to go fishing. William, where are you going? Tina asked me. I can't sleep, so I went fishing. I waved my hand casually and didn't take it seriously. Director Zhang became worried. It's so late. The show starts tomorrow. You have to stay in good shape. Xiaomei laughed from the window. Let him go. He will lose if he's not in good condition tomorrow anyway. I was too lazy to pay attention to her and just replied to her calmly. I can beat you even if I don't sleep. The live broadcast room was in an uproar, with people talking about my bad temper and my disobedience to the rules. Director Zhang saw that the popularity was rising, and he was moved, so he asked the camera to continue following me. I came to the pond, picked up a branch to make a fishing rod, tied it with the fishing line I found in the room, dug 2 earthworms as bait, and started fishing. The audience in the live broadcast room began to laugh at me. Are you too careless? You are not worthy of fishing. I didn't even bother to take care of the camera and sat down to rest. But to everyone's surprise, I actually caught a fish. The night in the countryside was dark and silent, with only a portable light brought by the cameraman barely illuminating the figure by the pond. I saw the man holding the rough, homemade fishing rod tightly with both hands and pulling it upwards rhythmically. After a while, a fish was pulled out of the water. The fisherman looked happy, but soon became worried, because he found that he didn't bring the bucket. This forced him to leave the scene temporarily. About 10 minutes later, seeing that the fish was almost unable to flap its wings, someone who came hurriedly threw it into a worn-out plastic bucket whose color could not be seen. No, how come he actually caught it? Is the guy who just said he would never go fishing still here? Should he thank the anchor for helping him quit fishing? If I can catch fish with a broken branch, what's the point of me carrying tens of thousands of dollars of equipment and still being empty-handed? He threw the fish into that dirty bucket. If I'm not mistaken, he stole someone's pig food bucket, right? Seeing me catch fish easily, the comments in the live broadcast room changed from the initial abuse to a discussion full of sourness. When everyone saw the plastic bucket I brought, they realized that it was taken from the broken yard. I didn't know about the discussion in the comments, but just quietly enjoyed the tranquility of the night. How long has it been since it was so quiet? I whispered to myself. I cast the fishing rod again and waited patiently for the fish to bite. As the fish were thrown into the bucket, the audience's shock gradually became numb. As the night deepened, the number of viewers in the live studio gradually decreased, and even the cameraman began to fall asleep. I was still immersed in my own world, fishing and enjoying a moment of tranquility. Suddenly, I felt a strange pulling force on the fishing rod, as if it was being pulled by something. I thought it was water plants or rocks, so I pulled it gently, fearing that the fishing rod would break. I tried in a different direction, and the fishing rod finally loosened, but it was still heavy. What on earth is this? I muttered to myself. Carefully pulling the fishing rod, I ran to get the spare tripod, ready to fish the thing out. After some effort, the object finally surfaced. It turned out to be a black, old-fashioned suitcase. The moment I saw it, I was stunned, and the audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Wait a minute. It's actually a suitcase in a wilderness pond. The comments were full of surprise. Is there really a collection in this suitcase? That's impossible. Was this arranged by the show crew? The appearance of the suitcase aroused the curiosity of the audience, and many people thought it was part of the show effect. After all, the live broadcast of variety shows is often to attract attention. But I know that this suitcase may not be as simple as they think. I could clearly smell the stench of decay coming from it, and there was sticky liquid in the cracks. Humans can smell the odor of a rotting corpse, and I instantly realized that there might be a corpse hidden in this box, and it was severely decayed. Although I had already made up my mind, I decided to open the box to confirm. I pushed the box open with a tripod and tried to pull the zipper open, but it had been underwater for too long and the zipper had rusted. It broke when I pulled it, revealing a gray-purple rotten arm. What is that? The comments were in chaos. Is this true? I read the forensic post. It's a human hand. The anchor called the police. My heart tightened. Although I had expected it, I was still shocked to see this scene. I looked at the time, turned to the sleeping cameraman, and whispered to the device, "Don't get excited. I will call the police in the morning. The fish are biting well now. I will fish for a while. The body doesn't need a few hours." After saying that, I pushed the box again, returned to the fishing position, readjusted the hook, and continued to sit down. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely confused. Is this a show effect? Will normal people continue fishing after seeing a corpse? It's a bit weird, but that's how fishermen are. The comments were all over the place, with some people believing it was true and that fishing could indeed make people do incredible things. Others thought it was probably arranged by the show crew and were waiting in the live room for the truth to be revealed after dawn. At 6 in the morning, the courtyard was silent, and the staff and guests were still asleep. Suddenly, a rapid knock on the door broke the silence. Open the door, police. Director Zhang was awakened, opened his hazy eyes, and saw the police standing outside the door, and suddenly woke up. The police officer looked around and did not answer immediately. Officer, what's wrong? Director Zhang asked tremblingly. The policeman took a quick look and said, the person who called the police said that a body was found near the pond. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Tina said hurriedly, my brother went fishing last night, and it seems he hasn't come back yet. The staff also exclaimed, cameraman Anna hasn't come back either. Director Zhang patted his head and said, I understand, officer. Please wait a moment. I will take you to find him right away. As he spoke, he signaled to the staff to start the live broadcast. If William really found a body, it would be huge news. Look everyone, the police are really here. The barrage of comments exploded. Soon, the production crew arrived at the pond and saw William squatting there, with his tripod casually poking at a tattered suitcase, with a rotten arm exposed next to the suitcase. William! Tina rushed over, but she almost fainted when she saw the scene. Others also vomited, unable to bear the stench. The policeman looked at William as he continued to dig up the body, and his expression changed. The comments were crazy. Is this body real? William didn't really kill someone, did he? The audience rushed into the live broadcast room frantically, and the cameraman was woken up. When he saw the rotten arm, he screamed in horror. The police ordered, non-essential personnel, leave immediately. At the same time, a cordon was set up and the program crew and guests were taken aside. Everyone sat on the rocks in silence. The atmosphere was heavy. Tina wanted to ask William, but when she saw the image of the dead body, she almost vomited. Only Jie Xiao was relieved. It turned out that the police were not here to arrest him. He Xiaomei quietly took out her phone and started to operate. Soon, the news about William and the body became a hot search on the internet, and negative news was overwhelming. An hour later, the police finally walked up to William and asked, did you call the police? It's me. I'm moved to let the police come in. The police looked at me and waved his hand. No need. I just want to remind you that if you encounter such a situation next time, you must call the police immediately and don't destroy the scene. I see. I lowered my head and touched my nose, looking at the bucket at my feet with a guilty look which was full of fish. Hey, fishing is still the best. Suddenly, Xiaomei spoke up. Uncle Police, have you not found the murderer yet? He can tell fortunes. Do you want him to help you? She looked innocent and pretended to care. She was waiting to see me make a fool of myself and to be criticized by the police for being superstitious. Fortune-telling. The police was stunned for a moment and looked at me. I rolled my eyes and ignored her. Actually, when the body was found yesterday, I already knew all the details, including the deceased and the murderer. But now that she said that, I just revealed some of it in advance. The deceased is a young high school teacher. I said calmly. The policeman was stunned for a moment, frowning. I knew what he was thinking. The scraps of paper he had just found from the body did have the words senior high school on them, but the paper had been soaked in water for too long, and the other information was completely blurred. And I directly told him the occupation of the deceased. So did I really have the ability to tell fortunes? She must have been assaulted and strangled to death. I sighed softly, with a hint of regret. The policeman raised his eyebrows, obviously puzzled by my knowing these details. If you want to investigate, I suggest you focus on the schools that organized outings this year, especially those that have been to nearby schools. You mean, the murderer is from the school where the victim studied? The policeman's tone became a little colder. Yes, the teacher is very young and may have suffered from workplace stress. The murderer should be related to her school. I lowered my head and thought carefully, but I didn't notice the increasingly suspicious look in the policeman's eyes. At this time, Tina gently bumped me and whispered to remind me. William, you said so much, the police began to suspect you. I suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly explained, wait a minute, didn't I say I can tell fortunes? All of this was calculated, and the case has nothing to do with me. Seeing the police's puzzled look, I quickly added, besides, the deceased died 20 days ago, and the body was dumped a week later. At that time, I was still in my sister's school, so I have an alibi. After hearing what I said, The policeman's expression became more relaxed, and he obviously felt that I was not lying. Okay, we will continue the investigation. You go over there to register your information and record the show. Director Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and began to direct everyone back to the courtyard. But just before noon, the police came again. This time, they brought a cameraman. What's going on? Director Zhang asked in confusion. The case has been solved and the murderer has been caught. The deputy director wants to interview me and thank Brother Lin for his help. The policeman smiled and seemed very happy. I shrugged, knowing that I would be in for another great success. William, can you be interviewed? The policeman asked with a smile. Of course. I agreed immediately and gave Xiaomei a provocative smile. She was so angry that her face turned blue. Unexpectedly, I not only did not make a fool of myself, but became the focus. After the interview, the policeman handed me a check. This is a reward from the Bureau. Thank you for helping to solve the case. I was a little surprised when I saw the check. I didn't expect there would be such a reward. This scene was recorded by the camera and quickly posted online. The comment area was boiling. William can really tell fortunes? This is amazing. Wait a minute. If what he said is true, then what he said before. The haters quickly fell silent, and the atmosphere changed instantly. Enthusiastic netizens immediately caught the point. If William's fortune-telling ability is confirmed by the police, it means that some people are really in trouble. The direction of public opinion on the internet changed instantly, and the pressure was transferred to Jie Xiao and his fans. Although most fans are still arguing, some people have begun to observe calmly, and some have even stopped being fans. These operations on the internet are clearly seen by everyone, and anyone with a little bit of brains knows the real reason behind it. Jie Xiao's PR team was obviously panicking, but he himself didn't seem to care at all. After so many years in the entertainment industry, he had already seen many ups and downs, and he would not change anything because of me. So, instead of trying to persuade fans to be rational, he posted several updates to continue to incite their emotions. For him, the more attention he gets, the more he can contribute to his career. After the police left, it was already noon. Director Zhang also received instructions from his superiors, asking him to continue the live broadcast and strike while the iron is hot. Looking at the turmoil on the internet, Director Zhang hesitated a little. After all, I've said that Jie Xiao's attitude may cause trouble. But the matter has been settled, and he can only continue to move forward as planned. The afternoon program started, and the content couldn't be simpler. Let us go into the village and help make money. The so-called making money is actually just doing some work for the villagers, feeding chickens and ducks, etc. This kind of activity is not interesting at all. It all depends on the enthusiasm of fans and the hype of the program team. I was not interested in these activities at all. I didn't sleep all night yesterday because of fishing, and now I was extremely sleepy. When I asked to rest in the room, Jie Xiao's face suddenly changed. He glanced at me and said with a hint of displeasure, "It's bad enough that you are unlucky, but you are also so lazy." I turned to look at him, deliberately tilting my head and asking, "Do you have any opinion about me?" Jie Xiao snorted coldly, raised the corner of his mouth, and seemed a little dissatisfied. The shooting was delayed in the morning, and now you are not going. Isn't it unreasonable? I could tell that he wanted to use this opportunity to stir up trouble and create topics. It was obvious that he wanted to continue to hype up the topic. I didn't want to pay attention, so I sneered. "Oh, I was late for the show because I was helping the police solve the case, and you actually said that. Master Jie, you really let me see the art of language." Jie Xiao seemed not to understand the sarcasm in my words and still insisted. "You are right. If it weren't for you." Without waiting for him to finish, I interrupted him. "The flies are flying everywhere, making me even more sleepy. Director, I'm going to take a nap." After saying that, I turned and walked towards a room. Obviously, Jie Xiao didn't expect that I would ignore him like this, and immediately said angrily, "Director Zhang, look at what he looks like. He ignores everyone and wastes time. Can he afford to pay for it?" When he said this, Director Zhang's face obviously darkened. I didn't expect that he would dare to say these words in such a serious occasion. To me, finding the body and helping the police solve the case should be a good thing, but how come it becomes insignificant when he says it? The live broadcast continued, and Director Zhang's face became cold. I could sense that his decision had changed, and perhaps he really couldn't let Jie Xiao stay any longer. Seeing that Director Zhang didn't respond, Master Jie became even more furious. "Director, you're not standing on his side, are you? I'm so unlucky to be on your crappy show." Why are you wasting your time over a dead person? Xiaomei also came out. When she heard Master Jie getting angry, she immediately rushed over and said, "Who is bullying our Jai again? It must be William, right? How can you delay time for a dead person and bully him?" Her words were illogical, and everyone felt tired after listening to them. Jie Xiao was extremely angry. "I don't want to record the show with William anymore. Either you let him go, or I will go." After saying that, he angrily threw his hat on the ground. Seeing this, I walked back with a sneer, strode to Jie Xiao, picked up the hat he threw on the ground, and also picked up a card and threw it hard at his face. "This is the contact information of the police officer and the victim's family. If you dare to say those words again, I respect you as a man. If you don't dare, get out." Q rarely loses his temper on weekdays. I am especially too lazy to lose my temper with someone who is about to suffer the consequences of his own actions. But if such a serious matter as a murder case were really used as a tool for hype by those brainless fans of Master Jie, it would be a disservice to the positive energy that the police have just created on the internet. If he doesn't beat up this disgusting guy now, he will be letting down the sad family of the deceased. Beat him. Smack his stinky mouth. Oh my God, has Master Jie been cursed? After all, it's still live. This is too harsh to hear. Yeah, even if it's not for the sake of establishing a character, there's no need to talk like that, right? What kind of bullshit is this? I just can't pretend anymore. I've been fed up with this guy's pretense for a long time. What nonsense are you talking about? Our brother Jie is just being true to himself. Lack of character means lack of character, and what kind of character is that? Isn't that disgusting? Above the barrage, the audience was arguing wildly. Jie Xiao's silent and cold image is almost collapsed. This kind of problem of worldviews cannot be solved by just explaining it a few words. Even if the fans try to whitewash it, it can't withstand the criticism from many discerning people. Before I could do anything, the situation was already getting out of control. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Jie Xiao's agent, assistants, and staff immediately surrounded him. "Don't make a fuss. Don't make a fuss. There's no need to be so excited, right?" Jie Xiao's agent was a sissy man. His mouth was gentle, but his eyes were full of contempt. In recent years, he's made a lot of dirty money by promoting Jie Xiao, so it's no wonder that he is so confident. Tina's manager Lu Jie also rushed over. She was a woman in her 30s, dressed neatly, and looked very powerful. As soon as she opened her mouth, she responded bluntly. "What's a big deal? Your artist made a mistake, and you don't allow people to speak? Have you read the online public opinion?" Jie Xiao's agent's expression changed slightly. Although they have always been highly praised in the circle, this time, the situation seems not good. Director Zhang stood aside, watching all this, looking a little upset. He didn't expect that Master Jie would cause such a big mess in such a short time. He originally hoped that the program would go on smoothly, but now it seems that he underestimated Master Jie's temper. "Okay, stop arguing." Director Zhang stepped forward, stood in the middle of the crowd, and spoke calmly. "No one wants what happened today to happen." Jie Xiao's agent rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, "Director Zhang, we can only participate in this program because of your leader's face, otherwise." Before he finished speaking, I was too lazy to listen. Okay. No matter why you're here, you've seen the current situation. If you keep insisting, I'm afraid public opinion won't be easy to control." Director Zhang changed the subject and glanced at Master Jie. "If I remember correctly, Master Jie just said he wanted to leave the show. I agree with him leaving, but you have to pay the penalty." Jie Xiao was stunned for a moment, then angrily said, "Director Zhang, you have to understand, what I just said is that if you don't drive William away, I will leave." Director Zhang sneered and looked at Master Jie. "Kick William out? You want me to kick William out, who just won the Good Citizen Award? Moreover, even if there's no such award, do you know how much the Lin family invested in this program? Do you know who should compensate for the loss of the Lin family's withdrawal of investment?" Hearing this, Jie Xiao and his agent were obviously stunned. They didn't expect Director Zhang to be so direct. Jie Xiao's agent wanted to argue a little more, but when he saw Director Zhang being so rude, he immediately lost his confidence. He pretended to be calm and said, "Since he won't leave, then we won't leave either, and we won't pay the penalty. Ajay, we will continue recording this crappy show." Jie Xiao realized that he couldn't take advantage today, so he turned around and sneered. "Just record it. How can a small star like me compete with big capital, haha? Hey, when you were using your status to pressure others at the beginning, why didn't you say that you were a little star?" Sister Lu said with disdain, "Master Jie doesn't have a background like the Lin family. He has to work hard on his own. Jie Xiao's agent never complains and keeps praising himself. Anyway, you don't dare to drive us away. Is it fun to shoot such a show? We will continue recording. Of course, they have their own plans and want to portray themselves as victims by creating conflicts. After a few words of bickering, the atmosphere gradually cooled down. William didn't care at all, knowing that Master Jia hadn't suffered any real hardship yet. The more he jumped, the harder he fell. Now I just need to rest well and wait for the development of the situation. The program continued to be recorded, and I went back to my room to sleep as planned. When the live camera switched back, the audience still saw a peaceful scene. Everyone gradually invested in the money-making plan, as if the dispute just now had never happened. But this is just the calm before the storm. In the evening, Tina woke me up. It's time to eat. She rubbed her hands nervously. I followed her into the yard in a daze, and then I realized why she was so nervous. We had to cook dinner ourselves. Tina had never been in the kitchen before, so how could she cook well? The table was filled with rich dishes, and our small bowl of noodles looked like a disaster. William, I'm sorry. She smiled awkwardly. It's okay. I smiled and comforted her. Then I picked up the bowl and tasted the noodles. In an instant, my smile froze. In order not to make Tina sad, I tried my best to control my expression and whispered, "By the way, I caught so many fish yesterday. If I don't eat them, they will not be fresh. Sister, come. I will grill fish for you." I hurried to the kitchen, set up the oven, and started working. The fish was not ready yet, and Tina was already hungry, so she planned to eat some noodles to fill her stomach. But she only took one bite, then quietly put it down and concentrated on waiting for the fish to be grilled. Comments started to appear on the barrage. How bad can this noodle taste? Don't set too high standard for the goddess. She makes a living with her looks, not her cooking skills. And other comments kept floating by. I smiled and continued to grill the fish. At this time, Jie Xiao and He Xiaomei came over. He Xiaomei pointed at the dishes on the table as if she was offering a treasure. "Brother Jie, these are all made by me. Try them and see if you like them." Jie Xiao took a cold glance and saw my bowl of noodles. "What is that? It looks slimy and disgusting. It looks like it was made by Tina. It might be pig food." He Xiaomei laughed unceremoniously. "That's really kind-hearted of you, helping the villagers feed the pigs." I responded coldly, thinking to myself, I won't be fooled by such a trick. It seemed that Master Jia had listened to some lessons and restrained himself a little, but soon he began to eat with relish. It was obvious that He Xiaomei's cooking skills were indeed good. A few minutes later, Yin Sun and He also came out. He Xiaomei greeted them warmly. "Brother Yin Sun, sister He, you haven't cooked yet. Why don't you come and eat together?" There was an invitation in her words. I glanced at Yin Sun and He and said coldly, "I advise you to make some for yourselves. If you eat these things, you will end up in the hospital." Yin Sun and He were stunned, not knowing what I meant. But He Xiaomei got angry first and said sharply, "William, you're just saying the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. Don't worry, I won't give you this meal even if I feed it to a dog." I sneered at her and retorted, "Don't get me wrong. You will get sick no matter how you eat the food you cooked." Neither Jie Xiao nor He Xiaomei expected me to be so direct. Jie Xiao's mouth twitched slightly, but he continued to eat. He Xiaomei was indignant and glared at me coldly. Just when Tina finished eating a fish and was about to take another one, suddenly, Jie Xiao fell to the ground in pain, holding his stomach. What's going on? My stomach hurts." "Brother Jie, what's wrong with you?" He Xiaomei shouted in panic and turned to look for the assistant and doctor. After a while, the doctor checked Jie Xiao's condition and said in a cold voice, "Do you know that wild mushrooms are poisonous if they are not cooked well?" It seems that they were not cooked long enough. The doctor hurriedly instructed the staff. "Master Jie has food poisoning. Rush to the hospital." I chuckled and looked at the scene in front of me. It really proved what I said before. It seems that the poison this time is not just a food problem. He Xiaomei stood there, muttering to herself in a daze. How could it be poisonous? I clearly ate it. Her words were a little flustered. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on me. When I said, "I'll go to the hospital," everyone finally knew that I was not joking. They heard what William said just now. How is this fortune-telling? This is simply divine. No, something really happened. It's so funny. William has said it so many times, but some people still don't learn their lesson. Now it's over, right? They really went to the hospital. Where's the person who just praised Xiaomei for her good cooking? Keep calling her. You dare to eat wild mushrooms even when they are not cooked. Wow. Don't talk nonsense. Xiaomei's cooking skills are so good. How could this happen? I know. It must be William who did something. The audience before the live broadcast were all gloating. Most of those brainless fans kept silent and just acted like quails. There are only a few crazy people left who continue to mindlessly blame me, Tina asked in a low voice. I saw that both of them ate the plate of wild mushrooms. How come he Xiaomei is okay? Maybe it's because of its strong resistance. I was flipping the grilled fish, thinking to myself, he Xiaomei's resistance is really strong. She's been a fanatical fan of celebrities in recent years and has eaten all kinds of weird things. Things like the leftover meals and drinks of celebrities are common. I don't want to think about the more disgusting things. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but frown. Tina heard my thoughts, paused, and her stomach began to churn. Her eyes became complicated, and she was obviously disgusted with Xiaomei's behavior. Who would have thought that this seemingly harmless girl would have such a perverted side? Xiaomei was still in a panic. She wanted to go to the hospital with them, but because the live broadcast was still going on, the production team did not allow her to leave. She kept sending messages to Jie Xiao's assistant and agent, but the people there obviously didn't care about her at all. She watched us still eating with gusto, and her anger grew stronger and stronger. Her mind gradually became distorted, and she whispered coldly, "William, you wait for me." Her voice was not loud, but I could sense a chill in my voice. I paused for a moment, feeling a little surprised, but soon I regained my composure and continued chatting with Tina, trying to hide my uneasiness. Director Zhang was very busy at this time. Jie Xiao was sent to the hospital, and he contacted his leader immediately. All this verified my previous prediction, and Director Zhang believed me more and more. In order to avoid the complete collapse of the program, it was the wisest choice to take the opportunity to drive Jie Xiao away. Just announce to the public that he is on sick leave. Director Zhang gritted his teeth over the phone. Compensation? At this time, what are you still considering compensation for? I listened to his argument with the leader and laughed in my heart. Sure enough, it was only a matter of time before Jie Xiao quit. I deliberately made Director Zhang anxious. This was definitely a good time for me to take action. After dinner, I stretched and prepared to go back to my room. Director Zhang came over and asked with a smile, "William, are you going fishing again today?" I smiled and said, "No, I'm going to watch a play tonight." I smiled mysteriously and waved my hand. "Lend me a live broadcast device and put it in my room. You will know when the time comes." Director Zhang was a little hesitant. Normally, the live broadcast in a room needs to be monitored by staff throughout the process, and if there is content that cannot be broadcast, it must be handled in time. But seeing how confident I was, he still agreed. "Don't worry, nothing serious will happen." I smiled and assured, "The live broadcast room will be popular again and will not be blocked." Okay. Director Zhang finally agreed and arranged for the staff to bring the live broadcast equipment to my room. Out of curiosity, he also hid in. I watched Director Zhang hiding in the corner, laughing in my heart. Hey, he Xiaomei wants to scheme against me with her IQ. In this scene, let's see who schemes against whom in the end. Tina heard my thoughts and immediately sat up from the bed. She also became interested. There's a show to watch? She definitely didn't want to miss it. Yin's son and he happened to pass by and saw the director and Tina acting sneaky, so they also became interested. Knowing that there was something interesting to watch, they didn't leave. William S. room was the largest, so he quietly hid in the bathroom, waiting for the show to begin. Unexpectedly, before the quiet discussion in the bathroom was over, we heard a knock on the door. "Who is it?" I confirmed the angle and asked leisurely. A delicate voice came from outside the door. "It's me, he Xiaomei." "Huh, why is the live broadcast started again? And what's wrong with this angle?" "I sent this William S. room." "Wait, what was that noise coming from the door just now? What was he Xiaomei doing in William's room in the middle of the night?" When I opened the door, I saw he Xiaomei standing outside. Although I was prepared, I still felt a chill down my spine when I saw her. She was only wearing a thin lace nightgown with a white cape, and her makeup seemed to be deliberately seductive. Her eyes were ambiguous, and her long brown curly hair was draped over her shoulders. She looked so worldly that it made people want to escape. "Hey, what are you doing here?" I tried to stay calm and looked at her in a relaxed manner. He Xiaomei's voice was sweet, and she seemed very happy to see my reaction. "I came here to apologize to you because I had some unpleasantness with you before." "Really?" I chuckled, ignored her, and went straight back to the room. She was not angry and continued to follow him, her voice softer. "Brother William, don't be angry. We did have some misunderstandings before. Isn't it better to talk it out now?" I didn't know how to react to her words, and I felt disgusted, but I pretended nothing happened and replied, "I'm not angry. but you can leave now." But she obviously didn't intend to give up so easily and continued to approach me. "Brother William, don't be angry. I sincerely apologize to you. I will do anything you ask me tonight." She blinked her eyes and slowly pulled down her shawl, revealing her fair shoulders. But the more I looked at her, the more disgusted I felt. Finally, I couldn't bear it anymore. I stood up suddenly and distanced myself from him. Go away, stay away from me. You stink and make my room stink. How can I sleep tonight?" Her smile froze instantly, and a hint of anger flashed in her eyes. Are you a man?" Her voice was cold enough to freeze. "You came to my room dressed like this. Are you apologizing or taking revenge on me?" I said with disgust. "You look like a monster, so disgusting." She was so angry that she was shaking all over and her face was red. Normally, she would have been furious if a man had provoked her like this. But at this moment, she did not leave, and a trace of calculation flashed in her eyes. "Who do you say is a monster?" Her voice was almost squeezed out from between her teeth. I knew she was furious, but I still ignored her. "Don't you look like a monster when you dress like this? Is this an apology?" Xiaomei was furious for a moment, but she suddenly remembered something and smiled coldly. "William, don't forget that there is no one else in the room. What will be the consequences if I say that you molested me?" When I heard her say that, my heart was moved and my smile deepened. "You molested me? How dare you say that?" She suddenly pounced on me, grabbed my arm, and shouted, "Help! You're molesting me." She looked at my reaction, expecting my panicked expression. However, I remained calm, rubbing my ears with a sneer. "Well, you've seen enough of the show. Come out quickly. Her screams are hurting my eardrums." Her shouting suddenly stopped. Footsteps were heard outside the door, and then the bathroom door opened, and Tina came out first. "Sorry, my toilet is broken. I need to borrow it." Tina smiled awkwardly, not paying any attention to Xiaomei's expression. "You?" Xiaomei was stunned. She was about to curse a few words, but she saw Director Zhang also walking out of the bathroom. Director Zhang looked a little disgusted. Nothing. Come out quickly." Xiaomei's eyes almost popped out of her head, and she was about to say something when she saw more people coming out of the bathroom. Yin Sun, the assistant, the staff, and even the cameraman. They all looked a little embarrassed and obviously didn't dare to look her in the eye, but I laughed secretly in my heart. This scene is so wonderful. Fuck, why are there so many people? It's so funny. I can't even imagine how crowded the restroom must have been. William is so sinister. He actually plotted against Xiao Mei like this. I want to report this crappy show. Report it. What the hell? Maybe it's all scripted, arranged in advance. Even if it wasn't a script, looking at Xiaomei's expression, it's clear that she had planned this in advance. TSK. She wanted to frame others, but she didn't expect to suffer the consequences, right? This should involve illegal crimes, right? Is there anyone online who can tell me? The barrage completely exploded. I knew what Xiaomei was going to do, but I wasn't going to let her succeed. In order to prevent her from discovering the live broadcast device, I waited until this moment to turn it on. She was standing outside the door, and I knew that today's scene couldn't be easily known to her. She was wearing a thin lace nightgown with a white cape on her shoulders, looking charming and worldly. Seeing that I didn't respond immediately, she seemed to think she had a chance and walked in slowly. Her eyes were ambiguous, but I was full of disgust. "Hey, what are you doing here?" I tried my best to act curious and looked at her calmly. Her face was full of shyness, and she said softly, "I came here to apologize to you because I had some unpleasantness with you before." "Really?" I chuckled, didn't respond to her, turned around and walked back to the room. She obviously didn't want to give up, so she continued to follow him, her voice softer. "Brother William, don't be angry. We did have some misunderstandings before. Can't we just talk it out now?" Her coquettish voice made me want to laugh. This scene was really too ridiculous. The audience in the live broadcast room also started to make a commotion. Why do I suddenly think William is so handsome? This man is really a plus. I remained calm and continued to keep my distance from her. "Don't be angry. You can leave now." But she obviously didn't intend to leave, and she came close to me. "Brother William, I sincerely apologize. I will do anything you ask me tonight." She went a step further and began to slowly pull off her shawl. At that moment, the audience in the live broadcast room could no longer stop. I took a deep breath and finally reacted. "Go away. Stay away from me. Are you here to cause trouble?" Her smile froze instantly, and an angry expression slowly emerged. You are not a man." She almost yelled at me, but I no longer paid attention to her. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and her eyes were filled with shame and anger. I sneered. You were dressed like a monster and came to my room at night. Do you think you were apologizing? You were really confident. She was about to explode with anger, but suddenly an idea flashed through her mind, and she managed to calm down and looked at me coldly. Don't forget now, there is no one in the room. What will be the consequences if I say that you molested me? Seeing her expression, I felt a little disdainful, but I didn't show it. You molested me? That's not a good thing to say, right? She suddenly rushed over, holding a fruit knife in her hand, and shouted loudly, Help! She is molesting me. Her shouts echoed in the silent room. I watched her actions, the corners of my mouth slightly raised. Okay, you guys have watched enough of the show. Come out quickly. The noise is hurting my eardrums. There was a sound of hurried footsteps. The bathroom door opened, and Tina came out. Sorry, the toilet is broken. I need to use it. She was a little embarrassed. You? Xiaomei was obviously stunned. Before she could get angry, Director Zhang also came out of the bathroom. What are you doing in there? She widened her eyes, almost unable to believe what she was seeing. Director Zhang coughed a few times and whispered, It's nothing, come out quickly. He obviously didn't want to continue to pester her. What shocked Xiaomei even more was that a group of people came out of the bathroom next. Yin's son, he, the assistant, the cameraman, the whole bathroom was filled with people. At this time, she was pale and froze. I chuckled and looked at her. This scene is quite lively. You're so right. I have long been fed up with those brainless fans. She chased after celebrities so much that she even abandoned her family and dignity. Did those celebrities save her life? William, positive energy. I became a fan by chance, and I am a serious fan, not a brainless fan. My comments caused quite a stir online. Originally, most of the viewers who supported the show were similar to Xiaomei, and they were considered her brainless fans. Logically, my comments would have angered them and caused the ratings to drop. But the result was unexpected, and it attracted more viewers. Seeing the popularity soar, Director Zhang's smile almost reached his ears. Not to mention the situation of the program group. The one who was most affected was Jie Xiao. After his negative news was exposed, the police quickly began to investigate him. Unexpectedly, after investigation, it turned out that Jie Xiao was really a big problem, suspected of luring minors, yin-yang contracts, tax evasion, and other scandals. Although fans still defended him online, their arrogance had obviously weakened. Even Xiaomei was no longer so high profile. Although she still believed that she was pregnant with Jie Xiao's child, her life soon became less smooth. Xiaomei was exposed that her family spent a large sum of money to bail her out, but she still did not repent and wanted her boyfriend's family to give more betrothal gifts, and even threatened to use the money to bail out Jie Xiao. In the end, her boyfriend broke off the engagement and returned the betrothal gifts. Her family gave up on her, but she still insisted on not aborting the child. Her behavior was completely exposed to the public, and she was finally photographed wandering the streets. After the show was over, I went home and started reading the latest news. Brother, too many fans are asking about your account number. Don't you consider grabbing this wave of traffic? Tina said excitedly as she came over. I lay lazily on the sofa and said nonchalantly, I don't plan to be a star, and I don't need fans. I just want to be bad and enjoy life. This is the only goal that has not changed after I traveled to this world. However, what happened next was a bit unexpected. When the remuneration from the program team arrived, Tina smiled and said, Reward yourself and order some delicious food. She patted my shoulder and watched me open the food delivery app. Although I have no shortage of money, every time I get this kind of small reward, it makes me feel that life is still interesting. Looking at the fried chicken and French fries I ordered, Tina couldn't help but sigh. Brother, order something more expensive, and I'll give you a red envelope. I looked at the rather large red envelope on my phone and frowned slightly. Sister, what are you doing? The red envelope with 6 zeros on the screen made me confused for a moment. Tina's fingertips were still sliding on the phone, pointing to me. These are the houses my parents developed. I'll give you 2. I'll go transfer the ownership tomorrow. I'll also give you the cars. Pick whichever one you like. My assistant will deliver the keys tomorrow. My heartbeat quickened when I saw the big house and luxury cars on screen. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to have all these. I laughed softly and said, Sister, these things, are you really going to give them to me? Here. If you don't go to the show, I'll give it to you. Don't let people think that I'm threatening you, she said while waving her hands. I was somewhat moved, but I was still very firm. No. As we were chatting and laughing, the doorbell rang. Tina asked casually, "Is your takeaway?" I looked down at my phone, and the takeaway was still a few kilometers away. The strange thing is that usually there are few people coming, especially when my parents are not around. The nanny pressed the doorbell, and suddenly a silver bell-like voice came. "Hello, are your uncle, aunt, and Lisa at home? I am Feng Rue, and I came to visit specially." Hearing the name, Tina's face changed slightly, and she immediately explained, "It's my eldest sister's friend." Then she prepared to ask the nanny to open the door. But something moved me, and I calmly held Tina's shoulder and said, "Wait a minute, don't open it yet." I saw Tina looking at me with a puzzled look on her face, and a glimmer of premonition flashed in her eyes. She quickly asked, "William, have you also met Feng Rue?" "No, Feng Rue has already gone abroad. You shouldn't know her." Although she said this, she knew very well in her heart that I must have foreseen something and knew Feng Rue's movements. The woman who had a close relationship with my eldest sister Lisa since childhood. My family had always treated her well, but Tina had a bad impression of her and thought she had ulterior motives. Feng Rue had always been low-key and attached to my eldest sister, always secretly receiving a lot of gifts and jewelry, and even seduced my eldest sister's ambiguous object. Tina is always confused. Her elder sister Lisa is a person with a sharp vision. How could she be friends with a scheming girl like Feng Rue? Why do you always see so many unknown things? Tina asked, with expectation in her eyes. I thought about it, but still didn't say anything. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. The nanny walked to the door and looked at the video doorbell. She said politely, "Miss Feng, the master and the mistress are not here, and the eldest lady is not at home either. Why don't you contact them first?" Feng Rue replied softly, "Oh, okay." There was a hint of disappointment in her voice, and then she turned and left. Tina quickly took out her phone and sent a message to Lisa. "Feng Rue is back?" Lisa replied, "What's going on? When did Feng Rue return to China? Why did she come to my house so suddenly?" Obviously, Feng Rue did not tell Lisa in advance that she was returning to China, which made Lisa feel a little uneasy. A few hours later, the Lin couple and Lisa returned home from the company. As soon as they reached the gate, they saw Feng Rue standing at the door looking around. Lisa, uncle and aunt. Feng Rue saw the car and immediately waved at them. "Feng Hui." The Lins were a little surprised and asked, "Why is she here?" Lisa frowned, obviously also a little suspicious. Feng Rue came back to China without saying hello in advance, and actually came directly to the door, which was really puzzling. Tina and I were getting ready to greet them. We saw a strange woman following Lisa and her parents. "William, this is Feng Rue, my sister's friend." Lisa introduced me with a smile. I nodded politely, "Sister Feng Rue." Tina also greeted her, but we were all full of questions. Feng Rue looked younger than Lisa, wearing a pink dress like a college student. She stood next to Lisa and seemed a little out of place. "Lisa, this is your brother William. I've heard about him. He's quite capable." Feng Rue smiled brightly and spoke sweetly. I nodded slightly, but I felt something was wrong. At this moment, my cell phone rang. When I took a look, it was a text message from Tina, White Lotus. I couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that my fifth sister really couldn't help herself. In fact, I couldn't stand it either. Feng Rue's pretending to be innocent was too uncomfortable. A few months ago, when I first met Lisa, I knew Feng Rue's true face through the system. She was a scheming woman who had teamed up with a scumbag in abusive articles to harm Lisa. "Xiao Rue, why do you carry so many things?" Mother looked at Feng Rue with a smile. Feng Rue's voice was a little shy. "I came back to China this time, and I wanted to bring you some small gifts." She took out a few gift boxes. "Annie, these gifts are not expensive. I hope you like them." The mother thought Feng Rue was thoughtful and gave them these ordinary gifts to show her appreciation. But the next moment, her smile became stiff. Most of the gifts Feng Rue brought were cheap fakes. When her mother pinched them, she felt a chill in her heart. "Auntie, don't you like it?" Feng Rue seemed to notice her mother's expression, and her eyes immediately turned red. Her tears almost fell, and her voice was a little aggrieved. "Auntie, I really didn't expect you to dislike me." The mother looked at Feng Rue's pitiful appearance and felt annoyed. As a person born in a wealthy family, she had seen all kinds of grievances, but she didn't expect to meet such a White Lotus character. Although she was disgusted in her heart, she tried to remain tolerant on the surface for the sake of her eldest daughter. "What's wrong?" Lin Xingshan came down from upstairs and frowned when he saw Feng Rue about to cry. Lisa also came out, and looked at her mother in confusion. It's okay. Feng Rue brought some gifts and was afraid we wouldn't like them. The mother responded with a smile. Lin Qingshan glanced at the gift in Feng Rue's hand and consoled her. Well, what's there to dislike? It's really thoughtful of you to buy so many. Lisa was keenly aware of the change in atmosphere and frowned slightly. She remembered that Feng Rue used to do some pretentious things to save face. Now, after so many years, she has not changed much. Feng Rue took out a bottle of perfume and said softly, Lisa, I know you like this brand of perfume the most, so I brought it back specially for you. You won't dislike it, right? Lisa took the perfume. Although she did like this brand before, it was not suitable to be used as a formal gift now. In order not to disappoint Feng Rue, she forced a smile and sprayed some perfume on her wrist. However, the smell of the perfume was not right. Lisa couldn't help but frown. Could this also be fake? Feng Rue saw her expression and immediately asked, How is it? Do you not like it either? No, I like it. I really like it. Lisa forced a smile. Tina was watching from the side. Her heart was burning with anger. She had long seen through Feng Rue's hypocrisy. After hearing William's thoughts, she was even more furious. She had long known Feng Rue's tricks, and she wanted to kick her out of the house. Lin Qingshan noticed the change in atmosphere and hurriedly asked everyone to sit down, trying to ease the awkwardness. Lisa saw her sister's expression that was about to explode and gently pulled her clothes, signaling her not to be impulsive. Tina sat down helplessly, but she couldn't help but feel angry at Feng Rue's hypocrisy. Feng Rue once saved her elder sister's life, which is why the Lin family has always tolerated her for so many years. But Tina knows that Feng Rue's behavior may not be purely out of gratitude. At this moment, William's inner voice suddenly sounded, revealing Feng Rue's hidden true face. Feng Rue saved her elder sister in order to get a reward from the Lin family. Hearing this, the Lin family's faces changed instantly. Lisa felt a chill and became alert. Feng Rue's tricks and conspiracy finally surfaced. The Lin family decided that if Feng Rue dared to make any plans again, they would never sit idly by. The previous enthusiasm and the atmosphere that was maintained with great difficulty are gradually collapsing. Feng Rue, the person involved, didn't seem to notice anything unusual. He continued to talk endlessly about his performances abroad, with a hint of boasting. Especially when she talked about how many handsome foreign guys have pursued her in the past 2 years. Her cheeks blushed. The Lin family members responded incoherently, obviously absent-minded. They were only thinking about how to completely draw a line between themselves and Feng Rue without damaging the reputation of the Lin family. At this time, the nanny came over. He said apologetically, Madam, I just realized that I bought one ingredient less for tonight's cooking. I'll go out and buy it now. Dinner time may be. It's okay, don't worry. The mother didn't care at all and even looked at the nanny with gratitude. She no longer wanted to keep Feng Rue at home for dinner and was still worrying about how to get her out at dinner time. Delaying a little longer would also allow her to think of more solutions. I just got up and prepared to go get some fresh air, but was interrupted. I decided to go myself, so I said, I'll go. Tell me what you buy. I thought the nanny would stop me, but she obviously didn't dare to say anything. However, what I didn't expect was that Feng Rue also stood up and said cheerfully, Then I'll go with you. It's still early anyway. I'll accompany you to the nearby supermarket. Before others could react, she jumped and followed me out the door. After the door was closed, my mother was obviously worried and asked, William, will you be okay, right? Lisa sat on the sofa, sneered, hugged her arms, and said, He's fine, but that woman Feng Rue is probably in trouble. Tina also laughed. I think so too. That damn Bai Lian will definitely get into trouble. I had no intention of listening to their discussion and had already walked out of the villa. Feng Rue was quite happy at first, asking questions and showing great interest. But gradually, she realized something was wrong and slowed down. Wait a minute, William, are you going there on foot? She was a little surprised. I looked back at her and said, Well, the driver is off work. It's not far, so it's good to walk. I continued walking, feeling relaxed. Fengi hui fronet. She remembered that this villa area was very large, and it took a long time to walk to the entrance, not to mention the supermarket. She had been standing for 2 hours today, and her feet were sore, but seeing that we were all out, she had no choice but to continue following me. William, you're 20 years old this year, right? Do you have a girlfriend? She suddenly started chatting. No, I responded briefly. Actually, the girls in school are too naive and don't know how to take care of others. There was an intriguing hint in her tone. If you want to find a girlfriend, find one who is older than you and especially considerate. When she said this, she was almost directly expressing her intention of asking me to consider her. After that, she deliberately patted my shoulder, pretending to be intimate. But I didn't react at all and walked calmly, without even looking at her. She didn't seem to give up and still didn't give up, thinking that as long as she was proactive enough, she would definitely be able to impress me. Just as we were walking through a green belt, she suddenly screamed, "Ah," and pretended to sprain her foot, then rushed towards me. I got scared and reflexively dodged to the side, then raised my leg and kicked her. Ah, this time her scream really came from the pain in her heart. I couldn't help laughing when I saw her being kicked into the green belt. "Sister Feng Rue, I'm so sorry. I overreacted. Are you okay?" I asked, pretending to be concerned. E. E. She was completely confused and couldn't say anything for a long time. But I continued to pretend to apologize. "I'm so sorry, but I didn't mean to help her at all." After a while, a patrolling security guard saw her and rushed over to help her. When Feng Rue was helped up by the security guard, she was in a state of disgrace. Her pink dress was stained with dirt and dog feces. Her hair was messy. Her body was covered with scratches, and some of them were even bleeding. With the help of the security guard, we returned to the Lin family. As soon as we entered the door, everyone looked at us strangely. "Huh? You come back so early? What happened?" I said lightly. Sister Feng Rue suddenly shouted and scared me. I kicked her reflexively, and she fell into the green belt. I sounded irresponsible, as if I was an innocent and good child. Lisa seemed to be scolding me, but turned around to explain to Feng Rue, "I forgot to tell you, William was bullied at school, so..." She looked so apologetic, as if she was defending me. Feng Rue obviously didn't believe the story of being bullied, but she couldn't refute it in person. She could only say it was okay and followed Lisa upstairs to change clothes. As soon as I entered the room, the Lin family heard my thoughts again. This woman will definitely take the opportunity to speak well of Robert in front of my eldest sister. Oh, she's still thinking about getting what she wants. She's really a diehard. If only my elder sister would be more sober, she wouldn't listen to her nonsense. Lisa rolled her eyes helplessly. She knew in her heart that if Feng Rue really wanted to plead for that scumbag, she would not be polite. Lisa thought that if Feng Rue didn't get too aggressive, she could temporarily put the past aside. Don't break up completely. Just try to maintain a peaceful relationship for the sake of appearance. But if Feng Rue doesn't know what's good for her, don't blame her for being rude. After returning to the room, Feng Rue simply took a shower and changed into the new clothes that Lisa had taken out, and used the medicine box to simply treat the wound. During this process, Feng Rue was always chatting. "Hey, Brother William didn't do it on purpose. You mustn't blame him. I'm fine. It just hurts a little. I may not be able to wear long skirts or perform recently, but it doesn't matter. At worst, I can just postpone all the performances during this period." These words are mainly meant to make Lisa feel apologetic and to pave the way for what she wants to say next. It was such an obvious thing, but Lisa could see it. So he didn't show too much guilt and even followed Feng Rue's words and said, "That's right. Anyway, you have been busy for so long before, and you have made a lot of money. It's not bad to take this opportunity to give yourself a good vacation." Feng Rue choked, and the words she had prepared were stuck. But since she came here and fell like this, she certainly couldn't suffer in vain. Even though it was far-fetched, it still started a conversation. "By the way, I heard that you and Robert broke up. What happened?" Feng Rue asked with a worried look on her face. This matter was known to almost everyone in the circle, and she had heard about it a long time ago, even though she was abroad. The reason she asked this was because based on her understanding of Lisa, she was sure that Lisa would not explain such an embarrassing thing too clearly and would definitely just mention it in passing. Then she could maneuver around it. Unexpectedly, Lisa said bluntly, "Because he first lied to me and then tried to rape me. I don't want this kind of scumbag anymore." So that's it. Feng Rue opened her mouth, but the words she wanted to say to persuade him were stuck again. After struggling for a long time, he finally squeezed out a sentence. "Well, that should be because he likes you too much. Otherwise, as a rich young man, he would have no problem getting any woman he wants, so there is no need for him to do this." Lisa was speechless for a while. She really wanted to ask Feng Rue if she wanted to listen to what she was saying. No matter how powerful the Bai family is, they're always suppressed by the Lin family. What's more, Robert is just an illegitimate son of the Bai family and cannot be considered a legitimate heir. With Lisa, there is a huge gap. "Feng Rue, you seem to think highly of Robert." Lisa couldn't bear it any longer and said sarcastically, "No." Feng Rue quickly waved her hands and explained, "I just think that you're not young anymore, and Robert is indeed in good condition. You should grab him." Very good explanation. Don't explain next time. These words were simply jumping around in Lisa's minefield. Even if she cared about her face, she couldn't tolerate it. Feng Rue, if you like him, you can wait until he gets out of prison and marry him. Anyway, I'm not interested in this kind of rapist, understand? Lisa's tone was cold, without a hint of joking. Lisa, what you said, how could I possibly like him? Feng Rue laughed dryly twice and didn't dare to continue speaking. In order to ease the atmosphere, she immediately changed the subject and pointed to a set of jewelry in Lisa's jewelry cabinet and asked, "Lisa, is this something you bought recently? It's so beautiful. It matches the performance costume I just ordered. Can you give it to me?" Lisa almost wanted to roll her eyes. How blind she was before, she didn't realize Feng Rue was such a shameless person. No, Lisa refused decisively without even bothering to find a reason. Feng Rue's face became even more rigid. "Feng Rue, your wound was only bandaged briefly. You'd better go to the hospital immediately. I won't keep you for dinner." Lisa didn't want to hear Feng Rue say anything anymore and ordered her to leave. "Well, I also want to go to the hospital first." Feng Rue's complexion looked very bad, and she had difficulty maintaining even the most basic smile. When she came downstairs, the Lin family members had no intention of keeping her. She couldn't hide the hatred in her heart at all. "I originally wanted to keep Lisa for a while longer, but since she is so disrespectful to me, don't blame her for being rude. Uncle and Aunt, I'm leaving first. By the way, I have a performance here this weekend, and I've reserved tickets for everyone. You must come." Feng Rue said with a smile. Lin Qingshan and his mother looked at each other. Obviously, neither of them wanted to go. Feng Rue seemed to have seen through their thoughts. She turned to look at Lisa and pretended to be expectant. "Lisa, will you come to support me?" Lisa didn't want to go, but just when she was about to refuse, William's voice rang in her mind. "I'm so conflicted. If my elder sister goes there tomorrow, there will definitely be something interesting to watch, but I don't want my elder sister to feel upset when she sees this woman. What should I do?" Feng Rue was diagnosed with heart disease some time ago and needed a heart transplant, but she had already squandered all her earnings and had no money for the surgery. Besides, Robert and Marx were both busy with their own affairs, and no one could help her. She could only pin her hopes on her eldest sister, so she planned to stage a life-saving grace drama on the day of the performance, just like what happened on the spring outing many years ago, to morally blackmail her eldest sister and let the Lin family be responsible for her for the rest of her life. Hearing the voice in my heart, everyone in the family frowned. I could feel their vigilance towards Feng Rue. After all, this was the third time she had set a trap. No one wanted to be fooled again. But at this moment, Lisa suddenly said, "Okay, I will definitely go this weekend." Feng Rue immediately smiled triumphantly and left happily. The living room fell silent again, and everyone was thinking about how to respond. Maria and Lin Wanwan, who had just returned, also learned about Feng Rue from their parents. They looked at each other, as if they were communicating something with their eyes. In the end, it was Lin Qingshan who couldn't help but speak first. "Let your mother and I go together this weekend. I haven't been to a concert for a long time, hee." The mother obviously didn't buy it, and rolled her eyes at Lin Qingshan, but still reluctantly replied, "Yes, it's been a long time since I went." At this time, Tina suddenly raised her hand and said, I'll go too." She looked at Feng Rue, worried that Feng Rue might attack Lisa, and as a doctor, she could help. Then Maria also said, "Then I'll go too." Her eyes were full of worry that Feng Rue really had malicious intentions. Finally, Lin Wanwan said, "I want to go too." She looked at their faces, feeling uneasy. Lisa was angry and anxious. Her plan was to make Feng Rue give up completely, but if the whole family went, it would be too conspicuous, and Feng Rue didn't know who to target. I saw her silent for a while. Her eyes turned cold. "Dad, I remember there's an important meeting this weekend. You have to go." Lin Qingshan was stunned for a moment, smiled awkwardly. "You can turn it down." Before he finished speaking, Lisa glared at him fiercely. Lin Qingshan knew that this meeting was very important to the company, and rashly changing the time would inevitably have a significant impact. "Mom, I remember you and some aunts made an appointment to play cards, right?" Lisa's tone was gentle, but intolerant. The mother didn't say anything, just lowered her head in silence. Then she turned to the second child. "Second child, you have to be on duty at the hospital this weekend. She quickly stopped everyone and did not allow anyone to go. Sis, since you didn't mention me, can I go? I heard William's voice coming from the corner, slowly poking his head out. I almost couldn't help laughing when I heard this. William usually had nothing to do, and I couldn't think of a reason to refuse him. So I moved my heart and agreed to him. Okay, go ahead. After that, I heard William's inner voice again. Hey, it's finally my turn. Everyone is busy and can't go. So let me save my poor sister. The originally solemn atmosphere was broken by his words, and everyone felt that the matter was not that serious. On the weekend, I brought William to the concert hall. The performance tonight was not large in scale, and Feng Rue was not interested, but in order to establish her image, she agreed to participate. During the performance, William and I were sitting very close to the front, and we could clearly see every move of Feng Rue. Although I was fully prepared, I was still a little nervous. William was completely relaxed, leaning back in his chair, looking a little bored. Unexpectedly, he actually took a nap in the middle of the performance and didn't wake up until the second half, when he took out his phone and sent a few messages. At this time, an accident happened. Sparks suddenly flashed from the lights on both sides of the stage. The sparks fell on the carpet and spread instantly. The fierce fire caused panic among the audience. It's on fire! Run! The hall was suddenly filled with people, and everyone rushed to the exit in panic. However, the fire spread rapidly, as if guided by something, and rushed straight towards us. I suddenly realized that this fire was not an accident. Lisa realized from the beginning that there was something wrong with her position, as there were elderly people sitting on both sides. I thought that she and the leaders of various parties were deliberately placed in the best positions out of respect. Now it seems that the purpose is more than that. As the flames spread, these elderly people moved slowly. In addition, the people behind them were blocking the way, and they were closest to the fire, so they were panicked and couldn't move at all. I watched as the flames came from the center, heading straight for where Lisa was. On the stage, there was an exclamation. Lisa, be careful. It's Feng Rue. Immediately afterwards, Feng Rue jumped off the stage and ran towards this side. According to her plan, as long as she injured a hand while rescuing Lisa, her career would naturally end. Rest assured that he could be Lisa's savior, earn enough money for a heart transplant, and live the rest of his life in comfort. Ah, Feng Rue, where are you going? Feng Rue, are you crazy? The other performers behind him obviously didn't expect Feng Rue to not leave quickly, but instead ran inside, and they all exclaimed. The power was cut off in the entire concert hall, and in the darkness, only the flame was shining. Feng Rue just stood in the firelight, showing a righteous look with a sad smile on her face. That's my best friend. I must save her. Everyone present was shocked by Feng Rue's actions. That frail body has now become a hero in everyone's eyes. What a touching friendship this is. For the sake of the other person, he would even give up his own life. It makes anyone who sees it sad and anyone who hears it cry. But the prerequisite is that she can really save Lisa. Don't panic, I shouted and instantly became the focus of the whole audience. After that, I quickly took out a fire extinguisher from the backpack at my feet and stuffed it directly into Lisa's hand. She was stunned for a moment, staring at the fire extinguisher with wide eyes, with a complicated expression. Fire extinguisher? You actually carry this with you. She couldn't help but complain, but the fire was urgent, so she didn't ask any more questions. She quickly pulled the safety pin and aimed the spray at the flames. However, the fire spread too quickly and a fire extinguisher alone was not enough. Lisa tried to crawl out from behind the seat to open an escape route for everyone. At this moment, a violent sound of water spraying suddenly sounded, attracting everyone's attention. I carried 2 fire hoses and sprayed them madly at the place where the fire was the most intense. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Fire hose? Wait, does this guy carry a fire hydrant with him? Of course not. In fact, before the second half started, I had already contacted the security guards and asked them to connect the fire hoses in advance and release the water as soon as the fire started. The water column gushed out, and I was almost shocked by the water pressure and took a step back, barely holding on. But the water pressure was too great, and one of the water columns began to lose control and rushed wildly in the air. Hey, be careful! As soon as I shouted, I saw the violent water column hit Feng Rue accurately and pushed her several meters away. She screamed and fell to the ground. Her whole body was soaked, and she looked miserable. Oh, sorry. I apologized, but there was no apology on my face, and I even looked a little gloating. The fire was finally under control, and the security guard saw that I could no longer withstand water pressure, so he quickly turned off one of the hoses. At this time, Feng Rui barely climbed out of the water, her face still in shock. Her clothes were completely soaked, clinging to her body, revealing her outline. Although the audience around her tried their best to avoid staring, some of the scenes were really too eye-catching. Well, is she not wearing any underwear? Did I see something I shouldn't have just seen? What a sin. In this awkward atmosphere, firefighters and police finally arrived. The fire was completely extinguished. The audience was evacuated in an orderly manner, and only relevant personnel were left. I was holding the fire hose, Lisa was holding the fire extinguisher, and Feng Rui was wrapped in a blanket, looking like she was soaked, standing there without saying a word. The concert hall manager came over and looked at us for a long time before he uttered, "No, why are you carrying a fire extinguisher with you? Also, when did you get the fire hose to be stretched so far?" I grinned, revealing a row of neat teeth, and smiled without saying a word. Lisa leaned back in her chair, her demeanor like a queen, and she had no intention of explaining. She had known that I had made preparations, but she had not expected that I could make such a big noise without making any noise. Feng Rui seemed to have lost her soul, unable to move, and could not accept that her plan had been completely ruined. At this time, the policeman walked into the rest area, glanced at us, and his eyes fell on me with cold eyes. "You, come back with us and cooperate with the investigation." My eyes widened, and I pointed at myself in confusion. "Huh? Me?" The young policeman dragged me to the police station with an aggressive attitude and seemed quite unhappy with me. "William, you'd better tell the truth. Did you set the fire?" he asked coldly, his eyes full of suspicion. I rolled my eyes and replied lazily, "No." But this guy didn't listen to my explanation at all and continued to ask, "Don't try to quibble. We found out that you contacted the security guard in advance and prepared a fire hose." I shrugged. Is it a crime to prevent fires in advance? The policeman's expression became even uglier. "Someone has tampered with the lights in the concert hall. If we check for fingerprints, we'll find you." This time I was too lazy to pay attention to him, so I just shut up and leaned back in my chair to take a nap. Seeing my lazy attitude, he sneered, "Well, since you don't want to talk about it here, let's go to the interrogation room." But before he reached the interrogation room, a familiar voice suddenly came from the door of the police station. "Huh? Young Master Lin? Why are you here again?" I looked up and saw that it was Officer Zhang who had been involved in the dismemberment case in the park. He smiled and patted my shoulder. "You've been quite active lately." The young policeman was stunned and asked doubtfully, "Officer Zhang, do you know him?" "Yes, I know him. Who in our police station doesn't know him?" Officer Zhang said with a smile, "Oh yes, you are new here. No wonder you don't know him." The young policeman opened his mouth with a subtle expression, as if he was digesting this information. Several possibilities suddenly emerged in his mind. If a person can become a familiar face in the police station, he may be either a good citizen who has solved many strange cases, or a connected person with a background, or a criminal who comes in and out all year round. He glanced at me and thought that I didn't look like a good citizen at all. That leaves only two options: connected and habitual offender. His expression suddenly became even uglier, and he even began to doubt whether the police station had been corrupted by the Lin family's money. Officer Zhang glanced at him, as if he saw through his thoughts, and couldn't help laughing. "What are you thinking about? Come on, I'll show you." After that, he led the young policeman to the police station. As soon as I entered the door, I saw another acquaintance. It was Officer Lee, who was in charge of the investigation when the body was discovered during the last recording of the show. "Hey, William." Officer Lee looked at me, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. "Why are you here again?" "Well, it's okay this time. At least no one died." I touched my nose and smiled awkwardly. The young policeman was completely confused and couldn't help asking, "Two seniors. Do you know him?" "Didn't I just say it?" "There are few people in the police station who don't know him." Officer Zhang smiled and put his arm around the young policeman's shoulder and led him to the bulletin board. "Did you see it?" He pointed to a notice on the bulletin board. In the photo, a sunny and handsome young man was holding a banner with a bright smile. "This is him, the good and caring citizen of our police station." The young policeman's jaw dropped in shock. Really a good citizen?" Officer Zhang smiled and nodded. "You should have heard about it more or less, right? There's a strange man who always helps us solve cases. It's him." Officer Lee added, "Yes, you should have heard that there's a fortune teller in our bureau. That's him." The young policeman was stunned. "Fortune telling?" He suddenly remembered the mysterious magician, that his colleagues had mentioned in casual conversation, but he always thought it was just a joke or some exaggerated rumor. As a policeman, he believes in science and disdains things like solving cases through fortune-telling. If you really know how to tell fortunes. He looked me up and down and asked tentatively, "Can you tell fortunes for me now?" Okay. I curled my lips into a smile and pretended to calculate with my fingers, but in fact I was waiting for the system's prompt. A few seconds later, a message popped up in my mind. I squinted and smiled, looking at the young policeman. "Are you in a hurry now?" The young policeman frowned. "What do you mean?" I said calmly. "Your wife is giving birth in the hospital." His eyes suddenly widened. How did you know?" His face changed instantly because he had only reported this matter to his leader and had not told any colleagues. I didn't answer, but just sighed with a look of sympathy in my eyes. "But you don't have to be too anxious because the child is not yours." "What nonsense are you talking about?" The young policeman's face suddenly changed, with sparks of anger flashing in his eyes. His hand almost grabbed me, and it was obvious that he was trying hard to suppress the urge to attack. Officer Zhang and Officer Li also seemed a little embarrassed. After all, what I said was too extreme. "William, he's just joking. Don't take it too seriously," Officer Zhang quickly advised, looking at me, fearing that the situation would escalate further. I shrugged and said, "He asked me to do the calculation. I was just reminding him out of kindness." The young policeman was furious. "You keep talking nonsense. If the child my wife gave birth to is not mine, then whose could it be?" He grabbed my collar and was shaking with anger. I gently pulled his hand away and glared at him coldly. "Speak sensibly and don't use violence, or I'll file a complaint against you." Officer Zhang and Officer Li's expressions also turned serious. It was obvious that they also knew that this new policeman was too impulsive and things might become more and more troublesome. "William, if you don't explain yourself clearly today, we're not done." The young policeman's voice was full of threats. I sighed and said calmly, "It's no use for you to be done with me. The child belongs to your eldest brother-in-law. Strictly speaking, you're the child's younger uncle." "What?" The young policeman was stunned and didn't react at all. I was a little impatient. "Your wife is having an affair with her brother? The child born will be stupid." Hey. Police Officer Zhang and Li were so scared that they rushed over, pulled me to the side, and covered my mouth, afraid that I would reveal any shocking secrets. However, I would not let this opportunity go so easily. Through the gap between my lips, I managed to utter a few words. "Your wife knew there was something wrong with the baby during the prenatal checkup, but because of love, she was determined to give birth to the baby and let you be the scapegoat." Officer Zhang smiled helplessly. "You can't trust this fortune-telling completely. Just treat it as nonsense and don't affect the harmony of the family." But the young policeman had completely collapsed and seemed to be trapped in his own chaotic world. "So that's how it is. You dare to lie to me," he muttered to himself, turned abruptly, and strode towards the door. "Where are you going?" Officer Li shouted hurriedly, "Don't be impulsive." But the young policeman simply couldn't listen and was completely out of control. Officer Zhang and I could only look at each other helplessly, and then quickly followed. Officer Li and I were left standing there, staring at each other. The surrounding policemen also gathered around, pricked up their ears, and watched this shocking gossip. "William, you really are." Officer Li shook his head helplessly, as if he wanted to advise me, but didn't know where to start. "Fortune-telling also depends on the occasion. You said it too aggressively. Everyone heard it. How are you going to get along in the future?" He advised earnestly, and dismissed the policeman nearby. "Are you all so free? Do you want William to calculate for you too?" When everyone heard this, they immediately scattered, fearing that they would also be counted. Just then, Lisa finally arrived, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. As soon as she arrived at the police station, she hurriedly asked me about the situation. After knowing that the young policeman had left, she prepared to take me with her to continue cooperating with the investigation. She firmly stated that it was Feng Rue who invited us to the concert, and she also arranged the seats, so Feng Rue was highly suspicious. I looked at Lisa and couldn't help but feel relieved. It turned out that she also suspected Feng Rue. Officer Li certainly would not take action based on her one-sided statement, but he said he would continue investigating based on this clue. Just as she was about to leave the police station, Lisa's cell phone rang. When she saw Feng Rue on the screen, her face instantly turned gloomy. "How dare you call me?" Lisa was furious and hung up the phone. But Feng Rue was unwilling to give up and called again immediately. "It's okay. Just answer it and see what she wants to do." Maybe you can help Officer Lee find clues. I said lightly. Lisa hesitated for a moment, then finally answered the call. Lisa, are you done with your work over there? I'm still in a hospital. I feel so bad. Can you come and see me? Feng Rue's voice was tearful on the other end of the phone. Lisa glanced at me, and when she saw me nod, she said lightly, Okay, I'll be there in a moment. After hanging up the phone, her face became even colder. She thought she could teach Feng Rue a lesson this time, but she didn't expect that woman to still not give up. In this case, she planned to see what tricks Feng Rue could come up with. Feng Rue was staying in a private hospital with a nice environment, but high fees. The ward she stayed in was the most luxurious in the hospital. When we walked in, Feng Rue was sobbing quietly on the hospital bed. Lisa, William, you are finally here. Her voice was low, and she turned her head with sadness in her eyes. If I didn't know her true face, I would have almost softened my heart. Lisa forced a smile and pretended to be concerned. What's wrong? Feng Rue's voice trembled. Lisa, I can't play the violin anymore. Lisa frowned slightly. Why was Feng Rue's script still going on? She quickly reviewed the previous scenes, wondering where there might be loopholes. Although it was chaotic at the time, I didn't have direct contact with Feng Rue, so logically, she shouldn't have been involved. Was it because I splashed water all over her? Feng Rue glanced at me carefully and continued. I know William just wanted to put out the fire and save everyone. I don't blame him. Really, even if I can't play the violin anymore, I won't blame him. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and even the medical staff in the ward began to look at her with sympathy. I knew she would continue to play the role of a White Lotus, but I couldn't help but feel sick when I saw her acting so sincerely. Sister Feng Rue, are you saying that I hurt you while putting out the fire? Feng Rue hurriedly shook her head. Ah, William, don't say that. You are Lisa's brother, With a hint of joy in her eyes, she lowered her head and continued to explain. After you knocked me down, my arm hit the ground. I looked as if I'd suddenly realized something. Oh, since I was the one who got hurt, it wouldn't be in vain if Big Sister helped me. Feng Rue was stunned, obviously not understanding what I meant. I walked to the door of the ward and waved, and several middle-aged men with well-dressed clothes and serious expressions walked in. Sister Feng Rue, these are the experts my eldest sister found. They are all internationally accomplished medical professionals. We will definitely take responsibility to the end. Feng Rue was stunned and waved her hands quickly. No, it's not necessary. The doctor just checked. Lisa added calmly. When it comes to your career, of course you have to be more serious. Although Feng Rue was reluctant, she had no choice but to cooperate when she saw the experts preparing to start the examination. The examination lasted half an hour and finally concluded that her arm was indeed injured. My heart sank. This was not what I expected. The system's voice rang in my mind. This woman is so cruel. In order to frame you, she actually hurt herself. Lisa became even more angry when she heard what I was thinking. She knew that this kind of injury was completely different from being injured by others, and as long as she carefully examined it, the truth would be revealed. When she was about to reveal her cards, I stopped her first. Sister Feng Rue, don't worry. Since I hurt you, I will definitely take responsibility to the end. William. Lisa looked surprised. She thought I was fascinated by Feng Rue's beauty and might really stand up for her. I smiled and said, Big Sister, Fifth Sister is promoting new people. Sister Feng Rue is so beautiful. It's perfect for her to develop in the entertainment industry. Feng Rue's eyes lit up. Really? I smiled and said, Of course, I'll go tell Fifth Sister. Lisa looked at me like this and said nothing, but she felt very unhappy. After leaving the hospital, Lisa couldn't help but ask, William, you're not really going to help her, are you? Don't worry, sis. I know what I'm doing. I raised my eyebrows, mentally planning to let Feng Rue get herself in even bigger trouble. Lisa felt relieved to see me like this, but she was a little confused. Why didn't I expose Feng Rue directly? But she soon heard the voice in my heart. Instead of breaking up with Feng Rue, it is better to give her a chance and let her dig a hole and jump into it. Hee. I laughed secretly in my heart. Hearing the familiar hee again, Lisa tried hard to keep a straight face and not laugh. All the previous unhappiness has disappeared, and what remains is only a moment of silence for Feng Rue. Feng Rue obviously didn't know what was waiting for her. After pretending to stay in the hospital for 2 more days, he couldn't wait to be discharged and insisted on going to act. I personally sent Feng Rue to Tina's crew. When the car stopped outside the studio, Feng Rue looked a little uneasy. William, is it really okay for me to go like this? I smiled and comforted her. Why not? My fifth sister is so famous in the entertainment industry. Which director would not give her face? What's more, you are so beautiful. The director will definitely fight for you. After hearing this, Feng Rue's mood obviously improved, and she raised her chin slightly. From a distance, Tina waved to us, and Feng Rue and I walked towards her. The director did have a good relationship with Tina, and if it were normal, he would have given Feng Rue an important supporting role. However, Tina informed the director in advance. We are just short of a body. Let's go find the actor to coordinate and arrange it. Feng Rue was stunned and couldn't believe her ears. You want me to play a corpse? The director looked at her, seemingly not understanding her doubts. Why? Any more questions? Feng Rue was so angry that she could barely hide her anger. She forced herself to look aggrieved. William, Tina, talk to the director again. I want to play a more important role. I explained with a smile. Sister Feng Rue, don't get me wrong, those important roles are glamorous, but you don't know how tiring it is behind the scenes. Yeah, Tina agreed. It's different when you play a corpse. You can be photogenic and make money while lying down. You don't need any acting skills. It's easy and comfortable. As soon as I finished speaking, Tina couldn't help but secretly winked at me. She didn't dare to create an inappropriate personality for herself in this circle. I smiled and continued to persuade him. Playing a corpse is not bad. It makes money and is easy. Feng Rue began to feel doubtful, but she still did not give up. Why don't you play the corpse yourself? How can you say it's a good thing? It sounds so easy. I glared at Tina, mentally scolding her for being so blunt. At this moment, an idea suddenly occurred to me. Sister, I think playing a corpse is pretty good. I might as well give it a try. Isn't it easy to make money while lying down? Tina's face darkened immediately after hearing this. Is your family short of money? Don't you think it's unlucky to play a corpse? Feng Rue was stunned, her face full of confusion. Didn't you say that corpses were good? Why don't you want to do it when it's your turn? I forced a smile and said, this role suits you very well. There's nothing wrong with playing a corpse. Feng Rue was so angry that she almost exploded. Are you guys playing with me like this? She sat on the chair angrily, holding her arm. I don't want to act anymore. My arm hurts. I feel dizzy. It's so uncomfortable. Tina seemed very gentle, sitting next to her, and said calmly, Feng Rue, you may not understand the situation. Feng Rue saw her being so gentle and thought there was a chance of a turnaround. Unexpectedly, Tina casually took out a document and said in a gentle tone, you have to act whether you want to or not. William couldn't help but frown this time. Sister, your words are so scary. I'm scared. Tina looked at Feng Rue's reaction, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Look, the contract has been signed, and the breach of contract will require compensation of 100 million. Feng Rue was stunned when she saw the contract, and said in a sharp voice, 10 years? I have to play the role of a corpse for 10 years. Uh-huh. Tina's tone remained gentle, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Feng Rue finally came to her senses and angrily threw the contract to the ground. I won't act. I refuse. I picked up the contract calmly and said coldly, this contract was not signed by you, but you forgot that you signed an agency contract with your elder sister the day before yesterday. Feng Rue was stunned. She remembered that when she signed the contract that day, she didn't care too much about it. She felt that the Lin family had done her a favor, and she didn't worry about anything at all. I sneered. You know in your heart how you deceived my eldest sister many years ago, and what happened in the concert hall. Tina also added calmly, Feng Rue, if you don't want to fulfill the contract, there is another way. Feng Rue had a look of fear on her face, and looking at Tina's calm smile, she felt filled with uneasiness. Tina said softly, as long as you return the things that my elder sister has given you over the years, as well as all the support that the Lin family has given you, we can consider letting you go. Feng Rue's face turned pale, and her body swayed. God knows how much the Lin family has spent on her over the years. If you calculate it carefully, it's probably not much less than the penalty for breach of contract, and she simply can't afford it now. I watched Feng Rue's expression gradually turn pale and slowly took out the documents from my bag. This is all the expenses that the Lin family has paid for you, including all the favors. Her eyes became more and more confused, and the numbers in front of her seemed like a mountain pressing on her chest. Lisa would never do this to me. Feng Rue took out her cell phone tremblingly, ready to call Lisa. However, no one answered the call. Big sister may have blocked you, I said coldly, without a trace of pity in my eyes. You should know that the outcome of what you wanted to do to Big Sister was already doomed. Tina added at the right moment. From the moment you set the fire, this is how it should have ended. Feng Rui was stunned for a moment. Then her lips began to tremble. I didn't want to burn her to death. I wanted to save her. She almost told him what she was planning, but reason finally made her shut up. Then I choose to fulfill the contract. Her voice trembled, and she barely regained her sanity. I saw the look in her eyes and knew she was still dreaming a lucky dream. Fulfill the contract? Tina smiled, her eyes full of coldness. Don't think the Lin family will let you go easily. You tried to kill my eldest sister twice. There's no way this will end well. Feng Rui's body trembled slightly, and suddenly a chill came from behind. There are additional conditions in this contract. Half of your salary will be deducted each time as compensation to the Lin family. I added calmly. What? Feng Rui could hardly believe her ears. Didn't you just say? She understood instantly that she had been tricked. You guys. Feng Rui was almost suffocated by anger, with helplessness in her voice. I have a heart problem. You can't do this to me. Tina and I are too lazy to waste time with her anymore. If we really make her angry to death, it would be too easy for her. As the police investigate the arson case, Feng Rui will definitely not be able to escape responsibility. We walked out of the director's office, feeling much more relaxed. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. I'm in a good mood, and everything goes well. I actually ran into another big news. It's the crew next door. Let's go check it out. Tina obviously also heard the system's prompt and said excitedly, The Crew Next Door is a big production with a large cast. Is there going to be another accident with our colleagues? I immediately became excited. Then I must go and see it. Tina looked excited and pulled my arm. Is this your first time on the set? We have stopped working today. I'll take you to see the next set and take a look. Okay. I agreed without hesitation, my heart full of anticipation. We put on masks and quietly went to the next set. There were a lot of people, and fans were also waiting outside. We were stopped by the staff, but Tina secretly revealed her face and said she was here to see a friend, so we were able to enter smoothly. Entering the filming location, Tina and I were attracted by the scene in front of us. This was a costume drama, and they were actually filming a sex scene. This kind of scene is usually shot with a borrowed angle to make the visual effect more realistic. I saw that this scene would continue for a while, and I couldn't help but get excited. Is there something big going on behind this? Tina's eyes, as if she had noticed something. A bold idea suddenly emerged in my mind. These two actors. Sure enough, a few seconds later, I heard the system prompt. Oh my God, these two actually dared to be in front of the camera. Oh my God, there's a hand under the quilt. I couldn't believe my eyes. This is definitely not suitable for children. Tina was just making a random guess at first, but when she heard the voice in my heart and looked at the couple on the bed, the atmosphere suddenly became weird. The movements, postures, and expressions were just ridiculous. If anyone saw this scene, there would be no way to end it. Tina blushed as she thought about it. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask and a hat. Otherwise, she would have been embarrassed. Well, forget it. There's nothing to see. Let's go. Tina said and wanted to turn around and leave. Wait a moment. I gently pulled her sleeve, laughing excitedly in my heart. I can't leave. What if I miss the show? Tina was obviously attracted, and there was a hint of reluctance in her eyes. The actors in this crew are all famous, and I can feel that there may be more exciting plots to come. Look, that man is coming. I pointed at a man who hurried in and said in a low voice. He walked up to the director and whispered a few words. Isn't that man the actress' assistant? Tina's eyes lit up, and she slowly understood. This man was actually the actress's son-in-law. This melon can't be missed. Tina quietly stood next to me and found a hidden place to see it more clearly. After a while, the man walked into the shooting scene, and everyone's attention was instantly focused on him. He pulled the actress's arm and whispered, Shout XIN. Something happened at home. Hurry up and leave. The actress's face was instantly flustered, and she quickly asked, Why are you here? I have something to do at home. I'll leave first. The man said anxiously. The actress was suddenly pulled up and almost fell down. Unexpectedly, the quilt on the bed slipped off, exposing the key parts of the two people. I couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking that this was truly the highlight. Oh my God, this scene is not suitable for children. Tina didn't seem to notice what I was saying. Her eyes were complicated, and she didn't want to miss this big show at all. The actress on the bed was completely panicked. The male actor tried hard to get up, but forgot that his pants were half taken off. He fell down and fell heavily on the actress again. The actress was so angry that she finally struggled to sit up, and suddenly raised her hand and slapped the man hard. "Who asked you to come?" Her voice was filled with anger and humiliation, which startled everyone. The staff around began to whisper, and it was obvious that something was wrong with the scene. The man's expression changed, and he seemed a little sad. "Shout, Exen, I didn't mean it. Something happened at home. Are you tired of having trouble at home, every day?" The actress' tone became more intense. "You are useless, and you should have died long ago." She kept insulting the man, completely ignoring the awkwardness of the situation. The man stood there, his expression gradually changed from sadness to indifference, and his eyes became cold. Apparently, his patience had reached its limit, and coldness began to permeate his eyes. "Hey, you really are bullying an honest person, but she will probably regret it soon. After all, the person she bullied was..." "What after all? What is it after all?" I looked at the man, and he suddenly laughed, his eyes full of sarcasm. "Shout, Exen, I haven't told you yet what happened to your brother." The actress took the bag from her assistant and responded with disdain. "Whose brother could it be? It must be your stupid brother." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly saw the missed call on her phone screen, and her expression changed drastically. "What's wrong with my brother?" Her voice was hurried, with obvious anxiety. The man still did not rush to answer. He just sighed and looked at her silently. She could hardly contain her anger and hurriedly called her brother, but the call was never connected. "Tell me quickly what happened to my brother." She grabbed the man by the collar, her voice almost shrill. The man pushed her away and said calmly, "It was campus bullying. He beat up his classmate, and he is now receiving emergency treatment in a hospital. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Her anger broke out again, but the call still couldn't be connected. "Didn't I say that?" The man chuckled, his tone full of self-mockery. The actress was speechless for a moment and was furious, but she didn't realize that the man's attitude had changed. She vented her anger on the man again. "My brother has become like this since you came in. Did you do this on purpose?" The man sneered. "Then why do you think I did this on purpose?" "Of course you are, because..." She stopped talking angrily and said, "Go to the hospital and apologize now, kneel down, and wait until the family forgives you." The man took a deep breath and looked at her coldly. "You want to destroy everything for me? You want my whole family to starve?" Her expression changed, but she didn't give up. "No matter what, you have to kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you will go to jail." The man said in a cold tone, "Shao Xin, have you never loved me? What do you think?" She responded coldly, her attitude completely indifferent. At this time, the actor next to him finally spoke up. "Xin, I have connections in your brother's school. Maybe I can help." "Really?" The actress's expression immediately changed. Her eyes lit up. "Brother Zhao, can you really help me?" "It's a small matter," the actor said, glancing at the man, "but..." The actress immediately said, "Brother Zhao, don't worry. As long as you help me, I will divorce immediately and go with you." The actor chuckled. "I didn't say I wanted to marry you. It doesn't matter. As long as I can follow you, I don't want any status." She showed a smug smile, thinking in her mind how to profit from it. She took out the divorce agreement that had been prepared by her assistant and threw it in front of the man without hesitation. "Sign it, and you will leave the house with nothing. After all, the money in the house is earned by me." The man looked at the agreement, and without any hesitation, he picked up the pen and signed his name. Outside the room, Tina couldn't help but complain. "This is too frustrating, right?" I chuckled in my heart. It's really frustrating. Suffering so much for love. He really is a ninja turtle. At this moment, Tina suddenly had an idea. Her eyes flickered. "Why does this plot feel a little familiar to me?" Just then, a discussion was heard outside the crew. "Wow, why are there so many cars?" Tina turned around and saw 10 Maybachs and a Cullinan driving in a row. A group of men in black suits got out of the car, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. I recognized him immediately. The man in the lead walked up to the director and shouted, "Master, the master asked us to take you home." Wow, what a scene. People around were talking about it. At this moment, the man who had just signed the divorce agreement slowly walked out, instantly causing silence in the crew. Everyone's eyes were on him, and I couldn't help but roll my eyes in my heart. This plot is so ridiculous. But at this moment, I suddenly felt that this plot seemed a little too dramatic. Tina complained, her eyes still turned to the actors and actresses in the room. The expressions on both of their faces were very interesting. The actress was still in a daze, looking as if she had seen a ghost. Hey, you didn't expect it. The cowardly love-brained son-in-law is actually a prince. The status of their family in High City is almost the same as that of the Lin family in Beijing. That is, their family only knew how to cultivate the prince's business ability, which resulted in the prince never having experienced the pain of love, and that's why he was blinded by the actress. He also took the initiative to make a bet with his family, pretending to be poor and marrying the actress for 3 years. If they were still in true love after 3 years, he would ask his family to agree to their marriage and take him home. There are only 2 months left until the 3-year deadline. TSK, 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 I don't know whether this is lucky or unlucky. As I looked at the scene in front of me, I couldn't help but think it would be nice if there were some melon seeds. The actress obviously noticed something was wrong. Looking at her expression, it was obvious that she realized that her husband's identity was not ordinary. The man suddenly looked up and smiled. Xiao Xine, I haven't told you yet whose brother is in trouble. The actress's disdainful attitude changed instantly. When she saw the dozen missed calls on her phone, her face changed. What's wrong with my brother? Her voice was anxious. The man didn't answer immediately, but just sighed. She anxiously called her brother, but the call was not connected. Anger surged in her heart again. Tell me quickly, what happened to my brother? The man pushed her hand away and said calmly, It's school bullying. He injured a classmate and is now in the hospital for emergency treatment. The actress was so angry that she almost lost control. Why didn't you say so earlier? The man chuckled, his tone full of self-mockery. Didn't I say that? The actress was furious and took her anger out on the man. My brother used to be so well-behaved, but he became like this after you came into our family. The man's expression had turned cold. Then why do you think I did this on purpose? The actress seemed to realize that she was a little out of control and quickly changed the subject. Now go to the hospital and apologize. Kneel down to the family. The man's tone was as cold as ice. You want me to ruin my career and let my whole family starve to death? She roared. Your family is trouble every day. Aren't you tired of it? You might as well just die early. The man took a deep breath. His expression became even colder. Have you never loved me? What do you think? The actress sneered, without any emotion at all. At this moment, the actor next to him spoke up. Xin, I have some connections in your brother's school. I should be able to help. The actress' eyes lit up, and her attitude changed 180 degrees. Brother Zhao, can you really help me? The actor glanced at the man with disdain. It's just a small matter, but... The actress immediately said, As long as you can help me, I will divorce you. I didn't say I wanted to marry you. The actor replied with a smile. It doesn't matter. As long as I'm with you, I don't want any status. The actress was all smiles and didn't care about any status at all. She took out the divorce agreement she had prepared long ago and threw it directly to the man. Sign it, and you will leave the house with nothing. After all, the money in the house is earned by me. The man picked up the pen and signed his name without any hesitation. Outside the room, Tina watched all this helplessly and couldn't help but complain. This is really frustrating. I sneered in my heart. This woman is so cruel. Just then, a discussion suddenly came from outside the crew. Wow, why are there so many cars? I turned around and saw a long line of Maybachs and a Cullinan approaching. The scene suddenly became tense. A man in a suit strode to the filming location and shouted, Master, the master asked us to take you home. The crew was immediately shocked. Who is this? I was a little confused until the man who had just signed the divorce agreement slowly walked out. Tina had an incredible expression on her face and suddenly laughed. This plot is so ridiculous. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was really unexpected that this man was an invisible rich young man. I saw Lin Su coming towards me with a look of strong displeasure on her face. It was obvious that the look I just gave her made her unhappy. William, what are you looking at? She shouted coldly, obviously dissatisfied with my attitude. I could only show my signature smile and said, Hey, fourth sister, isn't this the first time we meet? Lin Su's expression eased a little, but he obviously didn't intend to let me go. She turned around and prepared to continue scolding Tina, but suddenly I heard a sigh in my mind. Poor fourth sister. According to the previous plot, she should have been the one who died the most miserably in the Lin family. She was actually fat to death. I felt a little sympathy for her, but I couldn't help but sigh that she was so bright and beautiful before, but was ruined like this by her assistant. What a misfortune she had. Lin Su's pupils contracted instantly, and he suddenly looked up at Tina. Tina remained calm and nodded silently. as if she had anticipated what I was thinking. Lin Su's expression changed slightly. She knew what I was thinking, but she didn't show much surprise. It seemed that she had known something for a long time. She began to lose control of her curiosity and wanted to know how things would develop next. Sister, are you in such a hurry to talk to me about something? Seeing this, Tina quickly changed the subject. Tina sharply, think about it yourself. Do you have anything to do today? I couldn't help but feel relieved, but Tina was a little afraid of her. You want to sign an endorsement? Let's go. There's only more than an hour left until the agreed time. Lin Su took Tina and quickly walked out of the crew. I hurriedly tried to escape from this place that was too popular. Fourth sister, if everything is all right, I'll leave first. Lin Su said calmly. Since you are here, let's go together and take a look at my work. I could only agree and followed her. Lin Su's aura was as strong as ever, making me feel an invisible pressure, especially her curiosity about my inner thoughts. We got out of the car. Lin Su arranged for the assistants to sit in the front car, and we got in her car. In the car, I saw her assistant Tao Tao and was attracted by her beautiful face at first sight. This is my assistant Tao Tao. Lin Su introduced Gachuedi. I've already learned about this key figure through the system. Tao Tao's original name was Tao Feng. He was once a man and experienced a complicated transformation. Wow, this lady boy is so beautiful. No, she should be called a transgender. This skin is really white. I wonder if it's natural or acquired. I was a little curious, but not overly interested. After all, these things had nothing to do with me. Tina and I were both curious about Tao Tao, but she didn't seem to care about it, while Lin Su had no aversion at all. Lin Su admires Tao Tao's abilities, but she doesn't care about her past. The system's voice rang in my mind again. How on earth will she harm fourth sister? At this time, Tao Tao took out a box lunch from the incubator next to her and said, Sister Lin, it's getting late. Let's eat something first. Lin Su habitually took the lunchbox and prepared to eat, but I snatched it away and said, Sister, I'm not full. Give it to me. Okay. Lin Su hesitated slightly, but seeing that I insisted, he didn't refuse. Tao Tao was a little surprised and took out a box of soup from the incubator. Sister Lin, how about some soup first? I grabbed the soup again and said with a smile dry, but I couldn't help but complain in my heart. This lunch and soup must have been filled with 9-breasted pig feed. Fourth sister is gaining weight so quickly. It's definitely because of this thing. I can't let her eat anymore. Tina heard my thoughts, and there was a complicated expression in her eyes. However, the most important thing is that fourth sister's physical condition changed so quickly in such a short period of time. There must be some incredible secret hidden behind this. I watched Lin Su's expression gradually change, and I couldn't help but laugh. She was obviously shocked by the 9-baby pig feed, I said in my mind. Tina was even more confused. 9 babies? Pig feed? What is that? Can I eat it? Will I turn into a pig? Her thoughts were out of control, and she didn't realize that Lin Su's expression had frozen. Lin Su seemed to be completely oblivious to Tina as thoughts, and was instead immersed in her own thoughts. She had been eating this kind of food for a while, and she didn't even notice it. After a while, everyone arrived at the signing location. The signing was originally very peaceful, and the atmosphere was harmonious. But just as I was about to sign, my inner voice started to ring again. Wait, we can't sign this brand. Their top executives are not politically correct people, and they will soon be boycotted by the entire network for insulting China. Lin Su and Tina paused for a moment, obviously realizing the seriousness of the problem. I looked at Lin Su's reaction and silently praised her in my heart. She was indeed alert. She opened the contract and said calmly, This clause of yours is a little unreasonable. Can it be modified? Tina also leaned over to take a look, and when she saw the clause that Lin Su was pointing at, she secretly admired him. Lin Su has a strong ability to respond and can always grasp the key points. When the floor manager heard the question, his expression froze, and he began to respond unhappily. This is what we agreed on before. If we want to change it, I'm afraid I'll have to report it to my superiors. Lin Su looked at the manager, his tone gentle but full of pressure. If the brand does something that goes against our country's political stance, we can unilaterally terminate the contract. The foreign manager sneered. You're talking about politics with a businessman? Lin Su put on a polite smile and said, Yes, politics is very important to us. The manager was obviously a little exasperated. If you don't meet the requirements, the contract must be changed, or you can leave. I couldn't help but admire it in my heart. Sure enough, this is what Lin Su wanted. She immediately responded, It doesn't matter. If you don't change it, we will withdraw. The manager was a little stunned. He obviously didn't expect Lin Su to be so persistent. Then we could discuss it again. The endorsement fee can be increased by 5 percentage points. Lin Su barely hesitated and shook his head. The price is not important. The terms must be changed. In the following situation, the foreign manager completely exposed his attitude and began to insult our country without any disguise. I thought to myself that this was not good, and it really came true. This brand did have some serious problems. Lin Su did not back down. She fought back bluntly, using fluent Chinese and the other country's language to mercilessly ridicule them. Then, the foreign manager was completely defeated. He sat on the chair angrily, his face pale with anger, and he had completely lost his temper. Fourth sister is so cool. I applauded her in my heart. It was so enjoyable. After this war of words, Lin Su's image has become even more impressive in my mind. She is not only smart and strong, but also uncompromising when it comes to national interests. I thought that a fourth sister like this should not be abandoned, and I must find a way to help her. But I also know that this method may cause disaster to my family members. Coming out of the conference room, the three siblings were in a good mood. Only the assistant Tao Tao had a sad face and seemed to be hesitant to speak. When they finally reached the parking lot, she couldn't help but speak. Sister Lin, this contract, are we really not going to sign it? What else? Lin Su raised his eyebrows. The foreign manager was almost taken away by the ambulance because of her scolding. Is there any room for turning the situation around? Sister Lin, I just think this matter is a bit bad. Tao Tao said seriously. After all, you personally ran around for more than half a month to get this endorsement. It's different from the previous small-scale ones. Lin Su certainly knew that she had put a lot of effort into this endorsement, but compared to the big trouble that would arise later, she would rather all her previous efforts go to waste. And she was curious. Tao Tao was clearly there just now. Couldn't she see that something was wrong? Even if that foreign manager showed that kind of expression, Tao Tao didn't think there was anything wrong. As I watched Tao Tao's actions, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. This woman is really good at provoking others. Tina, you have such a bad temper. Tao Tao turned around and said to Tina in a scolding tone, Sister Lin has put so much thought into this cooperation. It's really inappropriate for you to lose your temper at this time. Tina was stunned. She obviously didn't expect Tao Tao to say that. She burst into anger instantly. Do you think I'm not easy to mess with, assistant? I immediately stood in front of her and whispered to her, pay attention to your character and don't expose yourself. There are no cameras here. Tina disagreed, her eyes full of anger. Yes, I just saw some paparazzi over there, I added in a low voice. Tina obviously heard what I said, calmed down, and took a deep breath. Tao Tao continued to point fingers and gesture, totally ignoring Tina's words. Sis, Tina couldn't stand it anymore and asked in a low voice, am I particularly cheap? Why is she like shitting on my head? Lin Su's expression became solemn. She was silent for a moment and finally said, it's my fault. I didn't notice her problem before. She lowered her head and looked out the car window, staring at Tao Tao's back, obviously feeling complicated about this matter. In the car, the atmosphere was somewhat silent. William leaned back in the seat, but one thing was running fast in his mind. What's wrong? Lin Su suddenly asked, breaking the silence. Are we staying in the parking lot overnight? I pretended to be confused. You must be joking, Tina said angrily. Then hurry up and drive. Tina and I then realized that there was no one in the driver's seat. We sat in the car for 10 minutes. After returning home, Lin Su immediately went back to his room, called a private detective and paparazzi, and began to investigate Tao Tao's background. Not long after, Maria returned home, and Lin Su began to briefly explain to her what had happened. She got fat from pig feet. Maria was shocked. We decided to take Lin Su for a full body checkup the next day. However, when they returned to the living room, everyone was sitting on the sofa, except William. Where is William? Lin Su asked puzzledly. I came out of the kitchen carrying a pot of soup and saw the surprised expressions of my family, and couldn't help but smile. William, are you transforming into a house husband? Tina said jokingly. I haven't cooked for everyone for such a long time since I came back, so I decided to try it today. I greeted them with a smile. Everyone sat down politely and tasted my cooking. It tastes good. Parents and Tina praised it. William is becoming more and more capable. The mother's eyes were full of love. While everyone was drinking soup, Lisa suddenly asked, William, why don't you drink it? It's okay, I'm not hungry. I smiled and shook my head. Just when no one paid attention, my inner voice suddenly rang out. Of course I can't drink it because I put laxatives in the soup. This way, the whole family can go to the hospital together, and I have an excuse to let my fourth sister get a full body checkup. I'm really a smart person. Everyone froze when they heard this, but no one knew that my plan had already been quietly implemented. Chapter 134, Beating Tao Tao. Bang! Several people's spoons fell into their bowls at the same time, and they looked down at their bowls with dull eyes. Since the soup tasted really good, they basically drank half a bowl. Lin Su was particularly hungry as he had not eaten lunch, so he had already finished one bowl and was about to get the second one. She was so sad that she cannot even cry. She is ready for a physical tomorrow. Others were also shouting in their hearts, "There is no need for that. There is no need for that." William was unaware of everyone's collapse. He just ate his apple, immersed in his own perfect plan. The more I think about it, the more I realize how clever I am. The medicine was powerful and took effect after more than 10 minutes. Fortunately, the house is big and has many bathrooms, so it is barely enough. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. An hour later, William very considerately sent the whole family to the hospital. Seeing everyone's faces as pale as paper, William realized that he seemed to have given them too much medicine. Under the doctor's arrangement, the whole family went to the emergency room. They knew what William was thinking and cooperated by asking for a full body checkup. "Ah, big sister, Maria, you guys want to have your whole body checked too?" William vaguely realized that things were beyond his imagination. It's not just the two of us, there's also parents, the fourth child, the fifth child, the sixth child. Lisa looked calm and composed. William's smile froze on his face. "I only want a fourth sister to do the full body checkup. Why does everyone have to do it now? There are 7 people in total. Each person costs more than 10,000. Sky." Listening to William's slightly regretful voice, everyone tried to hold back their laughter. "Now I know, I regret it. When you give medicine to the whole family, why don't you think about the fact that the whole family will need to see a doctor?" The next day, the test results came out. Among the whole family, only father and Lin Su have health problems. His father has kidney deficiency and Lin Su's hormone levels are abnormal. My father's first reaction to the fact that he had kidney deficiency was disbelief. As a man, how can you say that your kidneys are not good? The family members also cooperated and did not mention it. They just quietly took out the treasured supplements in the storage room. Relatively speaking, Lin Su's problem is quite serious. Fortunately, the pigs ate the feed for a short time, which only affected their hormones and did not cause irreversible damage to their internal organs. You can still recover after a period of conditioning. William also breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, we still made it in time, but fourth sister, please don't confront the assistant, at least not alone. Otherwise, the assistant would definitely be desperate and would just hit the fourth sister with a club and kidnap her. After hearing William's words, Lin Su couldn't help but tighten his grip on the report. "Okay, I have to go back to the company first." Lin Su stood up and said goodbye to his family. William was suddenly shocked, worried that something might happen to Lin Su. He found an excuse to leave after he left. He followed Lin Su secretly, thinking that if Lin Su encountered any danger, he could appear in time. Just like a god descending to earth, he saved the fourth sister from danger. When the time comes, fourth sister will definitely give her a big red envelope. William was full of expectations, but he didn't know that his thoughts had already been heard by Lin Su in front of him. Lin Su remained calm and pretended not to know William was behind him. "Come to the company." Lin Su went to the utility room on purpose and then went straight to his office. Usually at this time, Tao Tao would be here to help her organize the information. The same is true today. At this time, Tao Tao was standing in front of the filing cabinet with her back to the office door, unaware of the danger, until she heard faint footsteps behind her, and when she turned around, she saw Lin Su standing behind her with a stick in his hand. "Sister Lin, you..." Bang! Before she could even open her mouth, she was hit by a club. She was hit so hard that she saw stars. "Fuck you. I've been so good to you. You're feeding me pig feed." Lin Su would not give Tao Tao any chance to react. He beat her and scolded her at the same time. Tao Tao had undergone many surgeries for sex change and had been taking medication to control her condition, which resulted in her not being in good health. After being beaten several times, he collapsed to the ground, completely unable to resist. Hearing Tao Tao's screams, Lin Su simply threw away the stick and started punching and kicking Tao Tao. "Since you joined the company, how have I ever let you down? Not only are you not satisfied, you're also trying to kill me. Believe it or not, I will beat you, you silicone man." This is what William saw when he rushed to the office. No, it was agreed that Tao Tao would hit me with a club and take me away. How come it became a one-sided beating by the fourth sister now? Seeing Tao Tao rolling her eyes, William quickly stepped forward to stop her. Hey, sister, stop hitting her. With her body like this, she'll die if you hit her again. Lin soon naturally knew that he must not cause any loss of life, so he stopped. Sitting on the sofa tiredly, resting, he asked coldly, Tell me, why did you hurt me? Tao Tao raised her head and looked at Lin Su with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Do you still remember Su Xiaoya? Seeing Lin Su's puzzled look, Tao Tao laughed at herself. Yeah, a big boss like you. How could you possibly remember a small person? Chapter 135. Chasing dreams requires reason. According to Tao Tao's description, his ex-girlfriend Su Xiaoya was a very good girl. Su Xiaoya has always dreamed of becoming a star, so she came here for an interview, but unfortunately she failed. After I went back, I became devastated and began to doubt myself constantly, believing that I failed the interview because I was too fat. In order to make herself thinner, she started a hunger strike and had liposuction surgery. Finally, he died on the operating table. So you came to be my assistant just to avenge your girlfriend. Lin Su frowned. She felt a little sympathetic towards the girl's situation, but she didn't think she had done anything wrong. Looking at Tao Tao, she took a deep breath and said calmly, The path of being an artist has never been suitable for everyone. I have selected people with good external conditions and strong talents. Do you think I am doing this just for the company? What else? Tao Tao sneered. Lin Su was not annoyed and continued. Have you ever thought about what those girls with average looks and talents would face if I recruited them? There was a hint of confusion in Tao Tao's eyes. She had never thought about this question before and didn't know why Lin Su suddenly asked this. Lin Su sighed softly. Then let me tell you, some of them will start crazy plastic surgery due to low self-esteem and eventually embark on the same path as your girlfriend, while others will be discriminated against and excluded by the audience or even cyberbullied. And in the end, there will be no good ending for them. Hearing these words, Tao Tao's eyes became more confused. If they do other jobs that are more suitable for them, they should be happier. Why do they have to make things difficult for themselves? Lin Su held his forehead and laughed at himself. I thought I was very conscientious in this line of work, but I didn't expect that I would still be hated so much. William looked at Lin Su's lonely look and wanted to go forward to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say. Fourth sister, this is not your fault. Su Xiaoya is a schizophrenic. She had a mental breakdown during the interview, but forgot about it after returning home. She later lost weight and had liposuction like crazy, which was also due to mental disorder. Is it really like this? Lin Su frowned slightly. At this moment, a message popped up on her phone, sent by the person who helped with the investigation yesterday. When they were investigating Tao Tao, they also dug up information about his ex-girlfriend. The above content does show that she is schizophrenic. Lin Su seemed to remember something and immediately contacted the HR department to retrieve the video recording of Su Xiaoya's interview. Tao Tao, take a look for yourself. She turned the computer monitor around. When Tao Tao saw the scene, she became excited instantly. Her eyes turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. She never imagined that there was a video record of her beloved in this world. But as she watched, her expression changed. In the screen, the beautiful girl first performed according to the topic she drew, but as the performance went on, her actions became more and more weird, and her emotions became more and more broken. In the end, it took several staff members to control her and let her leave only after she calmed down. In order to protect the privacy of the interviewee, this matter was not made public. She was simply eliminated on the grounds that she was not suitable for the entertainment industry. How could this happen? She's clearly recovered. Tao Tao was very upset and still couldn't accept it. Lin Su retrieved the information that the private detective had just sent. These are her medical records. The last time she went to the hospital was 2 months before the interview. It shows that she has not recovered. In other words, she may have stopped taking medication without permission. You should know what consequences this will have on a mentally ill patient. She did complain before that the pills made her fat, but she later said she was fine. Tao Tao obviously also realized this cruel truth. Regret, pain, and despair continued to spread. After a while, the police arrived. No matter what, she couldn't escape the responsibility of drugging people. When everyone left, William received a payment message on his mobile phone. William, this is the red envelope my sister gave you. Thank you for letting me get a physical checkup, which is how I discovered such a big problem. Lin Su said with a smile. She did not forget the big red envelope that William had been thinking about. 5 million. William stared at the phone screen with his eyes wide open. As expected, this is the entertainment industry. They are always generous. But he still remembered what Lin Su said to Tao Tao just now. To outsiders, artists in the entertainment industry are indeed glamorous, but this path is not suitable for everyone. Later, Lin Su asked the public relations department to issue an announcement on this incident. I hope those young girls who dream of becoming stars can learn from this. After finishing a series of things, William finally returned to school. Unexpectedly, although he was not in school during this period, the legend about him never stopped. Many people were saying that since he didn't come to school, he must have become a star. Most people expressed envy. He is already a rich and powerful young man, but he still became famous through variety shows. Which door did God close for him? Some people are sour. I think that by doing this, William is relying on his own resources to steal other people's jobs. When William showed up at school, many people came to please him. But there were a few annoying ones who tried every possible way to embarrass William. On this day, a boy from the sports college posted on the school forum. Basically, it means that everyone exaggerates William too much. He is just a rich boy, nothing special. As soon as this post was published, it was besieged by William S. fans. At the end of the argument, the boy uttered some harsh words. William, there will be a school sports meet in a few days. I have signed you up for a swimming competition, 50-meter and 100-meter freestyle. Do you dare to participate? To be honest, although William can swim, he is definitely not good enough to compete with professional athletes from the sports academy. But his fans are unaware of this and are still speaking for him, expressing their belief that he must be the best. He was simply praised to the point of being the best in the world. William was overwhelmed by all the flattering news. He finally felt the power of the boomerang. He once called other people's fans brainless fans, and now that his own fans are being criticized, it seems that he is not much better. It seems that I have to take this game. Chapter 136, Saving the Dog. After William agreed to compete, the matter became even more heated. Someone even initiated a vote on the school forum. Seeing more and more people supporting him, William became a little anxious. Is this the power of flattery? Judging from the current situation, whether he loses or solves the problem in advance, his reputation will be ruined. While hesitating, he suddenly remembered. In addition to having money, I also have superpowers. System, we've been working together for so long. Can you give me a backdoor? Give me a card that can improve my swimming skills? William asked quietly. It was originally a last resort, but he didn't expect the system to actually respond to him. Host, I have the authority to open the mall task for you in advance. After completing the task, you can successfully open the mall, where you can use points to redeem skill cards. Really? Then hurry up and open it. William's eyes suddenly lit up. Mall Mission 1. Save the licking dog. William looked very interested, waiting for the next step of the system's instructions. However, it did not. These few short words are all that is required for this task. William had no choice but to wander around the school, hoping to meet the bootlicker who needed his rescue as soon as possible. But I walked around and didn't meet anyone, so I had no choice but to sit on a bench next to the school woods and bask in the sun leisurely. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that besides him, there were two dogs basking in the sun here. One little yellow and one little white. They just snuggled together and licked each other's fur. Dog licker. William's mind suddenly lit up. Yes, the system didn't say that this dog licker refers to a human. Or maybe it really is a dog. William immediately perked up and stared at the two dogs intently. Although he has no idea what dangers the puppies will encounter in school, he remains focused and is always ready to save the puppies from danger. Perhaps his behavior was too strange, and students passing by also stared at the dog curiously. I don't understand, but he must have his own reasons. The clear-eyed college students all thought so. Before they knew it, a row of curious people were squatting next to the dog. After about 10 minutes, someone finally couldn't bear it anymore. Classmate, what are you looking at? The person who was speaking was a boy who was dressed in an exaggerated manner and wearing all branded logos. He looks like a rich second generation. William said calmly without even looking up. I think they will be in danger. Oh, from the Animal Protection Club? I heard about dog thieves recently, but this is at school after all. They can't be that rampant, right? The rich second generation is still puzzled. William didn't say anything. He didn't know how to explain to these people. Gradually, the onlookers felt bored and left one after another. In the end, only this rich second generation was left. Feeling that this rich second generation was always by his side, William finally shifted his gaze temporarily. Hey, brother, are you so free? Of course I am. The rich second generation looked at the package in his hand and suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, I forgot. At this moment, his cell phone rang at the right time. When he saw the name displayed on the screen, his expression suddenly became flattering. After answering the phone, he said with a doting tone, Yuan, I'm sorry, Oh, I didn't mean to send you food. It will be there soon. 5 minutes, no. 3 minutes, just 3 minutes, huh? Don't be angry, blame me. It's all my fault. As he spoke, he trotted towards the girls' dormitory. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in William's mind. Danger. After listening to the system's prompts clearly, William glanced at the direction the rich second generation left, then glanced at the two licking dogs, gritted his teeth, and rushed towards the rich second generation. Compared to dog life, human life is more important. The rich second generation was too anxious and ran faster and faster. As he passed a fork in the road, he heard a sharp car horn. It's too late to dodge. Come back here. At the critical moment, his arm was pulled violently by someone. As he looked on in horror, a truck just drove past him. His heart was beating violently, and he felt his whole body go limp. He was so scared that he couldn't utter a word. No, brother, you don't look at the road. William ran too fast and was a little out of breath. He subconsciously slapped the rich second generation on the body, but he didn't expect that he almost knocked the frightened rich second generation to the ground. William quickly supported him and dragged him to the steps next to him. Hey, the soul is back. He raised his hand and waved it in front of the rich second generation. Suddenly, the rich second generation grabbed his hand. Benefactor, my savior. The rich second generation's voice and hands were shaking. It's all right. William pulled his hand out with great effort. Now that the people here have been rescued, it's time for him to go back and continue looking after the dog. But at this moment, the voice of the system came from my mind. Congratulations to the host. Mall Mission 1. Save the dog is completed. William was surprised and slowly turned his head to look at the rich second generation who was still grateful. Dog liquor? What? The rich second generation seems to have not reacted yet. Soon, he heard another strange sound. Oh my God, you're talking about this licking dog? No, who are you scolding? The rich second generation also seemed to realize that William was talking about him and wanted to question him on the spot. But he suddenly realized that he didn't see William speak. Is this a ghost? Isn't this a fool? He has been PUA'd by the so-called goddess for so long, paying money and working hard, but the goddess is using his money to support her boyfriend. Oh, it turns out the goddess boyfriend is even more amazing. He's been married for a long time and has a pair of twin children. That is to say, this licking dog buddy not only has to support his goddess, but also his goddess boyfriend and her entire family. He is truly a modern saint. Even the Buddha has to give up his seat to him. The rich second generation was confused, completely confused. What is this? Voice of your heart. He opened his mouth to ask William what was going on, but found himself muted and unable to speak. His face turned red, and after a long while he managed to squeeze out a sentence. No, brother. Huh? Can you speak again? After several attempts, he found that as long as he didn't ask about what the inner voice said, he could speak normally. After thinking it over, in order to verify the truth of his thoughts, he said to William sincerely, My benefactor, can you do me another favor? Chapter 137. Be careful in your next life. Half an hour later, William accompanied the rich second generation to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Through casual chatting along the way, William learned that the rich second generation was named Zhang Xiaofu, who was in the same grade as him and also a freshman at a university. Zhang Xiaofu's family is not from Beijing. He himself has poor academic performance. The only reason he can go to school here is because his father Zhang Dafu donated a building to the school. Generally, people as rich as him do well in school. However, his family made their fortune from mining mineral resources more than 10 years ago and were considered nouveau riche, which led to him always feeling inferior deep down. It is a kind of inferiority complex that cannot be concealed even if you are covered in brand name logos. Plus, he wasn't very smart. William analyzed that this is why Zhang Xiaofu can be a bootlicker. Just now, Zhang Xiaofu asked him to go with him to deliver food to the goddess, wanting him to help see whether the goddess likes him or not. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he decided to come and see what was going on. And William didn't know that opening the mall was a system upgrade project. So the upgrade will bring other changes. The most important thing is that there is a certain chance that the people involved in the mission and who have been helped by him will also be able to hear their voices. After waiting for a while, downstairs of the girls' dormitory, I saw a girl dressed elegantly walking down. The skirt the girl was wearing was something William had seen in the gift Lisa gave to Lin Wanwan. It should be the latest model from a luxury brand. The bag the girl carried was also a luxury item, with a huge logo printed on it. Judging from appearance alone, the girl's figure and face are indeed good. But the look she gave Zhang Xiaofu was filled with disdain and contempt. Why is it so late? I am starving. I almost had a car accident on the way. I am sorry. Zhang Xiaofu's attitude remained humble, but there was a hint of tentativeness in his tone. Sure enough, the girl didn't react at all after hearing that he almost had a car accident. After taking the big bag of food from the five-star hotel, she casually walked out of the school and said, I'm going to eat with my bestie. You go back first. Zhang Xiaofu nodded, his eyes dimming. After the girl walked away, William nudged Zhang Xiaofu with his elbow. Don't you want to know if she likes you? You can follow her and see what she says about you to her bestie. That's right. Zhang Xiaofu's eyes lit up, and he immediately followed with William. The girl was chatting on the phone the whole time and didn't realize she was being followed. They followed him smoothly to the downstairs of a residential area outside the school. I was still worried at first, but it was impossible for them to follow someone home. But at this moment, a man walked out of the shop next door and waved to the girl. The girl trotted over happily and threw herself into the man's arms. Are you starving? I don't know what happened to that idiot today. He brought the food so late. I'm a little hungry, but today I want to eat you. Looking at the two of them going upstairs together, Zhang Xiaofu's heart was completely broken. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still very upset. Brother, I'm heartbroken. I've been so good to her. How could she do this to me? How could she bully others like this? As he spoke, Zhang Xiaofu even started crying. William patted Zhang Xiaofu's shoulder gently and comforted him. Sometimes it's like this. Someone will stand up and pedal the bicycle you don't want to ride. Halfway through his speech, he felt that it was not right to say this now. So he quickly changed his words. Ahem. Anyway, you just need to keep your eyes open in the future. Zhang Xiaofu cried even louder. In fact, he was not that sad about losing this unrequited love. What really concerned him was the money he transferred out. In order to please the goddess, he noted in every transfer that it was a voluntary gift, but now he can't get it back, even if he wants it. I lost so much money. If my stepmother knew about this, I would be finished. Zhang Xiaofu and William returned to school. I sat on the bench, unable to recover for a long time. William didn't know how to comfort him. At this moment, another prompt came from the system in my mind. Mall mission 2. Pat the dog's head. Just like last time, after just a few words, there was no more movement. William turned his head and looked at the soft grass beside him, where Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai were still basking in the sun. When he was hesitating whether to go up and jerk off, he suddenly saw a sexy young woman in black stockings walking towards him. The young woman's outfit exuded the familiar smell of money. William seemed to have thought of something and asked curiously, By the way, Xiaofu, what does your stepmother look like? She's quite young, not much older than me, and she's very kind to me and my dad, but sometimes she's really too fierce, like a tigress. If I make any mistake, she'll beat me more harshly than my own mother. She has a great figure and dresses very sexy. Every time I go out with her, people think she is my girlfriend. My dad often beats me up for this. Zhang Xiaofu talked endlessly about his stepmother. Oh, I see. William agreed while watching the young woman in black stockings walk behind Zhang Xiaofu. She also heard what Zhang Xiaofu said, and a look of annoyance appeared on her face. After a moment of silence, William raised his hand and gently touched Zhang Xiaofu's head. Xiaofu, be careful in your next life. Zhang Xiaofu was stunned. Brother Lin, don't worry. I won't be upset just because I was cheated of a little money. William shook his head silently. No, I want you to be careful in your next life and not speak ill of others behind their backs. Chapter 138, It's Broken. The third sister is back. When Zhang Xiaofu realized the seriousness of the matter, it was too late. This stepmother was just as he said, very irritable. William didn't want to see any bloody scenes, so he quietly left when a battle started. At the same time, he received a reminder in his mind that the task was completed. Sure enough, a dog licker's head is also a dog's head. William looked at the system's newly created mall happily, which contained a wide variety of products. It's just that he has too few points, and most things are still gray. He quickly found sports-related ones on the skill cards. Just as I was about to make a choice, I suddenly heard ghosts howling behind me. Brother Lin, don't leave. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Xiaofu stumbled over and hugged William's thigh. The young woman in black stockings was following behind him. Zhang Xiaofu, you've kept this from me for so long. If the bank hadn't called me today, I wouldn't have known you maxed out my card. Look at what you have accomplished. You spend so much money to be a bootlicker for others? Is that what your father and I taught you? I have to say, this sister is pretty. Even when she's angry, she still looks sexy and charming, especially when running. The waves are rough. Zhang Xiaofu's father eats really well. William sighed, trying to shake Zhang Xiaofu off while continuing to look at the system all. Unexpectedly, during the tug of war, his hand suddenly slipped and he clicked on an item card. Exchange successful. Get the extraordinary fertility experience card. In an instant, all the blood in William's body froze. No, what is it? William hurried to check. He found that his points were indeed very few, and there was an item called Super Fertility Card in the warehouse. There is also an introduction to the item above. Simply put, after using it, it can help people give birth to excellent children. No, with the genes of his parents, the Lins, do they need this kind of thing? Also, this prop card cannot be sold again for points after being redeemed. So what about the swimming card he wants? System, there's an extra confirmation step when exchanging items. Can I die? Didn't the person who designed this thing consider the possibility of accidental touches? William gnashed his teeth in hatred. Hey, this design was approved by the higher-ups. It has nothing to do with me. Host, you can choose to continue to complete tasks to accumulate points. It will be very quick. No. William's temper also flared up. Given his lax personality, it would be great if he could complete 2 more tasks for the sake of a game. If it happens again and again, he won't have the patience. Oh, the worst that can happen is that I lose the game. I won't do any more missions in the future. Anyway, I have a lot of spare money now, so I don't need anything. Host, you can't do this. Take a look at our mall. There are many good things that can be exchanged, such as super handsome cards, master music talent cards, oh yes, and the most popular Master X ability card. As long as you do more tasks, you can exchange them. The system is anxious. This involves his KPI. If the host completely gives up, he won't be able to hold his head up in front of many systems by the end of the year. Seeing that William had no intention of compromising, the system was helpless. Okay, host, I will apply for a swimming card for you. I got a master swimming card. Do you want to merge it? William's eyes lit up when he saw that the system was really threatened by him. He did not notice the small line of words at the bottom of the card and chose fusion without hesitation. In the evening, William returned home. I plan to try out the effects of the swimming card in my home swimming pool first. The Lin family was also surprised to hear that William was going to participate in the school sports meet. William, it's a good thing to participate in more group activities. Don't worry, your family will support you. The mother looked at her baby son with a smile on her face, and the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. The father also waved his hand and said, I will have someone clean up the swimming pool, and then I will ask the national team to hire a coach to come to your house to give you temporary training. Invite the national team to come and be his coach. He was just going to participate in a school sports meet, not the Olympics. William's impression of the Lin family's generosity was once again refreshed. Just when I was about to say that there was no need to go through so much trouble, I heard the nanny's slightly excited voice coming from the entrance behind me. Master, madam, the third miss is back. Third sister? So you? William looked back in surprise, only to see the entrance door open and a young woman in her 20s walking in from outside. He was wearing a casual suit with a thin windbreaker on the outside. The small face is as big as a palm, and the makeup is very delicate. But those eyes were as calm as water, without the slightest ripple. There's a sense of indifference that keeps people at a distance. William had seen Suyu's photos before and had also read a lot of news about Suyu on the internet. Even so, he was still so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. In his opinion, a woman's appearance is sometimes a plus and sometimes a minus. As a lawyer, I belong to the latter. In such a serious profession, being too beautiful would make people subconsciously question her professional level. The fact that Suyu can achieve such success in her field shows that her professional level is so strong that it can outweigh the burden of her appearance. The temperament she displayed now was like a beautiful yet poisonous flower. People could only admire her and not dare to have any blasphemous intentions. Oh, Xiaoyu is back. Come quickly, come quickly. When your mother heard that you were coming back today, she already cooked your favorite soup for you. Seeing his daughter, who had not been home for many years, come back, The father smiled with wrinkles on his face. Good. Suyu's face finally showed a hint of smile, and his whole demeanor became much softer. The whole family sat at the dining table, enjoying themselves. But William didn't know if it was his illusion. He always felt a chill on his back, especially when he recalled that he had called the police to report Suyu for soliciting prostitution in order to save her. He felt even more uneasy. Seeing that he had almost finished eating, he slowly put down his chopsticks and was about to leave carefully. But Suyu spoke first. By the way, I just heard you say that William is going to practice swimming? Yeah, we're thinking of finding him a coach. The father seemed to have thought of something and asked with a smile, I almost forgot. Xiaoyu, you also train with the national swimming team for a period of time. Do you have any good suggestions? I heard that the national swimming team is preparing for the championships recently, so they might be quite busy. Suyu tilted his head and thought for a moment. If it's just a school sports meeting, I think I can just train William. That's fine too. The mother was even happier when she heard this. Suyu decided to train William at home, which means she will stay at home longer this time. It won't be like before, where they would leave after staying for only 2 days. Others were equally happy. Only William had more cold sweat oozing out his back. In particular, he also saw the meaningful flash in Suyu's eyes when he looked at him. Chapter 139, Trapped by the System. The pool was cleaned quickly. William changed into his swimming trunks and went downstairs, feeling increasingly uneasy. I saw my third sister wearing a sexy swimsuit, leaning on a bench next to the swimming pool, leisurely drinking juice and eating snacks that her mother had just baked. As the saying goes, eating sweets makes people feel good. Since you're in a good mood, everything should go well. William comforted himself in this way and walked forward nervously. But who would have thought that as soon as he approached, he heard Suyu's emotionless voice. William, when you entered the yard just now, did you step with your left foot or your right foot first? How should he answer this? He knew in his heart that Suyu was still brooding over the last time he called the police to catch her soliciting prostitution. Sister, I had no choice at the time. I just wanted to save you. Just tell me whether I succeeded in the end or not. William straightened his back. He looks so confident, and even if he is not right, he still feels confident. Oh, then I really have to thank you, my good brother. Suyu stood up and stretched slightly. Then she pulled out a small pink whip from somewhere and waved it in the air twice casually. William was stunned and subconsciously took 2 steps back. No, sister, we are all decent people in my family. How could you have such a thing? This is a gift from a wealthy female client. She said it doesn't hurt when hit. I think it's quite handy. I think it might be useful today, so I took it out. Suyu was straightforward, with an inexplicable seriousness in his eyes. William no longer wanted to complain about why someone would give such a thing as a gift. In order to ease the atmosphere, she forced a smile on her face. Sister, our swimming is a pure competition, not a prop competition. We don't need to be urged. Okay, then you try it first. If you perform well, I won't whip you. Suyu raised his chin, signaling William that he could start. Sister, let's make a deal. If you behave well, you can't use violence. William was still worried. But before he could finish, Suyu raised his long legs and kicked him directly into the swimming pool. William is still confident in his superpowers and wants to show off his master-level swimming skills. It would be best if the third sister could deeply understand after watching it that with his level, he does not need any training. Just travel. William dived directly into the water. I have to say, this prop card is really useful. He seemed to feel an unprecedented freedom in the water. Without feeling any resistance at all, he rushed directly to the other side. After a handsome somersault, he rushed back. When he emerged from the water, he found that Suyu was stunned. Sister, is this the first time you've seen someone swim so fast? Yeah, it's the first time I've seen you. Suyu nodded slowly, twitching the corners of his mouth slightly. This is the first time I've seen a doggy paddle that's so fast. God knows how shocked she was just now. William's action was so standard that if you were far away, you would probably think it was a puppy that had accidentally entered the swimming pool. And it's an extremely agile puppy. The speed is even more amazing. It's like having a turbine installed on the butt. William was also confused. He slowly returned to the horizontal state and swam twice experimentally. As he watched his arms paddling the water skillfully, he realized that something seemed to be really wrong. No matter how stupid he was at this moment, he guessed where the problem lay. System, get out here. System, how dare you trick me? After roaring for a long time, the faint voice of the system finally came into my mind. Host, just tell me whether your swimming level is at the master level or not. and the prop card has the swimming style indicated. You just didn't see it. William then noticed that there was indeed a line of super small words on a master swimming card. Note, doggy paddle. William's eyes went dark all the time. But he was also glad that it was discovered in advance. Otherwise, if it was not revealed until the school sports meet, he would never be able to see anyone again. William's thoughts intermittently. She originally thought that William grew up in the countryside and only knew this kind of wild way. In any case, the swimming speed is quite fast, which must be the result of hard training. It can be said that he is diligent and hardworking. I didn't expect that he would use some skill card. Although I don't know what that thing is, it's definitely not something serious. What she hates most is people who are not down to earth and like to take shortcuts. So she took out the small whip again and hit William directly on the butt. William, if you don't want to make a fool of yourself in the competition, practice hard. Practice. Definitely practice well. William certainly knew that he was in a bad situation. The system will definitely not give him any other skill cards. He can only rely on himself and can no longer be careless. But then again, the place where I was whipped by that little whip really didn't hurt. It felt numb. No wonder so many people have strange love affairs nowadays. While he was daydreaming, Suyu had already jumped into the water. With one hand, I stretched out his arms in the doggy paddle position, and with the other hand, I pressed down on his shoulders to open them. However, it may be that the level of this swimming card is too high, and it is indeed difficult to correct it. Suyu's attitude was very stern. If he does something wrong, he will be kicked. But this was in the water, and most of the strength was taken away. The actual force of the kick is very small and soft, just like a massage. William gradually found the pattern and started making mistakes in different ways. It just so happened that he had been suffering from back pain recently, so he asked his third sister to replace the masseur and relax his muscles. Oh yes, right here. Not bad. Not bad. This strength is just right. Cool. When Suyu heard William's thoughts, he was furious. William, if you don't correct it, don't blame me for the prop game. As she said this, she was about to go back to the shore to get the whip. Hey, no, I'm going to practice hard, really practice hard. William hurried to stop him, but while pulling, he accidentally hooked the swimsuit strap of the third sister, then ripped it off. The air suddenly stagnated. William reacted quickly and covered his eyes immediately. I'm sorry. Sister, I didn't mean it. I didn't see anything. I really didn't see anything. William. A roar lingered over the Lin family. Accompanied by wailing and begging for mercy, it lingered for a long time and never stopped. Chapter 140. Kick the cripple's good leg. The next day, a luxury car slowly stopped in front of the school gate. William limped out of the car and took out a mask and put it on, fearing that he would be recognized. But as soon as I walked into the school, I heard a slightly hesitant voice coming from the side. Lin, brother Lin. Turning around, I saw Zhang Xiaofu standing not far away. He also limped and walked slowly towards him. The only difference is that William is lame in his right leg, while Zhang Xiaofu is lame in his left leg. William couldn't help laughing. Why? Were you beaten by your stepmother? No, my stepmother isn't that violent. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Zhang Xiaofu's honest face. I thought about it yesterday and still felt aggrieved, so I thought about going to that couple to ask for an explanation. Oh, and then someone asked for an explanation? William smiled, even more happily. What can I do? There are only two of them, and I am on my own. The more Zhang Xiaofu spoke, the lower his voice became, and it was obvious that he had no confidence. After saying that, he immediately changed the subject. By the way, brother Lin, what's going on with you? I fell accidentally. William lied calmly and without blushing. Oh, that was quite careless. Zhang Xiaofu didn't have too much doubt about William's words. But the next second, he heard William's voice. It's all tears if I talk too much. God knows how third sister has such great stamina. She chased me around the swimming pool for more than 10 laps without even getting out of breath. That was more than 10 laps. In the end, I was exhausted and fell down accidentally, spraining my ankle. Listening to these tearful accusations, Zhang Xiaofu was so shocked that his mouth remained open. Subconsciously, I wanted to ask them what kind of hatred or grudge there was between the siblings, but I couldn't open my mouth at all. After holding it in for a long time, he could only ask in a roundabout way. Brother Lin, I heard that you have 6 sisters. Are they all very kind to you? Okay, all good. William nodded. At the same time, I started to complain silently in my heart. Except for my third sister, my sisters all seem to be very nice to me. Oh, but I can't blame my third sister. Who told me to report her for soliciting sex with a prostitute and accidentally rip off her swimsuit? Zhang Xiaofu almost vomited blood. I thought William was pitiful for being treated like this by his sister, but now it seems that he asked for it. Zhang Xiaofu even couldn't help but bring himself into it. If he treated his stepmother like this, he would probably be beaten even worse. Zhang Xiaofu had no way to comfort William, so he could only pat William on the shoulder with an expression of "I understand." The two of them supported each other and walked into the school. William. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the side. It was Qiu Xiaoyan. William was suddenly overwhelmed. When I had nothing to do a few days ago, I didn't meet so many acquaintances. Although I am in such a mess today, I keep meeting people. William, what's wrong with you? Qiu Xiaoyan came forward and asked with concern. But when she saw William and Zhang Xiaofu supporting each other, her pupils dilated instantly, as if she suddenly remembered something. You guys? William, you're not really like what the rumors say. Rumor? William was stunned for a moment, and soon realized what Qiu Xiaoyan was talking about. He quickly shook off Zhang Xiaofu's arm and explained, "Don't talk nonsense. I don't like men." Qiu Xiaoyan looked at William's panic and couldn't help laughing. She took the opportunity to ask, "Really? Then how do you prove it?" William was even more confused. "How to prove this? Then you could just be my boyfriend." Qiu Xiaoyan smiled with her eyes curved, and there was a hint of mischief on her pretty face. William opened his mouth. This seems it's a bit inappropriate." Before William could finish, Zhang Xiaofu immediately pulled him back and said seriously, "Brother Lin, this is a trick she used to stay with you." William was confused. "My stepmother said that the prettier a girl is, the more dangerous she is. Look at how pretty she is. She must be greedy for your body." Zhang Xiaofu stood in front of William, looking righteous and awe-inspiring. "If you compromise now, she will definitely trick you into bed with her soon." You. After Qiu Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment, a blush instantly appeared on her face. Feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, he pointed at Zhang Xiaofu for a long time and couldn't say a word. "See, I was right." Zhang Xiaofu raised his head and looked at those villains who were successful. Then, the next second, tragedy happened. Qiu Xiaoyan was so angry that she kicked Zhang Xiaofu's right leg. And amid Zhang Xiaofu's screams, he ran away without looking back. "Xiaofu." William patted Zhang Xiaofu on the shoulder earnestly and said, "Listen to my advice. Eat, drink, and have fun in the future, and don't waste your time on dating." In the following days, an incongruous scene was often seen in the school. William, who had a lame leg, pushed Zhang Xiaofu, who had lame legs in both, in a wheelchair. About William's injury gradually spread, and many of William's fans sent gifts of condolences. Had provoked, William couldn't stand it anymore and said sarcastically that William was pretending to be injured in order to avoid the competition. At first, William was unwilling to pay attention to him, but the gym student refused to give up and deliberately waited outside the restaurant, blocking William and Zhang Xiaofu, who had just come out. "William, if you are afraid, just admit defeat as soon as possible. We are all men. Who doesn't understand that?" The athlete's tone was very contemptuous. Taking advantage of the fact that it was dinner time and there were many people here, he was certain that William would not do anything to him. Normally, William would not bother to argue with such a person and would not do anything to him. But Zhang Xiaofu is here today. In recent days, Zhang Xiaofu has been looked down upon many times because he is in a wheelchair, and he has been very angry. Seeing the athlete's look of asking for a beating, he quit on the spot. He stood up with great effort, raised his crutches, and threw them at the athlete. "Who do you think you are? How dare you bark like a dog in front of Brother Lin?" The gym student never expected that he would be beaten by a person in a wheelchair. After taking several hits, he finally fought back. For a while, the two of them fought fiercely. "Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me!" William limped closer while shouting to stop the fight. But before he could touch the two people, he turned around and fell down. "Ouch! It hurts! Why did you push me?" William fell to the ground, pointed at the athlete, and spoke tremblingly. At this time, not only the sports students, but even Zhang Xiaofu were confused. Is this a scam? Chapter 141, Poor Qiu Xiaoyan. "No, I didn't touch you." The sports student was also confused and even grabbed Zhang Xiaofu and asked, "Come on, tell me, was I fighting with you just now? When did I run into him?" Zhang Xiaofu reacted quickly this time and immediately looked terrified. "Look at you. You're obviously prone to violence. You're taking advantage of me and Brother Lin being injured to make trouble. Aren't you just thinking that we are easy to bully? Bah. The physical education student subconsciously wanted to push Zhang Xiaofu away, but was afraid that Zhang Xiaofu would also fall down. He had no choice but to hold Zhang Xiaofu's arm awkwardly and force him back into the wheelchair. William, don't try to blackmail me in public. I didn't touch her. The athlete tried to have a nice talk with William. But William still sat on the ground and pointed at his feet. Then let's go to the school hospital for a checkup. If I'm really injured, it's because of you, so you have to pay for it. That's what you did before. The athlete was halfway through his words when the rest of them got stuck in his throat. Yes, if he said that William's leg was injured before, wouldn't he be spreading rumors? But if he insisted that he did not spread the rumor, then he would really be blackmailed by William. William's faint voice came to his ears. You have to think carefully. My legs are for the inheritance and for the continuation of the family line. I am the future head of the Lin family and the commercial tycoon of the capital. You know what I mean? I can't afford the legs of a commercial tycoon without 1,000,000 or 800,000. These words, mixed in with the surrounding discussions, echoed in the athlete's mind like a magic sound. He gradually began to sweat. Under such pressure, his psychological defenses finally collapsed. Okay. I admit that I was just making things up, okay? I apologize to you. I wronged you. I'll post a clarification when I get back. That's more like it. William realized that his goal had been achieved and stopped sitting on the cold ground. He got up calmly, patted his clothes casually, and pushed Zhang Xiaofu away. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind, by the way, I recorded what you said just now. If I don't see the clarification post within 10 minutes, just wait for the Lin family's lawyer's letter. After they walked away, Zhang Xiaofu tugged at William's sleeve. Brother Lin, you are really awesome, but I have a feeling that guy will not give up. What if he trips you up again during the game? Don't worry, it won't happen. William had a smile on his face, and his eyes were full of calculation. Zhang Xiaofu subconsciously shrank his neck. Thinking back to William's attitude just now when he said he would commit fraud, he believed that William would not suffer any loss. William didn't want to continue training because of his leg injury. However, no one in his family supported him in this matter. Maria took him to the hospital for examination in person, and after returning, she assured the whole family that William's injury would not affect his training at all. Seeing his plan to be lazy being exposed so quickly, William was almost in tears. They could only continue to train obediently and submit to Su Yu's tyranny. Fortunately, this kind of training was effective. He finally managed to correct his posture a little, but his speed was relatively slow. William, I warn you, even if you lose the game, you're not allowed to use that doggy paddle. The Lin family can't afford to lose this person. Su Yu would warn him every day. Even so, she was still not very reassured about William. You have to know that William's dog paddle is at the master level. He has practiced it to perfection, and it is impossible to completely change it in a short period of time. At this point, she could only hope that William would have a little shame. On the day of the competition, Su Yu and Maria both came to the competition venue. Maria was worried that William might get hurt accidentally due to his impulsiveness, while Su Yu was simply there to supervise. Qiu Xiaoyan also waited at the venue early to cheer for William. But she saw from a distance William and two very beautiful women walking in. The three of them were talking and laughing together, and they seemed to have a very good relationship. She had seen Maria before, but the other one was very unfamiliar. After a brief thought, an idea suddenly came to my mind. So close, could it be? Qiu Xiaoyan has always been prone to associations, and quickly came up with all kinds of bad ideas in her mind. At the same time, the jealousy in my heart grew stronger and stronger, especially when she saw that William seemed to listen to that strange woman very much. She became completely jealous. She really couldn't understand why William didn't even look at her even once, even though she was so beautiful. Is it because... Qiu Xiaoyan sniffed and looked down at her slightly flat chest. No, even if she doesn't have an advantage in terms of figure, she can't just sit there and wait for death. As the saying goes, happiness is something you have to fight for. She immediately stood up and walked towards where William and the other two were. No matter what, she had to do her best for the person she loved. William. Qiu Xiaoyan. This time, William also saw Qiu Xiaoyan first. Just as he was about to go forward, he was held back by Su Yu. It's the critical moment of the game. You should concentrate first, and we can talk about your girlfriend later. So you said seriously. She's not my girlfriend. William didn't want to be misunderstood by his family, so he quickly explained. This scene happened to be seen by Qiu Xiaoyan. Because of the distance, She didn't hear what William and Suyu were saying. After he appeared, the strange woman became very unhappy, and William was trying to coax her with an anxious look on his face. Xiao Xiaoyan felt like her heart was broken. But when her mind and eyes were full of William, she did not notice a crack in the floor tiles. She just walked up and tripped. If she were on the ground outside, she should be able to steady herself quickly. But when she tripped, her other foot happened to step on the floor tiles without anti-slip mat. Just like that, she completely lost her balance and was about to fall backwards. If you land on the back of your head on such a surface, the consequences will be very serious. Xiao Xiaoyan, I'm here to save you. William reacted quickly and rushed towards Xiao Xiaoyan immediately. Xiao Xiaoyan also reached out her hand in panic, trying to grab William's hand. But this distance is obviously not enough. In that split second, William made his choice. After a very fast sprint, he suddenly jumped up, raised his foot, and kicked Xiao Xiaoyan hard on the butt. With a loud plop, Xiao Xiaoyan was kicked directly into the swimming pool. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, if she fell like this, she would definitely hurt her head and might even become mentally disabled. I am really smart. Chapter 142, Crushing Victory. Not far away, Maria and Suyu silently held their foreheads and turned to walk towards the audience seats at the back. It's really unbearable to watch. Now, they just want to pretend that they don't know William. I was really overthinking it. There's no need to worry about William being influenced by his girlfriend, because he doesn't have a girlfriend. Yes, third brother. Now you just need to worry about how to defend William later. After saying that, the two of them looked towards the swimming pool silently. Xiao Xiaoyan was obviously dressed up carefully today. She wore a beautiful dress, had delicate makeup on her face, and her hair was specially curled. But what about now? After being pulled out of the water, I was soaked all over. The clothes stuck to the body, with only a hint of underwear showing through. The hair was not in the right shape, part of it was stuck to the face, and part of it was messy and dripping. Fortunately, her cosmetics are waterproof, so the makeup on her face is not smudged too badly, and she still has a pretty little face. He just looked a little disheveled, and I felt sorry for him when I saw him. William, hire another lawyer then. Suyu sighed silently. She didn't want to tarnish her nearly perfect career because of this guy William. Maybe William sensed his third sister's embarrassment, but he was finally considerate for once. He took a large bath towel from the side and wrapped it around Xiao Xiaoyan. He also took out a tissue and helped Xiao Xiaoyan wipe her face. This also made Xiao Xiaoyan feel a little relieved from her humiliation. Seeing this scene, Maria and Suyu both breathed a sigh of relief silently. It seems that William can still be saved. A relieved smile appeared on Maria's face. Suyu also nodded silently. However, William suddenly seemed to see something and raised his hand towards Xiao Xiaoyan's face. Don't move. There seems to be something on your face. As he said this, before Xiao Xiaoyan could speak, he pinched something with his fingertips and pulled it gently. Looking at what William held in his hand, Xiao Xiaoyan's expression changed again and again. William, I don't want to talk to you anymore. After saying that, Xiao Xiaoyan couldn't bear it anymore and ran away without looking back. Maria and Suyu looked at what was in William's hand with strange expressions. Isn't that a double eyelid tape? Oh, forget it. Let's not rescue him. Zhang Xiaofu came in from outside and saw Xiao Xiaoyan leaving crying. He walked up and asked curiously what happened. I don't know. He just ran away for no reason. William was confused. Zhang Xiaofu shook his head and sighed. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea. Inside the competition venue, the sports students also came early to prepare. William provocatively. But what he didn't expect was that after a while, a classmate came over and called him. Why are you still here? The long-distance runners outside have started to take roll call. Long-distance running? The athlete was stunned. He didn't remember signing up for the long-distance running event. Seeing that his classmate was very sure, he had no choice but to go out and take a look. I didn't expect that he was actually on the list of contestants. The person in charge of this project was a professor from their college, so he didn't dare to question it and had to rush to prepare. Long-distance running is not his strong point, and by the time the race was over, most of his strength had been used up. But before he could catch his breath, someone came calling him again. Hurry up, the triple jump over there is about to start. If the long-distance running might have been signed up for him by a professional teacher, then what about the triple jump? It's not in his major at all. But hearing the loudspeaker calling his name constantly, he had no choice but to go ahead. After another round of physical exertion, he finally made it back to the swimming pool before the swimming competition. Seeing William giving him a malicious smile, he realized that he had been fooled. Standing on the prepared platform, he said viciously, "William, you are too despicable. I learned this from you." William didn't care. He has never claimed to be a gentleman, so naturally, he doesn't mind using some tricks to give others a taste of their own medicine. The sportsman was extremely angry, but when he lowered his head and saw William's proud body under his tight swimming trunks, he became even angrier. But he firmly believed that God would not be so unfair. I want to always favor William, the dude. However, he was soon slapped in the face. The moment he entered the water, he felt William beside him rushing out at an extremely fast speed. That kind of explosive power was something he had never seen before. He was anxious, but because of the two previous events, his muscle strength was severely insufficient, and he couldn't catch up at all. I had to keep comforting myself that William, an amateur, was just using up all his strength in one go and would surely become exhausted soon. Later on, I will be able to catch up with him with the help of some skills. However, he miscalculated again. William's speed did not slow down from beginning to end, and even at the end it seemed as if he was trying to play a trick on him, swimming 2 or 3 meters ahead of him. He accelerated and William also accelerated, not giving him any chance at all. Soon, the game was over. William won the first place without a doubt, while the athlete only got the second to last place due to physical exhaustion and mental breakdown. It's much worse than his previous performance. Why, you don't accept it? William's eyes were full of provocation. The athlete clenched his fist, pointed to another empty practice pool nearby, and said, "If you have the guts, go over there and compete again." He was certain that William's physical strength would be affected after swimming. To round it off, they are now on the same starting line again, and he can't lose again. William nodded indifferently. "Whatever, if you want to compete, then compete." Soon, the two of them were standing by the practice pool. As gunshots were heard over there, they jumped into the water at the same time. This time, William intends to convince the athlete. He directly used his most familiar dog paddle and threw the athlete far away in an instant. Even the athletes didn't realize what they had discovered. Unable to sense William's location, he thought William was doing something again, so he stopped in the middle to check. When his head popped out of the water, he saw William swimming back from the opposite side at a speed as if he had an engine installed. Then he passed by him again and came back again. Too fast. Is this a speed that humans can achieve? And what about that posture? If someone had been timing just now, William would definitely have broken the record. The sports student was confused. After returning to the shore in a daze, he still couldn't believe that he was completely crushed by the incompetent playboy he had always believed in. While he was in a trance, William had already gone to happily receive his medal. But when William returned to the audience, he saw Su Yu's gloomy face. "Third sister, what's wrong? Didn't we say that you're not allowed to use the doggy paddle?" Su Yu said this almost with gritted teeth. "I didn't do that during the competition. I just swam over there a little bit just now, and no one saw me." William smiled innocently. But soon he couldn't laugh anymore, because he found that many people in the audience were looking at him with their faces, trying to hold back their smiles. Looking up, he saw his figure doggy paddling on the big screen above. "Just now after the competition, your school TV station wanted to interview you, and unexpectedly, they just happened to record the footage of you swimming over there." Chapter 143, Leaky Voice. William opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. Although he had just been tough, he still felt a little embarrassed when he saw his ridiculous appearance in front of everyone. Now that things have come to this, he can only keep comforting himself. It would be a waste if you don't use the skill card you worked so hard to get. Fortunately, the picture on the big screen did not last too long and was soon replaced by the official game picture. Just when I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Zhang Xiaofu handed me the phone with a sly smile on his face. "Brother Lin, your photo is on the school forum." "Huh?" William couldn't believe it. How could someone be so quick? And looking at Zhang Xiaofu's expression, I always felt that something was not good. Sure enough, what was posted on the forum was a set of photos of him during the game. But the angle of each photo is particularly unique and tricky, especially a photo of him doggy paddling against a wall and flipping over. I don't know how the other party found such a good opportunity to take the photo. William showed off his impressive figure while being funny. That chest muscle line, that arm line, that oyster mushroom line. In addition, there are many close-up shots. People in the comment section are also good at finding the key points. "Oh my God, I didn't expect this rich young man to have such a nice figure. Not bad, not bad. This is more than good. This is simply a male bodhisattva. Wow, long live the male bodhisattva. Male bodhisattva. Can you give me a few more? With the protection of anonymity, will everyone really stop pretending? William was stunned. This was simply a large-scale social death scene. No matter what, he is just an innocent little boy. Why is he being stared at like this? How could he face anyone like this? When leaving the competition venue, William silently put on his hat and mask again. Fortunately, this is not the first time he has suffered such social failure. It doesn't matter, this life will pass quickly. Unexpectedly, this matter did not end so easily. When he got home, he opened the door and heard several fireworks. At the same time, ribbons and confetti are flying everywhere. Family members came out and applauded enthusiastically. Congratulations, William. Brother William is the best. William didn't expect that his family would get the news so quickly and prepare a celebration for him in advance. This finally brought a little warmth to his wounded heart. However, the next second, he could no longer feel warm. I saw my mother snapping her fingers lightly, followed by a crash sound. A huge poster fell from the sky. It slowly unfolds under everyone's expectant gaze. The first thing that appeared was a line of large golden characters. Congratulations to William on winning the championship. Next is a photo of William swimming. Yes, it's a doggy paddling photo. God knows how weird the atmosphere became after this poster appeared. After a moment of silence, everyone burst into laughter. Even the servants couldn't help themselves and lowered their heads with trembling shoulders. William wanted to kneel down on the spot at this moment and promised that he would never doggy paddle again. Third sister, does this damage my personal image? William gently tugged at Suyu's sleeve, still holding a glimmer of fantasy in his heart. Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. Of course not. Only something as bad as you reporting me for prostitution before can be considered as intentionally damaging my personal image. William, okay. So he was waiting here. William thought about it and decided to do something to make his third sister stop caring about this matter. By the way, can you tell third sister that the person in charge of their rival law firm has some special hobbies, such as liking to smell other people's body odor? Thinking of this, William came close to Suyu and whispered, Third sister, in order to make up for what happened before, I can tell you some secrets, and then the grudges between us will be written off. Suyu nodded pretentiously. Okay, then you have to tell me some useful secrets. William was delighted and lowered his voice and said, It's Lawyer Lee who usually doesn't get along with you. He likes to smell body odor, I know. Suyu replied expressionlessly. Huh? You know. William was stunned and quickly asked the system to add more information in his mind. The system also cooperated and told him some more things. Oh, the person that the third sister has been in contact with recently turned out to be a liar. He is guilty of premeditated murder, not manslaughter. Third sister, there's one more thing. It's about the man who entrusted you 2 days ago. He committed homicide intentionally, not premeditated murder, I know that. Suyu's tone remained calm. William was once again blocked from speaking, so he had to continue searching for gossip related to Suyu. Third sister, your former colleague. Spreading rumors about me and others behind my back, I know. And the place where you ate last time. Tricked me with a substandard steak. I know it. The little yellow dog downstairs in your law firm. 4 cubs were born yesterday, I know. William was stunned, completely stunned. How come no matter what he said, Suyu already knew it? Looking at William as a slightly confused expression, Suyu smiled and said, William, can you say something new? William has already told all the related gossip, so what's new? The other people in the family who were watching couldn't help but snicker. Who let William's inner thoughts leak out? It can't be entirely blamed on Suyu for bullying him. At this moment, Lin Wanwan, who had been sitting in the corner fiddling with her mobile phone, suddenly screamed, Wait a minute. What's wrong? Everyone looked over in confusion. Normally, Lin Wanwan is calm and taciturn and rarely gets startled like this. Lin Wanwan stared at the phone screen several times before slowly raising her head. Marx has entered the entertainment industry and become a star. Chapter 144, Correcting the World. Hearing this name that had disappeared for a long time, everyone was in a trance for a moment. Ever since Marx was kicked out of the Lin family, everyone tacitly stopped contacting him, and he never provoked anyone from the Lin family again. During this period, in order to prevent him from starving to death outside, his father's assistant would transfer living expenses to his card every month. At first, the assistant would report Marx's situation to his father. Later, when I saw that he didn't do anything weird again, I stopped paying attention to him. He did all those messed up things, and he still entered the entertainment industry. Tina frowned slightly. After all, in front of the paparazzi, the fact that Marx was once the adopted son of the Lin family could not be concealed, and the bad things that have been done will also be exposed to the public. By then, I'm afraid that not only she will be implicated, but the whole family may also be implicated. The fourth brother, Lin Su, immediately called a few reliable contacts to find out what was going on. While waiting, she read the news about Marx's debut and carefully analyzed the details. Marx's contract is not with a small company. How could such a big company suddenly sign him with no background? It's really strange. Even if we suppress Marx's mess, it will cost a lot of manpower and material resources. Do they think they can make back the money from Marx? This matter is unbelievable, and I can't understand it no matter how hard I try. William also asked the system to check it promptly. He didn't know why, but this matter always made him feel a little uneasy. A few minutes later, the message came. William listened to the system's explanation. His expression became increasingly ugly. What? Marx is the long-lost child of the Gene family? Under this trigger, the Gene family and the Lin family will fight to the death in the future. In the end, it will lead to the bankruptcy of the Lin family and heavy casualties? No. Is there any necessary connection between the before and after? The Gene family is going to go against the Lin family just for a piece of trash. Is this reasonable? This time, William's voice was full of complaints and dissatisfaction. There was also a lot of anger mixed in it. What the Lin family didn't know was that there was actually a more important reason why William was so angry. William came into this world. He wanted to save more money and then live a miserable life. Later, he couldn't bear to see such a good family member encounter danger, so he tried to find ways to resolve the problem again and again. But the system just told him that it was because he changed the fate of the Lin family that the heavenly Tao began to correct the plan. This is also the reason why the Gene family suddenly appeared. This is also what made William angry. He had finally resolved those important crises and could finally be a rich second generation and rest assured. As a result, just because of a simple word from the old thief Tiandao to correct the world, the Lin family will be bankrupted again and all his efforts will be in vain. Who wouldn't be angry if something like this happened? But even though he was angry, William had not completely lost his mind. These days, he also saved a lot of money in real estate. No matter what happens in the future, he must protect his own little treasury. As he thought this, he hurried back to the house to count his belongings. Only the Lin family members were left with confused looks on their faces. Could this Gene family be the same Gene family as the Gene Group? It should be them. The entertainment company that Mark signed with is under the Gene family. But I remember that they moved their business overseas 10 years ago and almost gave up the domestic market. Logically, there should be no conflict of interest with our family. Even if there is, it's just normal business competition. It can't be a fight to the death, right? After these days of contact, everyone has complete faith in William's words. But they just couldn't figure out how they had offended the Gene family to the point of having their family destroyed. Perhaps it is true, as William said in his heart, that all this has something to do with Marx. Marx hates us, so he instigated it, Maria said with a frown. Marx has done so many unscrupulous things, and my father kicked him out of the house and gave him living expenses every month. It was already merciful enough. How dare he still feel resentful? Tina was extremely angry. After a moment of silence, Suyu, who had been silent the whole time, spoke quietly. Maybe things are not that simple. With the current size of our family, even if we go bankrupt, it will not happen overnight. We can't be impatient. Let's take it one step at a time. In short, we have to deal with it as it comes. The third brother is right. The father looked at his daughters with satisfaction, his eyes becoming firm. The Lin family has stood firm in the capital for so many years. I don't believe that we can really fall into the hands of an ungrateful brat. The mother gently held her father's arm and said firmly, "Don't worry. The Su family will never stand idly by when the Lin family encounters difficulties." With these words from their parents, the six sisters felt at ease. At this time, Lisa seemed to remember something. By the way, I received an invitation to a charity auction this weekend, and the Gene family will also attend. I originally planned to let my assistant attend, but now it seems that it would be better for me to take this opportunity to get in touch with the Gene family. I will bring William along when the time comes. The proposal was quickly agreed by the whole family. As long as William has a chance to interact with the Gene family, maybe they can hear more about the Gene family's inner thoughts, and they won't be too passive. William didn't know that his family had clearly arranged everything for him. He lay on the big bed in the bedroom, looking at his own small treasury and the balance in his bank card. I slept very soundly. Chapter 145. Share the joys and the sorrows. No matter what the future holds for the Lin family, William still has to continue his studies. What he didn't expect was that after his reputation as a male bodhisattva became known, public opinion on the forum gradually became distorted. I don't know who started it, but it was said that if you meet such an outstanding boy, you should pursue him bravely. Anyway, if you catch up, you will make a lot of money, and if you don't, you won't lose anything. In this way, many girls found out about William's whereabouts and waited at the classroom door to confess their love to him. They even shared the whereabouts they had found out to encourage their sisters to go for it boldly. This resulted in people coming up to William and shyly asking for his contact information, even when he was having lunch in the school cafeteria. While passing by the school store, William had an idea. I went in and bought a salted fish headgear and put on my head. Just when he was about to marvel at his own cleverness, the girl stuffed another love letter into his hand when he was leaving the store. William thought for a moment and looked up at Zhang Xiaofu. "You're too conspicuous. Go buy one and wear it too." Ah, Zhang Xiaofu looked at the funny green salted fish head and felt a little embarrassed. Although he doesn't have a good sense of aesthetics, he still cares about his image. It would be so embarrassing if someone found out I was wearing a headgear like this. How would I ever find a girlfriend? But William patted Zhang Xiaofu on the shoulder earnestly and said, "Brother, we share the good and the bad." "All right then." Zhang Xiaofu nodded reluctantly, turned back to the store, and bought a red salted fish headgear of the same style. Soon, two salted fish heads, one red and one green, walked on the campus. Even though they were more conspicuous than before, no one recognized them. But maybe because their images looked too abstract, they alarmed the security guard. "Hey, who are you two? What are you doing here?" "Run." William was about to explain when Zhang Xiaofu grabbed his arm and ran away. This running made the security guard even more panicked. "Immediately call other companions using the intercom. The appearance of suspicious people in school is no small matter and must not be taken lightly." Wait a minute." William was already feeling a little suffocated because of the hood he was wearing, and after running for so long, his heart was pounding even faster. He quickly grabbed Zhang Xiaofu and asked in confusion, "No, why are you running? We are not thieves." Zhang Xiaofu panted even harder, and it took him a while to catch his breath. "Yes, really? When I was a kid, I followed my dad to set up a stall to avoid the urban management. It became a conditioned reflex." William didn't know what to say for a moment. Just at this moment, he suddenly heard a noise behind him. "I saw 7 or 8 security guards rushing over here." "Run." This time, it was William who grabbed Zhang Xiaofu and ran. Zhang Xiaofu was puzzled. "Brother Lin, didn't you say that we don't need to run?" William said impatiently. "That was because we didn't have to run just now. How embarrassing it would be if there are so many people chasing us now." According to William's plan, as long as they ran to a deserted place and threw away the hoods in time, they should be able to avoid the siege of these security guards. But plans often cannot keep up with changes. He suddenly saw a familiar figure appear in front of him. It turned out to be the eldest sister's assistant, Luo. She is that beautiful lady who is very capable at work and can fight well. Previously, when he went to deliver food to his eldest sister, he was stopped by the security guard at the door. It was this assistant and his eldest sister who dealt with the security guard who stole company secrets. William was about to raise his hand to greet them. He heard the security guard behind him shout, "Girl, be careful. Don't get hurt by these two perverts." William heard this. He thought to himself that this was not good. Sure enough, after Luo learned that the two of them were perverts, instead of leaving, he casually put his briefcase aside with a serious look on his face. No." Before William could speak, Luo rushed towards them. The first to be hit was Zhang Xiaofu, who was grabbed by Luo, twisted around, and pressed to the ground. This is not the end yet. Seeing that Zhang Xiaofu was in so much pain that he couldn't move, Luo immediately came to deal with William. "Wait a moment, assistant, and wait a moment," William shouted while resisting. However, the sound insulation of this salted fish headgear was too good. His voice became very vague after it came out and was completely unrecognizable. And under his defense, Luo's expression became more serious. "How shameless of you to come here and bully students with your skills." And Luo's attacks became more and more fierce. William saw that it was no use hiding like this, so he started to fight back. Under the suppression of his size and strength, he finally controlled Luo. Just when he was about to call Zhang Xiaofu to come over and help him take off the hood, he suddenly felt a cool breeze under his crotch. And Luo Luo didn't give up even though he was restrained. He raised his legs backwards and pressed straight into his lower body. William reacted quickly, but still didn't completely dodge. Ah! With a shrill scream, William's body stiffened and he slowly fell down. And Luo Luo took the opportunity to rush over and control William, and William immediately raised his hand. Stop! At the same time, he took off the hood suddenly. William, seeing that embarrassed yet familiar face, and Luo Luo was also confused. Hurry up and pull me up. William was extremely anxious as he saw the security guards were about to catch up with him. Although Luo Luo didn't understand what was going on, she immediately helped William up and got him into the car next to her. When the security guard and other students arrived, the car had already left. There's only one left. Catch him. Everyone rushed forward and grabbed Zhang Xiaofu, who had just recovered a little. Zhang Xiaofu was about to collapse as he watched the car driving away. What happened to the promise of sharing happiness and hardships? Liars. All of them are liars. Chapter 146, they're all fake. The atmosphere in the car was solemn. After a long while, Luo Luo asked awkwardly, William, are you okay? Fine? How can it be okay? William was also devastated. He really wanted to ask Luo Luo where he learned this vicious move that specifically targets the lower three roads. If he hadn't reacted quickly and deflected an inch, he would probably have been extinct. However, after roaring inwardly, he could only pretend to be calm. Fine, that's good. And Luo Luo slowly breathed a sigh of relief. She was also very nervous. If she really kicked the darling of the Lin family, her career would be over. By the way, assistant, why did you come to school to see me? Is there something going on with my elder sister? William asked doubtfully. Well, yes. And Luo Luo took out a folder from the briefcase next to him and said, there will be a charity auction in a few days, and Mr. Lin plans to take you with him. Auction? William took the folder and started flipping through it. In his impression, the Lin family never seemed to have much interest in auctions. Even charity events are basically just a formality. Since the Lin family has little knowledge of antiques and jewelry, they still do a lot of charity work on a daily basis, so this is not a big deal. William looked through the information curiously and saw the Jean family among the people participating in the event. Although I don't know why my eldest sister participated in this auction, since there's a chance to come into contact with the Jean family, it is also an opportunity. At this time, the car slowly stopped by the roadside. Wait for me. And Luo Luo got out of the car, apparently wanting to buy something. William didn't even look up. After a while, Luo Luo came back. She did not continue to sit in the passenger seat, but sat in the back seat, next to William. William, your hand is injured. Let me take care of it for you. And Luo Luo took out the disinfectant and Band-Aids she had just bought. William discovered that there were several wounds on the sides of his palms. It must have been scratched during the fight, just now. He originally wanted to refuse, thinking it was not a big deal, just a little skin breakage. But seeing that Luo Luo had already prepared the disinfectant, he still reached out his hand. It should be a little painful, just bear with it. William disagrees. But the next second, he still shuddered in pain. It turned out that there was a small piece of sand embedded in the wound, and Luo Luo used a little force to clean it out thoroughly. William endured the pain and adjusted his posture. The car shook slightly and was just seen by a passerby. The world is going downhill. William followed Luo Luo to Lisa's office. There were several exquisite and quaint boxes placed on the table and on the ground. These are some antiques that I had someone find. Pick one and take it to the auction. Lisa said straight to the point. William walked forward, picked up an exquisite box, and looked it up and down. And Luo Luo quickly reminded, William, be careful not to fall. William said nothing, put down the box in his hand, and picked up another one next to it. After a moment of silence, he said calmly, don't look at it. It's all fake. How come? And Luo Luo was stunned and quickly looked at Lisa. Boss Lin, these are... Lisa waved her hand casually. It's okay. I thought about it a long time ago. The antique business is complicated. We don't have any good experts here. It's normal to be taken advantage of. Indeed. Hey, that's not right. And Luo Luo seemed to suddenly think of something and turned to look at William. Then how did he figure that out? This question also confused Lisa. Yeah, they don't even have reliable experts. But William just said it casually, and she believed it immediately. Naturally, she would not tell outsiders about her inner thoughts. not even if Enluoluo was her most trusted assistant. In this case, we have no choice but to throw the problem aside. William, you said these are fake. Are you sure? Lisa also looked curious. William was sure of this because the system told him so. But the system didn't tell him the reason, so he had to bite the bullet and make it up. Sister, look at this Song Dynasty bottle. The craftsmanship of the patterns on it is not right. Some of them are too clear. The technology at that time could not achieve that. Also, this painting is very similar, but the brushstrokes at the end of the signature are revealing. And this small bronze tripod must be fake. If it were real, I'm afraid we would all be taken away. After making up some nonsense, William said that he had been interested in these things since he was a child and had secretly learned them by himself. Fearing that he would continue to be questioned, he quickly changed the subject. Sister, if these things can be returned, then return them. If they cannot be returned, forget it. Every failure makes you wiser. But you better find out who sent these junk. After all, if we really take these to the auction as planned, our Lin family will be regarded as a joke. This matter was indeed very serious, and Enluoluo no longer had time to wonder where William learned his skills. Instead of worrying about how to solve the problem, it is better to directly solve the person who created the problem. Boss Lin, I'll go take care of it first. Lisa nodded. After Enluoluo and her men moved the junk away, she looked at William. William, there are only 2 days left before the auction. Time is tight. Do you have any good channels to buy authentic items? That's easy. William patted his chest, quite confident. Half an hour later, Lisa looked at the bustling market in front of her, and there was a hint of complexity in her eyes when she looked at William. I thought William could take her to some collector's homes or some other reliable place. If all else fails, you can hire a master for help at a high price. Unexpectedly, William took her directly to the antique market. William, it's not that I don't believe you, but I've heard that there isn't even one genuine item among the 100 here. Chapter 147: Eating melons can lead to life-threatening consequences. Of course, it's no problem. Sis, you just need to trust me. William is still very confident. After saying that, he tapped the system in his mind. Help me identify it later. But after waiting for a while, the system only replied with 2 faint words. No help, Doc. William's expression froze, and he quickly asked, No, don't let me down at the critical moment. Didn't you just say you could help me identify it? That was a trial version, which allowed you to experience our treasure appraisal service first. Now the trial has expired. If you want the official version, you need to complete tasks to redeem treasure appraisal cards. The system tricked me again. William was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. But this time, he was more careful and went to the mall to read the detailed instructions on the treasure appraisal card first. Sure enough, this treasure appraisal card is different from the previous master-level swimming skill card. It's actually limited time. After purchasing it once, you can only use the treasure appraisal skill for a few hours. It can be said to be quite uneconomical, but he had already boasted too much before, and now he had to bow his head. Task: watch and eat melons. Hearing the name of this mission, William slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't need to do anything, just eat the melon. At this time, there was a burst of noise coming from the front. William quickly pulled Lisa over there and squeezed to the front. Be on the front line and strive to complete the task early with excellent performance. Standing in the center of the crowd were 2 women and 1 man, all of whom looked to be in their 20s. There didn't seem to be anything special about their argument. It was just about catching the mistress. Xiaomei, how could you do this to me? You are my best friend. The woman in yellow pointed at the woman in black and questioned her. The woman in black was not afraid at all. Instead, she hugged the man's arm and said boastfully, Brother Song has disliked you for a long time. It's you who keeps pestering me. You have no shame at all. You actually said I'm shameless? I treat you as a friend, and you stole my boyfriend? The woman in yellow was shaking with anger. Seeing that the friendship had completely collapsed, she had no choice but to look at the man. Brother Song, you said you loved me yesterday. How come she said I was pestering you? Xiaoli, listen to me. The man was also a little panicked. He looked at the 2 women repeatedly, and it was obvious that neither of them wanted to give up. William watched from the sidelines, complaining to the system in his mind. Why does this melon become less and less tasty as I eat it? What's so good about this little fight? The system ignored him. There was no other way. In order to complete his task, he could only continue to watch patiently. While he was daydreaming, he didn't know what the 3 people said. The man suddenly took out a knife and put it against his chest. Stop fighting. This is all my fault. It's my fault, okay? I shouldn't have fallen in love with both of you at the same time. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. Most of the onlookers looked at him with disdain. However, the man was holding a knife, and in order to prevent him from doing anything extreme, they did not dare to talk too loudly. I could only curse in my heart. This man is such a scumbag and disgusting. However, the world of love-brained people is often incomprehensible to normal people. After hearing what the man said, the two women's eyes turned red. Brother Song, don't be impulsive. It's my fault. I shouldn't have forced you. Brother Song, I'm not breaking up with you. Put the knife down. What they said was sincere, and it didn't sound like superficial persuasion at all. But the man was still very devastated, looking like he was deeply in love but not understood by the world. The two women became more and more excited as they spoke, and were about to rush forward to grab the knife from the man's hand. Such dangerous behavior caused screams from people around. In the chaotic tussle, the man's knife flew out. The direction is exactly where William is. William was suddenly startled and cursed the system in his heart for being so unfair. Such a boring melon can be used as a task. It turns out that it contains a hidden danger. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged it with a quick move. But he suddenly discovered that there was a fat man behind him. If he just hid like this, with the fat man's body shape, he would definitely not be able to escape. In a flash, William dodged and grabbed the fat man's arm and pulled hard. But he still underestimated the fat man's tonnage. Although he pulled the fat man away, his own center of balance was unstable and he could only hug the fat man's waist. After stabilizing themselves for a while, William and the fat man actually posed in a way that the princess exposed her waist and turned around. Seeing the knife fall to the ground, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The fat man was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He stood up in a hurry and thanked William. "Thank you so much, little brother. You are my savior. It's all right." William's arms were sore, and he whispered, "Brother, you really should lose some weight." "Hey, yes." The fat man also had a smile on his face. Even after being criticized like this, he didn't seem angry at all and still looked good-tempered. William was not so easy to talk to. He turned around and looked at the three people and started to scold them. Unexpectedly, the three of them hugged each other without anyone noticing. It was like a long-awaited reunion, with all misunderstandings resolved, and she cried with all her heart. "Great, Brother Song, you're okay. Stop arguing. We won't argue anymore." "No, can't the crazy man and woman just die farther away? Do you really consider these many people as part of your play?" As if sensing William's displeased gaze, the three of them also looked over. The man stood in the middle, holding a woman's hand. "I'm so sorry. I almost hurt you just now." William felt like he couldn't say a word. His mother tongue at this time is speechlessness. The two women also began to bow and apologize to the people around them. "I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Don't worry. We have decided that the three of us will stay together in the future. We will definitely be happy." Well, now William is not the only one who is speechless. Who on earth is going to be at peace with your crazy behavior? The onlookers all looked constipated, but thanks to their years of education, they managed to refrain from swearing. The fat man also held it in for a long time before he squeezed out a sentence. "Oh my God." Chapter 148, Poor Fatty. The crowd gradually dispersed, and William and Lisa also planned to leave. The fat man immediately stood in front of him and said sincerely, "My benefactor, are you free now? My shop is over there. How about going in and having some tea? Do you own a shop here?" William looked the fat man up and down. Only then did I notice what the fat man was wearing, which indeed looked noble. There's a jade ring on her finger, a beeswax bracelet on her wrist, and a warm wuxia pie pendant around her neck. With a set of new Chinese-style clothes, even though William doesn't have the ability to appraise treasures now, he still looks quite intimidating. I thought that since they were here to buy things, it would be nice to sit down and chat with them. Fatty's shop is in the middle of the antique market, in a pretty good location. The store is quite large and has a young man employed to look after it. "Benefactor, what is your name?" The fat man asked William and Lisa to sit down, and then went to make tea himself. "My name is William," William answered while observing the surrounding furnishings. The fat man smiled and said, "What a coincidence, my mother's last name is also Lin, so we are quite predestined." Judging from his appearance alone, the fat man's squinting eyes give people the first impression that he is a profiteer. But his attitude towards William was very sincere and kind, and his shrewd little eyes also had a hint of cuteness. "My name is Song Shu, and everyone here calls me Fatty. But benefactor, Please don't be too formal with me. You can just call me Little Fatty. That's too embarrassing. William didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Song-shu looks to be almost 40 years old. How weird is it to call him Little Fatty? However, this humble attitude made William feel that he should be a pretty good person. I'll call you Fatty. Okay, I'll be generous this time. Song-shu quickly agreed. After the three of them drank a round of tea, Song-shu waved his hand and asked William and Lisa to choose anything in his shop as a thank you for saving their lives. He assured again and again that everything in his store was absolutely authentic. William naturally had to refuse such a big gift. Just at this moment, the wind chimes outside the door rang, and two men walked in carrying a big bag. Song-shu looked at them and said in a low voice, "These two look unfamiliar. I'm afraid my clerk can't handle them. I have to go check them out. Excuse me for now." "It's okay, go ahead." William just had time to chat with Lisa and discuss whether to take anything away from here. Just now, the system had prompted him that the mission was successful, and he directly exchanged it for the treasure appraisal card. Although Song-shu said that there were no fakes here, if he really wanted to take something from here, he couldn't be careless and needed to integrate the treasure appraisal card in advance and observe carefully. On the counter, the two men took 2 boxes out of their bags. Song-shu put on gloves and checked carefully. As if he had discovered something, he picked up the handheld magnifying glass used for appraising treasures, put it in front of his eyes, and looked at it carefully. "This stuff is pretty good. Want to sell it?" Song-shu was very excited. However, in order to lower the price, he did not show it, and his face remained calm. When the two men heard this, they looked at each other. "Package, 2 million. 2 million? No, that's too high. The most I can give you is 150. Boss, please take a good look. These are all real things." "It's a real thing, but you can see there's a small crack here, so it's not in perfect condition." After some bargaining, the price was finally set at 1.7 million. But just when Song-shu was about to pay, a strange voice suddenly appeared in his mind. "This fat guy is so miserable. He was almost stabbed while watching the melon eating outside, and now he doesn't even know that his own grave has been dug up by someone, and he still has to spend money to buy the treasures in his own ancestral grave. TSK, 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 it's really pitiful. How about calling the police for him? I don't know if it will be too late. If it really doesn't work, just expose him on the spot." Hearing this voice, Song-shu thought he was hallucinating. But suddenly I realized that the voice seemed familiar. It seemed to be William next to me. Turning his head, he saw William still drinking tea leisurely, glancing at him from time to time, as if he was thinking about something. Regardless of whether it was an illusion or not, Song-shu was alert. Ignoring the two men's urging, he asked the waiter to bring a small purple light, then picked up the things on the counter and checked them again. If he remembered correctly, everything in his ancestral tomb had special markings. Sure enough, in an inconspicuous corner, under the illumination of a purple light, he saw a faint word song. This method of printing was inherited from his ancestors, and its purpose was to mark the ownership of the treasures without destroying them. It really is something from his family's ancestral tomb. Song-shu suppressed his anger and whispered a few words into the boy's ear. The young man was stunned, then walked to the side calmly and took out his cell phone. The two men seemed to realize something, and their attitudes suddenly became ferocious. "Do you want this thing or not? If not, we will sell it to someone else." As he said this, he was about to take the things away. There was no way Song-shu would let someone take his things away again, so he just put them behind the counter and said, "Yes, of course I want them, but wait a moment, I don't have enough money. I'll transfer it to you right away." Although Song-shu was trying his best to delay, the two men were very alert. "We're not selling it anymore. Bring the fucking stuff here. Chapter 149, Sister will keep it for you. You have to sell it this time, even if you don't want to." Song-shu could no longer suppress his anger. Seeing that the young man had locked the door, he pulled out a cane from the side and beat the two men violently. "How dare you dig up the ancestral graves of my Song family? And you even sold it to me. I will beat you to death." In terms of skills, Song-shu's fat body is definitely no match for these two tomb robbers. But he was caught off guard and actually had the upper hand for a while. When the tomb robbers reacted and were about to fight back, William shouted loudly, "The police are here." The tomb robber was so shocked that he didn't even care about the treasure and turned around to run away. But the door is locked. By the time they finally opened the lock in a panic, the police and market managers were already waiting outside. Song-shu rushed to the police and market managers and made a 10-minute accusation. In fact, in places like this, many people turn a blind eye to the origins of the treasures in order to make money. Unfortunately, The two tomb robbers were so unlucky this time that they ran into the real owner. Soon, they were taken away. Benefactor, you. Song Shu returned to the store and held William's hand with tears of gratitude. But he found that when he wanted to ask about the voice just now, his throat seemed to be blocked by something and he could not make any sound. He was also a smart man and quickly realized something. Instead, he changed the way he put it. My benefactor, if you hadn't called the police just now, I would have been beaten up by them and the treasures in my family's ancestral tomb would have been missing. Well, it's just a small matter. William waved his hand nonchalantly. This is no small matter. How about this? You can pick whatever you like in the store and take away everything you like. This time, Song Shu also took the risk. This time, William not only helped him save a mere 1.7 million, the key point was that he caught the tomb robber. After all, no one knows how much the tomb robber took out from his ancestral tomb. If he really lets the person run away, the other things will never be recovered. William couldn't help rubbing his hands when he saw Song Shu being so generous. Fat brother, I won't be polite then. Don't be polite to me. Song Shu was still in an agitated state and obviously did not realize the seriousness of the matter. William directly integrated the treasure appraisal cards in the system and began to look at the treasures in the store one by one. He soon discovered that although Song Shu was very confident about the things in his store, there were still fakes among them. It's not Song Shu's fault. These fakes are so similar. If it weren't for someone like William who had superpowers, it would be difficult to recognize him. This one is true, but this one is not good, and none of these are good. Hey, if I take all the real things away, Fatty will probably cry. Indeed, after hearing what William said, Song Shu was surprised that he had made so many mistakes. Then, when I saw William picking out all the genuine items, my heart began to bleed. But he is a grown man. Of course he can't take back his words, and every word he spits is as good as a nail. No matter how much it hurts, you must never break your promise. Soon, William picked out all the authentic items in the store. Except for this and this, the others. William deliberately kept it a secret, put them all back. Song Shu subconsciously waved his hand. Pack them all for me, huh? You don't want these anymore. If I take them all, how can you still do business? Check the others I didn't pick out carefully. They're not right. William had been paying attention to Song Shu's expression and could see that he was distressed. At the same time, I also admire his character and his sense of responsibility. So how could he possibly rely on a little bit of kindness to pluck all the sheep bald at once? Brother, benefactor, you are really... Song Shu was so moved that his eyes turned red, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. He personally and carefully packed the two items that William had selected and handed them to William solemnly. My benefactor, if you need anything in the future, I will go through fire and water to help you. After leaving Song Shu's shop, William took Lisa to wander around the antique market. While the treasure appraisal cards were still valid, he picked up a lot of bargains at many stalls and shops. After half a day's stroll, I gained a lot. Lisa especially asked someone to drive a van and carefully load all the things into it. William seemed to be hesitant to speak. Sister, where are we going to send these? Put some in the office and some at home. Lisa said frankly. Then why don't you leave some for me? William pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. He had originally thought of picking up a few bargains and asking Song Shu to help sell them, so as to make a large sum of money and fill his piggy bank. Lisa chuckled, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, William, you are still young. Sister will keep it for you first and give it to you when you grow up. Still young? William opened his mouth and took a long time to squeeze out a word. Sister, you don't even want to be perfunctory with me now. Chapter 150 Random Temporary Mission. The charity gala was held successfully over the weekend. Lisa brought William to the event and attracted a lot of attention as soon as they arrived. On the one hand, the Lin family rarely participates in such activities, and everyone is curious about why they show up this time. William has been quite popular on the internet recently. Many people are interested in this young man who appeared on a variety show and helped the police solve cases by fortune-telling. However, in such an occasion where so many bigwigs gathered, William naturally did not want to stand out. Today, he just wanted to secretly observe the Jean family and Marks to see what they were up to. So the more hidden he is, the better. Unexpectedly, he did not see the Jean family and Marks appear until the auction started. Just as William was thinking, the system in his mind suddenly spoke. Random temporary mission. Prevent the disaster from happening and save everyone at the auction venue. What? William was startled by the task prompt. It's bad enough that the task suddenly appeared, but it's such a serious matter. But he didn't make any preparations in advance. Fortunately, this time, the system did not disappear after saying just this sentence. According to the system's description, a male waiter deliberately set the fire in retaliation against the auction. William decided to keep quiet. People like this who want to take revenge on society can't stand the slightest provocation. If their plan is discovered, they might do something even more extreme. William continued to sit in his seat, silently observing the waiters around him. "What's wrong?" Lisa asked in a low voice. "Sis, did you see a waiter behaving strangely?" William didn't hold out much hope, but he asked anyway. Unexpectedly, after reminiscing for a moment, Lisa actually nodded silently. "When I first came in, I saw a waiter accidentally spilled the wine on the tray on the carpet. Normally, in this case, the cleaning staff would be called to clean it up, but he was wiping it slowly by himself, and he didn't seem to worry about being scolded by the foreman. Now that I think about it, the taste of that wine doesn't seem right. Where did he spill the wine?" William grasped the point instantly. "It's right over there by the door." Lisa pointed in a direction. William felt something was wrong. It was a relatively open place, close to the main entrance. If the waiter had not sprinkled wine, but some more powerful accelerant, it would have been a disaster. As long as he seals the other exits in advance, once the fire starts, no one here will be able to get out and will be choked to death. In order to verify his guess, William stood up, pretended to go out to answer the phone, and walked towards the nearest emergency exit. Sure enough, the door was locked. Not only that, he discovered that the fire hydrant not far away was also empty. The place where fire extinguishers should be placed according to regulations has also been replaced with potted plants. William looked, the more frightened he became. "System, you are just telling me such a serious matter now. You are trying to kill me." The system did not respond. "There is no other way. Since all the firefighting tools are gone, we have to prevent the fire from starting." William didn't care too much at this time and walked straight towards the main entrance. At this moment, he suddenly saw a waiter at the door trying to close the door stealthily. He immediately quickened his pace and shouted, "Don't let him close the door." The auction hall was originally very quiet. His loud shout startled everyone, but both the guests and other waiters just looked at him curiously and didn't notice what he was going to do. "Why are you still standing there? Stop him and don't let him close the door." William pointed at the other waiters at the door and shouted again. This time, the waiters finally heard it clearly, but they didn't know the seriousness of the matter and just thought it was the drunken guest causing trouble. Two of them stepped forward to comfort William, while the other two walked to the door and tried to communicate with the waiter to find out why he wanted to close the door. William was so angry when he saw this. How can they be so unaware of the crisis? Sure enough, as soon as the two men approached, they were pushed in by the waiter. Before they could react, he slammed the door shut and threw a lit lighter through the gap. The carpet was instantly ignited the moment it came into contact with the flame. How so? Came to comfort William was also confused and immediately went to find a fire extinguisher. Of course, they found nothing. There was no toilet in the venue, and there was no water source other than the drinks on the tables. The other guests also panicked and ran towards the nearest safe passage. The scene became completely chaotic after discovering that all the doors were locked from the outside. The few who remained calm took off their clothes and slapped them on the ground. But there was an accelerant on the carpet, and instead of putting out the fire, their clothes got burned as well. There was thick smoke, but luckily someone shouted in time and asked everyone to squat down. This made the rich men and ladies gradually calm down. William tried to break down the door, but the quality of the door was so good that he couldn't open it at all. In this closed environment, mobile phone signals are also weak. Someone finally called the police, but judging by the development of the fire, it was estimated that by the time the police and firefighters arrived, more than half of the people here would have been dead or injured. System, will my death be of any benefit to you? No, your death will affect my KPI. Then why don't you think of a solution? All right. The system seemed to realize that this time the incident had become a big deal. We can provide the host with a points advance service. Interest will be charged based on the number of days points are used. Do you want to advance the points? With his life at stake, William no longer cared about anything else. Confirm immediately and prepay part of your points. Then I exchange an item called Powerful Fire Extinguisher in the mall. At the same time, a small fire extinguisher appeared in his hand. The size is about the same as a car fire extinguisher, less than 20 centimeters high. No, are you kidding me again? William was angry and helpless. The fire around was already very big. What use could such a small fire extinguisher be? Never mind. Now is not the time to argue with the system. No matter what, we can only try our best. William rushed forward and sprayed directly at the carpet. What he never expected was that as a burst of white foam spurted out, he was actually pushed directly against the wall by the recoil of the fire extinguisher. No, how could there be such a high pressure in this small fire extinguisher? Newton's coffin lid can't even hold it down. Newton, let me see what this is about. Chapter 151. All the thoughts leaked out. Surprised William even more was that the fire was almost instantly extinguished in the area sprayed by this small fire extinguisher, and there was no possibility of it reigniting. I didn't expect this little fire extinguisher to be so effective. He quickly steadied himself and sprayed little by little towards the place where the fire was burning. At this time, someone reacted. The fire has gotten smaller. That person is putting out the fire. It seems to be the young master of the Lin family. He had a fire extinguisher with him? It seems that this is not the first time he has brought a fire extinguisher. I heard that there was a fire at a concert before, and he also took out a fire extinguisher directly. Well, although it's a little unbelievable, fortunately, it can save lives at the critical moment. Some people found that every time William sprayed, his body would take a few steps back. Realizing that this seemed to be the recoil of the fire extinguisher, they rushed forward to help and steady William's body. This also speeded up the fire extinguishing process, and the fire was completely extinguished after just a few minutes. Having finally escaped death, the guests didn't care about their image for a moment. Some people climbed up and sat on the chairs, gasping for breath, while others simply collapsed on the ground. William, what is going on? Lisa helped William sit down and asked in a low voice. There was a waiter who was owed rules by the boss here and got an infectious disease, so he wanted to take revenge. William didn't hide anything. Anyway, all these things will be discovered after the police catch the waiter. Lisa nodded silently, then smiled. William, you successfully saved everyone this time. William looked up and found that the guests around him were looking at him with gratitude. Some people even clasped their fists to him from a distance with sincere expressions. This immediately made him feel arrogant. Hey, don't be stingy with your praise. Praise me quickly. Everyone present was stunned. Did they seem to hear some sound? Those present were all big shots. Even though they were confused, they remained calm and observed the reactions of the people around them. Seeing that no one showed any abnormality, they all thought they were hallucinating. However, some people still praised William. It is true that heroes emerge from youth since ancient times. The young master of the Lin family is really amazing. I've heard that the young master of the Lin family is very smart before, and today I see that he is indeed smart. Thank you for saving our lives. I owe you a favor, Lin family. William had a humble smile on his face and kept saying you're welcome, but he felt very happy in his heart. But everyone here is a big shot. Isn't it too insincere to just say it? Shouldn't there be some actual action? I'm not that particular. 100,000 or 200,000 is not too little, and 1 million or 2 million is not too much. With such obvious clues, the guests present finally realized that they were not hallucinating. But I really heard William's voice, because everyone remained silent. Each of them felt that they were the only ones who could hear this voice. In the eyes of these big guys, this is simply a miracle. Could they be the legendary chosen ones? However, some people couldn't help but ask. But they soon discovered that their throats seemed to be blocked, and they could not make any sound. After several attempts, they realized that as long as they didn't talk about anything related to William's inner thoughts, they could still talk normally. Miracle. It's absolutely a miracle. According to legend, only things related to God cannot be spoken. This discovery made many people excited. Young Master Lin, I cannot repay you for saving my life. This is a small gift for me. I hope you will accept it. A middle-aged man in his 40s came up and handed William a box. William, this is Mr. Liu, the boss behind a short video platform that's been popular recently. Lisa was there to help introduce it. William wanted to refuse, but Mr. Liu stuffed the box into his arms. This is what I plan to auction today. Now the auction can't go on. Please accept it. This attitude is obviously not false politeness. William also had a better impression of Mr. Liu. At this time, the melon-eating system in William's mind came online again. He frowned slightly as he listened to the system's prompts. It's bad. Mr. Liu's kindergarten child is in danger and is about to drown in the toilet. This is an emergency. How should I remind you? If I say it directly, will I be considered mentally ill? Hearing this voice, Lisa was startled. Everyone knows that the child was born when Mr. Liu was almost 40 years old, and he has been spoiled by the whole family like a treasure since birth. She had seen the child before. He was smart, obedient, sensible, and very cute. It would be so pitiful if something really happened. After a moment's silence, Lisa decided to give a subtle reminder. But before he could open his mouth, Mr. Liu had already stood up and left, running to the crack of the door to make a phone call. There is a barely sufficient signal there, so it should be possible to get through. In fact, at this time, Mr. Liu still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. If the voices he heard were really hallucinations, then his son wouldn't be in danger. However, when he heard the response from the kindergarten, he broke out in a cold sweat. He called the kindergarten teacher on her cell phone, but did not directly tell her that something had happened to his son. Firstly, he couldn't say it out loud, and secondly, even if he said it, he would probably be considered sick. So he just told the kindergarten teacher that he had something urgent to ask his son. The kindergarten teacher went to look for the child, but found him with his head stuck in the toilet. He couldn't open his mouth to call for help, and his clothes seemed to be caught on something, so he could only struggle hard. This made the kindergarten teacher break out in a cold sweat. He rushed over, helped the child out, and performed a series of rescue operations. Fortunately, it was discovered early and the child just choked on some water. After coughing a few times, the condition was much better. To be on the safe side, they took the child to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. Mr. Liu also quickly arranged for people to go to the hospital and connect with the kindergarten teachers. Now that everything has been settled, Mr. Liu can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I turned around and wanted to thank William, but I still couldn't say it. After holding it in for a long time, he called his assistant over and took out another smaller and more exquisite box from a suitcase. This is the ruby I just took a picture of. I'm giving it to you as well. Huh? William looked confused, but Mr. Liu didn't seem willing to explain anything. He walked straight to the place closest to the gate and sat down, waiting for the arrival of rescue workers. Sister, how much did Mr. Liu pay for this gem? It seems to be more than 5 million. William's eyes lit up. I'm rich. Chapter 152. The spectators all have their own agenda. After hearing Mr. Liu's story, everyone present looked at William differently. There is doubt, surprise, and greed. William felt frightened by being stared at and couldn't help but shrink his neck. What's going on? Why do they keep looking at me like this? Maybe they are reluctant to give a thank you gift, so they want to marry me? Wow, don't repay kindness with enmity. At this time, a wealthy woman dressed in jewels came forward. With Lisa's introduction, William learned that this rich woman ran an internet celebrity company and had countless internet celebrities under her. He also made a lot of money by taking advantage of the rise of short videos. William, are you interested in being a host in my company? The rich woman said with a smile. William doesn't even want to be a star, let alone an internet celebrity. Firstly, he has no talent, and secondly, he is too lazy to chat with others. Besides, the rich woman's company is not a good company at all. It's a mess. Seeing that the rich woman was about to say something, he quickly waved his hand. Sorry, I'm not interested in being an internet celebrity, and at this point, William paused. He might not be able to say the following words. The rich woman didn't ask any further questions. Generally speaking, after being rejected, any further explanation is basically just to save face and make up excuses. It doesn't matter whether you listen to this excuse or not. William's voice rang in her mind. And that internet celebrity company is a den of wolves. The perverted husband of the rich sister is an old pervert. He has raped almost any girl who is a little bit pretty, regardless of gender. Am I crazy to go there and be a poor little lamb? But thinking about it this way, the rich sister is the most pitiful. The rich woman's face turned pale and blue. It was the strong heart she had developed from years of hypocritical flattery that prevented her from losing her composure in front of everyone. She forced a smile with difficulty. Okay, then if you change your mind in the future, you can come back to me. After saying that, she quickly walked away. Originally, her husband was supposed to attend the auction with her today, but yesterday her husband said that there was something urgent at the company and he needed to take care of it. Now that I think about it, he probably just wanted to take advantage of her absence to harm those anchors again. This conjecture made her tremble uncontrollably. In the end, just like Mr. Liu just now, he also sat very close to the gate, ready to go. When the door can be opened, she will rush out as soon as possible. She wanted to see what expression her good husband would have when he was caught cheating in bed. With these two precedents, Other people looked at William with more complicated expressions. The gratitude that many people expressed at the beginning has become less pure. At the same time, they also thought of the recent rapid progress of Lynn's projects, which might be related to William. This kind of speculation makes some people look even more greedy. Many of them began to target William, hoping to get some information from him. But they are also afraid that their company's dirty laundry will be exposed. Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore. A slightly younger man stood up and walked towards William. William, this is Brother Zhang, a young talent with great knowledge in stocks. Lisa continued to introduce William. William nodded and understood the hidden meaning behind Lisa's words. There is no introduction to his family background, which means that this person is not from a noble family, nor is he a rich second generation. Not introducing the company means that this person is more focused on personal development. To sum up, he has neither family background nor a stable job. Even though he has emerged as a rising star and has made a name for himself in recent years with his stock trading skills, he is not considered a reliable person. William, thank you so much for saving us. You look young, and I want to make friends with you. Brother Zhang sat next to William with a big smile on his face, looking very kind. If it were other young people, they might not think there was anything inappropriate. But William was not interested in these irrelevant people at all. He only cared about money. And this Brother Zhang just thanked him with empty words and didn't show any expression at all. And he actually wanted to be friends with him? What the hell are you dreaming about? Do you really think he is a 3-year-old child? William couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. That is to say, due to his identity as the young master of the Lin family, he represents the Lin family whenever he goes out to do things. In order to save face, he nodded indifferently. Well, hello. Everyone here is a smart person. Anyone can probably tell that William is not interested in making this friend. But I don't know if Brother Zhang was shameless or stupid, but instead of leaving, he started chatting with us like a friend. He did most of the talking, with William nodding perfunctorily. As he spoke, he finally turned to the main topic. William, do you know anything about the recent stock market? As he spoke, he moved closer, trying to get closer to William. But William kept dodging back, as if he had encountered the plague god. Stay away from me. Don't get close to me. Especially your finger, which you just scratched. The voice of my heart pauses here for a moment. Everyone pricked up their ears. Fingers? What did you pick at? Some people had not yet recovered from the romantic scandal involving the rich woman's husband. Plus, since Brother Zhang was considered a handsome man, they thought they would hear some more ambiguous news. But soon, William's voice continued. I picked my toes. Those are toes with athlete's foot. It's clear that athlete's foot can be cured, but he just likes the strong smell and refuses to treat it. He just picks himself and smells it when he's free. Chapter 153, Auction Postponed. Some guests were a little hungry and were about to put the small cakes on the dessert table into their mouths. After hearing these words, the cake no longer smelled good. This brother usually dresses well and looks clean and decent. How could he have such a disgusting habit? Amid the contemptuous gazes of the crowd, William's voice rang out again. Oh, by the way, he not only likes to smell his own scent, but also likes to smell other people's scent, so he enjoys spreading athlete's foot to the people around him, making everyone stink with him. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's contemptuous looks instantly turned into disgust. Especially those people who were sitting close to Brother Zhang just now. Their faces turned green. While recalling whether I had come into contact with this disgusting guy just now, I quickly moved away from that place. Brother Zhang himself can also hear William's thoughts. Seeing that he was so embarrassed, he immediately rushed over and subconsciously wanted to cover William's mouth with his hand. This scared William. Don't come over here. Almost as a conditioned reflex, William raised his leg and kicked Brother Zhang away. Brother Zhang felt that he was in the wrong and didn't dare to argue about anything. He could only get up and walk silently to his seat at the door. But just as he was about to sit down next to Mr. Liu and the rich woman, he received warning looks from the two of them. In desperation, he could only move further away. After a while, the fire department and police arrived and opened the door. After the firefighters came in, they carefully checked the scene for signs of burns. Soon they found the clues. Judging from the appearance of the carpet and the pungent smell it emitted, they judged that the fire must have been quite large. But there is absolutely no water or other firefighting equipment here. So how was the fire put out? William didn't want to hide it. Since so many people had seen him, he took out the small fire extinguisher. However, the fire extinguisher was empty at this time. Even if he wanted to demonstrate the amazing fire extinguishing effect again, there was no way. The firefighter looked at the small fire extinguisher carefully and naturally did not believe that such a small thing could put out the fire. But they couldn't think of any other possibilities, so they ended up letting it go. A few minutes later, the waiter who set the fire was also caught by the police. One is to allow everyone at the scene to identify him, and the other is to allow him to apologize to everyone. The female leader here also came with them. Seeing the female leader appear, Lisa gently touched William's arm. "Is it her?" "Yes, that's her." William nodded. As soon as the female leader came in, she bowed and nodded to everyone present and kept apologizing. She couldn't afford to offend anyone here. After something like this happened, she could only find ways to make up for it and just hope they wouldn't take it to heart. The waiter was held down by the police, and the look he gave the female leader seemed to be filled with poison. Because the waiter had to go back to record his statement, the police took him away after he apologized. At this time, Lisa stepped forward and said loudly, "Please wait a moment. This happened, and we also want to understand the reason. How do we offend this young man that he wanted to kill us?" As soon as these words were spoken, others also reacted. "Yeah, why is that?" Apologies are not important to them. What matters is the reason. If this result was caused by one of them offending someone in business, they would definitely have to be more vigilant in the future. The police stopped and said coldly, "We should take this question back for further questioning, but since everyone is confused now, why don't you tell me why you set the fire?" The waiter chuckled and looked straight at the female leader again. Just as she was about to say something, the female leader realized that something was wrong. "Oh, everyone has been frightened today. Why don't you take a rest first? We have prepared a luxurious suite for everyone, just upstairs. We have also included all the meals for today, and we guarantee that everyone will be satisfied." Everyone was a little hesitant. Indeed, although the fire did not take their lives, they're now physically and mentally exhausted. In the panic at that time, many people's clothes were torn and their faces were covered with dust. It's really embarrassing. What if reporters and media heard the news and came over? Wouldn't they be photographed like this? But before they could agree to the female leader's proposal, William's voice rang out again. "Ah, you're still trying to cover up your dirty deeds. Do you really think that if you let everyone go today, those bad things won't be discovered?" He is over 40 years old, but he spends so much time having fun that he is sick and infects the young man. "What have I done to offend anyone? I work like a slave here, but you still take advantage of me. When you get tired of me, you threaten me to get out. But this guy is also right. If someone hurts you, you should just kill him. Why involve so many big guys?" The guests' faces changed slightly, and there was a hint of disgust in their eyes when they looked at the female leader. The female leader didn't know what was happening yet. Seeing that no one was speaking, she walked forward, wanting to apologize more sincerely, hoping to quickly divert everyone's attention. But now her image in people's eyes has become a walking virus. Not to mention contact, even getting close is disgusting. Someone with a strong sense of justice pulled a chair and sat down, pointing at the waiter and saying, "No, I've never suffered this kind of torture at my age. If I don't make him explain the reason clearly today, I won't be able to sleep when I go back." Some of the others were also righteous, while others were simply curious and wanted to confirm whether William's words were true. Gradually, many people responded. Seeing that things were developing out of control, the female leader was really helpless. I had no choice but to keep winking at the waiter, hoping that this guy would be more sensible and know what to say and what not to say. But the waiter has been forced to this point. How can he possibly cover it up? Chapter 154, Goodbye Marks. Under police control and in the sight of everyone, the waiter, his body trembling, his eyes glaring with fire, told all the dirty things the female leader had done to him. He also deduced from some clues he had discovered occasionally before that the female leader had not only harmed him, and he hoped that the police could conduct a thorough investigation. The police had seen a lot of storms before, so without saying a word, they handcuffed the female leader and took her away. When the boss of the venue arrived, what he saw was the scene of his two employees being taken away under the gloomy gazes of many bigwigs. My heart suddenly felt cold. If he hadn't still had some sense, he would have wanted to kneel down before these big guys. More importantly, their venue had undertaken this auction and had paid a large deposit. If the auction could not go on, they would suffer heavy losses. There was no other way. He had to do what the female leader just did and keep promising to compensate all the bosses. After repeatedly apologizing, he gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, we plan to continue this auction this afternoon. I hope you will." As he spoke, his voice became smaller and smaller. I was mentally prepared to face the wrath of the big guys. His heart was pounding as he watched a middle-aged boss get up and leave. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged boss passed by him and asked casually, "My assistant will come to deliver the clothes in a while. Take him to my room." "Oh, all right." The venue owner was stunned and nodded subconsciously. "Does this mean that you agree to continue the auction in the afternoon?" Soon, more people came out. Their attitudes seemed a little strange, as if they were expecting something amidst their anger. Except for the three people who left first, no one expressed their unwillingness to participate. They all followed the waiter upstairs to rest. Just kidding, time is money for these big guys. Under normal circumstances, how could I allow my time to be occupied for no reason? However, after hearing William's words just now, saying that he would also attend the auction in the afternoon, they all canceled their original arrangements. No matter what, you must stay by William's side as much as possible to see what other incredible things you might hear. In the afternoon, the auction was moved to another venue. With the lessons learned in the morning, the security work this time was done very thoroughly. We checked and confirmed that every safety door could be opened and that every firefighting equipment could be used normally. In addition, a security company was hired to ensure the safety of the scene. Not only that, the venue owner was also worried that someone would poison the drinks and pastries, so he outsourced the process at a huge expense. I would rather not make money than let anything go wrong again. These wealthy tycoons are obviously no longer taking it lightly and basically bring bodyguards with them. The spacious venue even became a little crowded. There must be at least 3 people sitting around a big boss, 1 assistant and 2 bodyguards. Of course, the Lin family is an exception. It was still William and Lisa, brother and sister, and it seemed a little awkward sitting there. Lisa believes in William. If she really encounters a problem that even William cannot solve, then it would probably be useless no matter how many people she calls. As for William himself, he completely gave up. As for the situation in the morning, he asked himself if the system had not informed him in advance. No matter how much preparation he made, it would be in vain. Anyway, the system doesn't want him to die, so it doesn't matter. To William's surprise, the Jean family and Marks were also there. The person who came from the Jean family was Mrs. Jean, a woman whose temperament and appearance were as good as her mother's. The difference is that my mother gives people the impression of being gentle, dignified, generous, and decent, and yet she has the temperament of a noble lady in her reserved state. However, this Mrs. Jin's face was filled with calculation and shrewdness, and her expression was harsh. It's obvious at first glance that he's difficult to get along with. But given her status, others still have to give her some face. Especially those whose family background is not as good as the Jean family, have to greet them politely. But William is the type who doesn't give face. Lisa still has to do some superficial work. William sat alone, as if he didn't see them. Oh, it turns out to be the eldest niece of the Lin family. I haven't seen her for a long time. She has grown so big. Mrs. Jean gave a hypocritical smile. It seems like he's trying to get close to me, but also like he is being sarcastic. Lisa still kept a polite smile on her face. Yeah, it's been a long time. In fact, the relationship between the two families has never been very close. The Lin family looked down on the Jean family's way of doing things, and the Jean family also looked down on the Lin family's kind-hearted character. Over the years, we have kept our distance from each other. Fortunately, there were not many opportunities for competition and cooperation between the two businesses, so they developed independently. Especially in the last few years, the Jean family has focused on overseas markets, and there is no news about them in Beijing. If they hadn't heard that Marx had returned to the Jean family, I'm afraid the Lin family would never have had anything to do with the Jean family in their lives. Mrs. Jean obviously thought of Marx's matter and deliberately took Marx's arm, smiling and said, "Son, I almost forgot that you grew up in the Lin family. You have been home for so long, and we have never had time to go to your house to thank you." "Yes, Mom, we should find a chance to visit." Marx glanced past Lisa and looked at William not far away, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. He did not hide it, and Lisa saw the look clearly. Lisa frowned slightly. As they had thought before, Marx still hated the Lin family, especially William. She really couldn't understand how they had actually treated such an ungrateful person as a family member. It seems that sometimes genes are far more powerful than acquired training. Before she could say anything else, Marx suddenly said, "I haven't seen William for a long time. I'm going to go see him. Excuse me now." Having said that, Marx walked towards William. Lisa was a little unhappy, but then she thought, with William's character, there is no way he would suffer a loss. He stopped worrying about anything and continued to chat with Mrs. Jean attentively. The reason she came to this auction was to get in touch with Mrs. Jean. She wanted to see why the Jean family had such a deep grudge against the Lin family. Chapter 155, The Secret of the Jean Family. William, long time no see. Mark showed a smug smile. You didn't expect it. I am now a member of the Jean family. Oh, William didn't even look up. Marx didn't expect William to react like this when he saw him, and he became angry again. My parents sent me to the finance department of B University. After I graduate, I can go abroad directly and take over the Jean family's overseas company. Unlike you, you still have to wait for Lisa's charity. Marx seemed to be particularly concerned about inheriting the family business. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that he had always been dissatisfied with the Lin couple's decision to hand over the company to Lisa. As a result, even after leaving the Lin family, he was still brooding over the matter. Oh, really? William still snorted indifferently and said bluntly, that doesn't change the fact that you are a waste. Marx didn't expect that William would dare to say that to his face. He was so angry that he clenched his fists. Fortunately, he was not stupid enough to cause trouble in front of so many people. Just at this time, the auction staff had already come on stage. He snorted coldly, turned and left. Lisa also came back and sat next to William. William, what did you say to Marx? He didn't seem very happy. I said he was a piece of crap. Lisa was speechless for a while. Just as she thought, William would not suffer any loss, especially in front of a fool like Marx. At this moment, William's voice suddenly rang out. I said he was a waste, and it was true. Does he really think he is the young master of the Jean family? He disappeared for 20 years, and just after being kicked out by the Lin family, he was suddenly found by his biological parents? Are you kidding me? The Jean family is so powerful. How could they wait so long to find someone? Doesn't he think that this is too much of a coincidence? At William's voice, not only Lisa, but also everyone else present pricked up their ears. Of course, except for Marx and the Jean family, who couldn't hear their inner voices. Rich people are sometimes more gossipy than ordinary people, especially for families that are equal to themselves or have competitive or cooperative relationships with them. They don't want to miss any movements of the other party. Perhaps a small piece of information can play a crucial role in a business war. The Jean family was once a giant in the capital, and even after moving overseas, they are still a lean camel that is bigger than a horse. Of course, they were very interested in the Jean family secrets. Soon, William's voice continued to sound. The original young master of the Jean family had been weak and sickly since childhood, and was deceived by a charlatan who said that the Jean family could find a person who matched the young master's fate as a substitute to protect the young master from disaster. When the time comes, the substitute will just have to die for the young master, and then the young master can be saved from danger. Hey, Marx is the unlucky guy stand-in. The young master of the Jean family? Some of the older people present couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It's not like I haven't heard related news before. At that time, some people said that the Jean family had another child who was raised secretly at home. There was also a period of time when he said he saw Mrs. Jean with white flowers on her chest and seemed very depressed, and he suspected that someone in the family had died. But those were things that happened in the early years, and many people didn't believe it because they couldn't imagine why the Jean family would do that. It's just a child. Why is there any need to hide it? When they heard William say this, they suddenly realized. Is it because he believed the words of a charlatan? This is so ironic. If this is true, why hasn't the child been seen for so many years? Could it be that he was the one who died in the Jean family at that time? Thinking about it this way, it seems that it was from that time that the Jean family began to expand its industries overseas. Soon, their guess was confirmed by William's voice. Unfortunately, a charlatan is a charlatan. How can we believe what he says? If the young master had been sent to the hospital for timely treatment at the beginning, he might have lived a few more years. But judging from the failure of the life exchange, Marx doesn't seem to be an unlucky guy. What's funny is that even after all this, the Jean family didn't think it was their own fault, but instead blamed everything on Marx and the Lin family, thinking that the Lin family must have done something to Marx that caused their failure to exchange lives. TSK. It turns out that rich people also like to deceive themselves. The guests sighed in their hearts, but remained expressionless. If it had happened before, those who had a vested interest in the Jean family would probably have contacted the assistant immediately to dig up every detail of the Jean family's past, trying to use these influences to compete with the Jean family for some projects. However, the Jean family now has few projects left in Beijing, so it is not worth targeting them. We can only take this as a warning, and if we really want to study metaphysics in the future, we must be wary of charlatans. Lisa kept holding her phone and typing on it. She immediately sent what she heard from William to the small group, where William was not present. Others may not care about the Jean family, but they cannot not care. After all, they will have to face the inexplicable but extremely determined anger of the Jean family, so they must not take it lightly. William first learned these secrets. He was also helpless. I cursed that damn heavenly Tao once again in my heart. In order to so-called correct the plot, the Lin family must die a miserable death. In order to achieve this goal, I really don't even care about my reputation. System, you said you worked so hard to help me save the Lin family. Can't you think of a way to stop this heaven from messing around? William sighed. This time, the system responded quickly. There is no way I spread my hands. We are two departments, and our work contents are completely unrelated. I'm only responsible for eating melons. You don't expect a melon-eating system to compete with the way of heaven, do you? How rude. Yes. What's the difference between this and asking Peppa Pig to save the world? Chapter 156 Marx loses again. While the guests were concentrating on eating melons, the auction continued. Soon, we arrived at William's lot. William's heart was bleeding as he looked at the exquisite enameled bronze mirror on the table. This was one of the treasures he and his elder sister found in the antique market that day. It's one of his favorites. Although it is only 300 years old and not very old, the craftsmanship of this mirror is truly superb. The back is enamel-lined, and the 12 zodiac animals and 4 mythical beasts are carved around it, making it look lifelike. It is also very well preserved and is a rare, authentic product. It was also because it was preserved so well that many people thought it was new, which is why William was able to find it at a bargain price. This is my favorite mirror. It's going to be auctioned off. I really don't want to part with it. Hey, the elder sister is really generous. She donated things worth millions of dollars without hesitation. Amid William's heart-wrenching voice, the people present instantly became interested. The first time they saw the mirror, they realized that it was either priceless or a fake. From William's thoughts, they learned it was the former. Soon, people started bidding. The starting price was only $1 million, but after a few rounds of bidding, it rose to $5 million at an astonishing speed. The Jean family nor Marx knew what was going on. After all, no one seemed to be very interested in the items just auctioned, and many people were even distracted. I thought everyone was just going through the motions and didn't take it seriously. Why do they all go crazy when this mirror appears? Especially when he learned that this crazy thing was actually the Lin family's auction item. Marx's face became even uglier. In the end, this exquisite bronze mirror was sold for $6 million. Currently, at the top of today's auction, amidst everyone's applause, the person who bought the item happily thanked everyone around him. Lisa was also very happy. She remembered that they only spent 300,000 yuan to get the bronze mirror. So, they used the value of 300,000 yuan to exchange for a public welfare project worth 6 million yuan. Huge profit. Next is the turn of the Jean family's items to be auctioned. This time, the auction items were handed over to Marx. This was the first time he completed a task assigned by the Jean family independently since he came to the Jean family. He took this task very seriously, but his abilities were limited after all. No matter how hard he tried, he could only barely ensure that he would not be deceived and buy fakes with the help of relevant experts. In his opinion, the chance of fakes appearing at auctions like this is quite high, and it's already great that he can find the authentic one. But when he saw that the Lin family's treasure was sold at a high price of 6 million, he vaguely realized that something was wrong. This Qing dynasty Wang Wali pen holder has a starting price of 300,000. With the auctioneer's introduction, the auction officially began. When Mrs. Jean heard the starting price, her face turned a little ugly. Marx also realized this and quickly whispered, "Mom, don't worry, the price will definitely go up." Among the guests present, there were indeed some who liked this kind of literary stuff. Moreover, the material of Wang Wali wood, coupled with the exquisite carving, can be regarded as a treasure. Soon, people started bidding. But at this moment, William's voice sounded somewhat inopportunely. Although the item is genuine, it has some flaws due to improper storage. It has been repaired later and is not worth much. At most 800,000, any higher would be a huge ripoff. At this time, the price had reached 750,000. Some people wanted to continue shouting, but after hearing William's voice, they immediately put down the signs. The person who finally shouted out 750,000 didn't look very good either. There was also a hint of displeasure in the look he gave Mrs. Jean and Marks. If he didn't know about buying a defective product at a discount, it would be fine, but now that he knows about it, how can he feel comfortable? However, since the price has been called out, there is no reason to withdraw it. I had no choice but to accept the item. Of course, Mrs. Jean saw the contempt from the people around her, and anger burned in her heart. If there weren't so many important people around her, she would have just packed her bag and left. Marks also knew that he had made a mistake, and he sat aside without daring to breathe. He himself was aware of his situation in the Jean family. Having lost so much face this time, I'm afraid I'll have to pay the price. Soon, all the items were sold out. Finally, the organizer arranged the donation amounts from most to least and displayed them on the big screen in the front. Among them, the Lin family ranked first with an amount of 6 million, and there were 2 families with more than 4 million, and most of the others were between 1 million and 2 million. Only 2 or 3 companies have amounts below 1 million. Except for the Jean family, the others were not aristocratic families, but elites who attended as individuals. It seems that the Jean family is really going to lose face. Sure enough, after the auction ended, Mrs. Jean left with a cold face. He didn't even say hello to those familiar ladies. Marks followed quickly behind, with his head down, not daring to meet his gaze. It was not until they got in the car that Mrs. Jean could no longer bear it. He raised his hand and slapped Marks on the face. "You are such a loser. I gave you 3 million to prepare the items for the auction, and you found this piece of junk." Chapter 157. The meeting is suspended to eat melons first. "Mom, Marks opened his mouth to explain, but he didn't know what to say. This time he really did not embezzle the funds. He actually spent all 3 million. But I didn't expect that after choosing so much, I still made a mistake. What else can he do? Although he had returned to the Jean family did not take him seriously at all. After handing the matter over to him, he completely ignored it. At first, he was quite happy, thinking that he finally had the opportunity to show his abilities. But he soon discovered that the treasure business was too complicated and he had no way of buying suitable things. There's also a high possibility that all your money may be defrauded in a matter of minutes. In the end, he had no choice but to use his connections when he was the young master of the Lin family to find a half-baked expert. Otherwise, the 3 million would probably be wasted. Mrs. Jean became even angrier when she saw Marks' cowardly look and raised her hand to slap him again. The sharp nails scratched Marks' cheek, leaving a red mark. "Do you still have illusions about the Lin family? Do you think you will go back one day?" "No, absolutely not." Marks looked up suddenly, not caring about the burning pain on his face, and explained anxiously. Mrs. Jean snorted coldly. "I think you still have feelings for the Lin family, and you deliberately made the Jean family lose face so that you can do the Lin family a favor." "I really didn't, Mom. I swear to it." Hearing these words, Marks almost cried. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance and domineering attitude he had before. Ever since he was kicked out of the Lin family, his life had indeed been difficult. Later, when he returned to the Jean family, he thought that better days were coming. But I didn't expect that the family atmosphere of the Jean family was completely different from that of the Lin family. They even said to his face that they would never keep useless trash. There was no other way. He had no other choice but to try his best to please them, hoping that they would let him stay in the Jean family. He was really fed up with living alone without any money. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something. "Oh, Mom, my agent contacted me yesterday and told me that I can join the crew in a few days. As you know, the protagonist of the play is Tina, and I can start with her then. Don't worry, I will never let them have an easy time." After hearing these words, Mrs. Jean finally calmed down a little. But she still didn't look at Marks, snorted lightly, and asked the driver to drive. Marks clenched his fist silently. Next time, he will definitely not fail. He will definitely make the Lin family look bad, and make them realize deeply what a wrong decision it was to drive him away. Ever since Lisa promptly passed the news about the Jean family back to the family group, the Lin family has secretly started a discussion in the group. Maria spoke first. "I think it would be better to make the fraudulent deeds of the charlatan public. Even if the Jean family does not become the target of public criticism, they will definitely be ostracized. Their stock price will definitely be affected. If they're unable to take care of themselves, they will not be able to take care of other things." The father disagreed. "According to what William said before, our family seems to have offended something, and they want to bankrupt us. Even if we deal with the Jean family this time, I'm afraid there will be something else that will cause trouble for us later. Given my father's age, He really doesn't quite understand what the way of heaven is. Fortunately, he understood the general meaning. Maria thought about it and felt that what her father said made sense. But this means that they will always be in a passive state. The final result of the discussion was to protect William and deal with each move accordingly. William is the savior of the whole family. The discussion in the group was heated, but Bunshing, as the savior, was lying on the sofa nearby, eating fruits comfortably and playing with his mobile phone. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly. "Hey, there's a melon next door." Everyone was also stunned. Then announce a pause in the discussion. "Let's eat melons first." The villa area where they live is considered the most luxurious area for the wealthy in Beijing. Those who live here are all powerful, either rich or noble. I'm afraid the scandals of these people will be very explosive. The mistress of a CEO of a listed company actually lives next door. Soon the CEO's wife will come to catch him cheating. Coincidentally, the boss is also here. When we meet, the boss must protect his little lady. That's it. After hearing this, everyone felt bored. Among the wealthy families, how many couples are there who are as free in love and as devoted to each other as the Lin couple? Most of them are marriages, and they are bound together reluctantly for the benefit of the two companies. They're only getting along on the surface, but aren't they just playing their own games in private? So what's so strange about catching an adulterer? But at this moment, William's voice sounded again. "It's so funny, but there's more than one mistress hiding in that room. The remaining 6 people are all hiding." Ah, 6 more? It's not strange for a rich man to have several mistresses, but keeping 7 mistresses in the same house is indeed a bit outrageous. It's really fun to play. Everyone was still hesitating about how to go and watched the fun openly. William had trotted out into the yard, fetched a ladder, and climbed up the wall. At this time, a quarrel had already started next door. The others were extremely anxious. I just didn't care about it. Since there was such a big commotion, it was normal to go over and take a look at the excitement. So, led by their mother, they went straight through the main entrance. Fortunately, the incident happened suddenly and the doors were not locked. Several people just walked in directly. "Mom, isn't this a bit bad for us?" Lisa asked in a low voice. The mother remained silent, trying to find a reasonable excuse. Just at this moment, the noise in the backyard became louder. The mother suddenly had an idea and waved her hand as if she had thought of something. "There's a way, follow me." Chapter 158, A Mess. Then she walked quickly to the back of the yard. I saw 2 women in the backyard pulling each other. One of them was wearing a decent dress and was a little older. She should be the boss's wife. The other person was wearing a silk suspender nightgown with curly hair draped over her shoulders. She looked young and charming. She must be the mistress. At this time, the 2 people were cursing at each other and pulling each other's hair. The mother rushed forward. Stop it! Stop it! You are all important people. Look at what you are saying." The mother pretended to be anxious and tried to stop the fight, but in fact she didn't touch them at all. The main feature is to eat melons at close range. When the other people who came and saw this scene, they couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the mother. William on the wall praised his mother's wit. However, looking at the 2 women fighting, they seemed to be ready to stop as their mother tried to persuade them to stop. "I can let you off the hook today, but you must give me an explanation," the boss wife said angrily, her hands on her hips. "Wait, don't care. This won't do. The good show hasn't even begun yet. It can't end so soon." William kept blinking, trying to signal to the people in the yard. "That express box over there. Open quickly. It will be too late if we wait for someone to leave." Box. At this time, someone finally turned around and looked at William. I saw him winking at a large express box piled in the corner. After reacting, several people looked at each other. In the end, it was the mother and Tina who opened this Pandora's box. The mother walked between the 2 of them first, with a lecturing look on her face. "Look at you guys. You're all covered in dirt. What a mess you look like. It works." The boss's wife naturally knew my mother, so even if she was unhappy at the moment, she had to give her face more or less. But the mistress was different. She originally came from a brothel, and after hooking up with the big boss, she became arrogant and looked down on everyone equally. In particular, I feel that these rich ladies are old and useless. Apart from having some money from their original families, they're not as good as those who rely on their bodies to get ahead. Listening to her mother's advice, she waved her hands impatiently. "Stop talking. It's so annoying. This is my home, and it's not your turn as an outsider to interfere." Oops. The mother took advantage of the moment when she waved her hand to fall backwards. "Mom, Tina pretended to be quick and went to help her mother. If Zhang Xiaofu were here, he would definitely sigh. It turns out that fraud is hereditary. Tina fell backwards with her mother, pressing down on a corner of the big box, collapsing half of it. The boss mistress was also confused. Hey, I didn't even touch it. But before she could finish, a scream rang out. The person who was originally hiding in the box was curled up with an unstable center of balance. The box supporting the body twisted, and the person fell out with it. Everyone was shocked when they saw this person suddenly appearing. Even the Lin family members, who had known for a long time that there were people hiding here, opened their mouths and did not make a sound for a long time. Because this is actually a man with his upper body naked and only a bath towel loosely wrapped around his lower body. No, we're the 6 mistresses you agreed on. Wait, William's inner voice, just now, seemed to have only said that there were 6 people hiding, but he didn't say that they were the boss's 6 mistresses. They still think habitually and have preconceived ideas. No, who are you? The boss wife questioned loudly. The man got up in a panic and looked at the boss mistress with guilt. The boss mistress's eyes were full of disgust, as if she was ready to throw the jar into the ground. The people present were not fools and could basically see the trick between the two. At the same time, he expressed sympathy for the boss who was standing aside, intending to stay out of the matter. If it was just 2 women being jealous of each other, he certainly wouldn't care. Anyway, no matter how the fight turns out, he won't suffer any loss. It's impossible to change my wife, and I don't mind having a mistress. But the man who appeared now completely shattered his thoughts. Who are you? The boss walked up to the man and subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to grab the man's collar. But the man was naked, so it seemed a bit strange for him to go straight to him. The hand remained frozen in the air for a long time and had to be retracted. In order to hide his embarrassment, he turned to look at his mistress. Come on, explain to me. Who is this man? Why did he appear in the house I gave you? The mistress saw that she couldn't cover it up anymore, so she pouted and said, Why? You're the only one who can find a mistress, but I can't. The boss was so angry that he was shaking all over and raised his hand to slap his mistress. But looking at that delicate and lovely little face and thinking of the warm and affectionate time they had shared in the past, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. His hand froze in the air for a long time again, and he could only slowly retract it. Okay, I won't hit you. I just want you to watch me beat him to death. As he said that, the boss quickly walked to the wall of the yard, picked up a wooden stick, and rushed towards the naked man. Under normal circumstances, the adulterer number 1 could easily defeat the boss by relying on his youth and good figure. However, the boss now had a weapon in his hand, and for a while the 2 of them were evenly matched. Seeing this scene, the boss wife laughed instead. Oh my, you should be more careful at your age. You're not in good shape to begin with. Don't hurt your back. It will be hard for you to even get into bed. Just shut up. The boss was panting and his face turned red. I'm willing to tell you what's wrong. I think you deserve it. The boss wife wanted to continue her taunting, but before she could finish, the mistress rushed over again and grabbed her by the hair. It's all your fault, old woman. If you hadn't come here and acted crazy, Brother Yang and I wouldn't have been discovered. It's all your fault. The mistress was so angry when she saw her lover being beaten, but she didn't dare to get involved in the fight between the 2 men, so she had to attack the older woman. For a moment, the yard was in chaos. However, the Lin family's attention was not focused on these 4 people. They couldn't wait to find the remaining 5 people. Chapter 159, The Most Clever Trick. The fight in the yard soon spread into the house. William couldn't see clearly from the courtyard wall, so he ran around and came over. A little further inside, yes, that's the room. You should be able to see someone after opening the door. Come on. Hearing William's thoughts, everyone pretended to stop the quarrel while quietly opening a small door nearby. This seemed to be a storage room, with sundries neatly stacked inside and no place to hide. I saw a woman standing in front of the pile of junk in panic, like a frightened little rabbit, with a look of helplessness on her face. Why is this a woman again? Lin Wanwan asked in a low voice. Hey Wanwan, you are still young and don't understand. Lin Su chuckled, put his arm around Lin Wanwan's shoulders, and tried to avoid the topic. As someone who has been in the entertainment industry for many years, I have seen all kinds of messes. It's better not to tell it out loud and harm your own sweet baby. At the same time, everyone looked at their mistress who was still fighting, with a hint of inquiry in their eyes. Of course, the 4 people over there also saw the situation here. But no one is willing to stop. After all, whoever stops first will suffer. I could only continue pulling and cursing loudly. What on earth are you doing in my house all day, woman? The boss's voice cracked a little due to his excitement. The mistress was not to be outdone and panted and shouted, "Who told you to lock me up here every day and not let me go out shopping?" Then I had no choice but to find some friends to play here. The boss was in a state of collapse and apparently didn't notice the words his mistress used. Some. How can just two people now be called some? Seeing that they really couldn't take care of it, the Lin family no longer concealed it. He began to search the house blatantly. Some people were found directly, and others who were hiding more secretly were also pulled out after William's reminder. Finally, 2 men and 3 women stood in a row, lowering their heads timidly. At this time, the original 4 people were also tired. William was very considerate and brought the adulterer number 1, who was discovered first, to the side of the 5 people who were found later. 3 men and 3 women, all alive. Add to that the original mistress. It's simply a string of gored brothers. 7 melons on 1 vine. The boss slumped on the sofa, gasping for breath. Looking at the man and woman in front of him with an expression of disbelief, his brows furrowed so tightly that they could kill a fly. The development of things has far exceeded his imagination. When he first found out that his mistress was keeping a gigolo behind his back, he was extremely angry. Now he just wanted to vomit blood. The boss's wife also sat on the other side. According to her previous behavior, she should have mocked the boss more unscrupulously at this time. But what was strange was that not only did she not speak, but her eyes were always wandering, as if she was deliberately avoiding something. The mistress thought that the old woman was subdued by her beating. She gently lifted her tangled hair, revealing her little face with all her makeup on. At this point, she had nothing to hide and instead seemed calm. He even picked up a chipped cup from the ground, poured himself a glass of water from the kettle on the table, and drank it slowly. Amidst the embarrassment, there was a strange hint of elegance. "Okay, are you done with the fuss?" After drinking the water, she slowly put down the cup, with a hint of sarcasm in the corner of her eyes. Then, he stood up and walked to the cabinet beside him and took out a piece of paper. With a snap sound, it was slapped in front of the boss. The boss raised his eyelids, and although he was very reluctant, he still picked up the paper and looked at it out of curiosity. Soon, his pupils began to contract, and his expression kept changing. There is joy in complexity. "I know what you want to ask, but I can swear, the child is yours." The mistress spoke with great seriousness. The boss looked at the disheveled but still delicate little face, and his heart softened again. Young people, who doesn't like to play? When he was young, wasn't he? And thinking back to this beautiful woman who just now was pregnant and was fighting with his wife for him, he couldn't bear to blame anyone anymore. But what I didn't expect was that my wife snorted coldly. "Oh, pregnant? You talk as if no one is pregnant." As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his bag and slapped it in front of the boss. The boss looked up at his wife in disbelief, then lowered his head to look at the test report. "No, you're pregnant too?" The boss asked in surprise. "What else? Have you forgotten that I was only a teenager when I was with you, and now I'm only in my 30s? What's so strange about being pregnant?" The boss's wife had a complicated look on her face, and after she finished speaking, she quietly sat back in her previous seat. The boss was completely confused at this time. In other words, just now, for him, the 2 women ignored their pregnancies and were determined to compete with each other. This instantly satisfied his vanity. The Lin family members watched from the side, their expressions constantly changing. Tina forced herself to resist the urge to complain, fearing that if she said something wrong, the men and women present would beat her up as well. Fortunately, at this time, William's voice sounded timely. "It's so funny. Are old men so easy to fool these days? Don't you think you are old enough? After so many years of overdraft, do you really think you still have fertility? Not only is the body not good, but the look is also not good. Didn't you notice that after adulterer number 3 was found, the wife's expression started to look strange? I didn't expect that such a coincidence would happen in this day and age, that my wife and my mistress bumped into a gigolo. Simply put, the couple's respective lovers played together. I have to say, this adulterer number 3 is in really good shape. He actually made 2 women pregnant. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Hearing these words, the Lin family's expressions changed again and again. This time, not only Tina had to hold back her complaints, but everyone else was also trying hard not to say anything nonsense at this time. Just watch the fun. It's better to stay out of other people's secrets. Chapter 160, Chaotic Relationship. We can't complain to their faces, but we can't interfere with their huge inner activities. William. The difference is that his complaints can be heard by his family. Oh, by the way, I still have an extraordinary fertility card that I haven't used yet. How about selling it to him at a high price? Let him say goodbye to being a father and truly realize his dream of having his own child. However, there is only one card at the moment. If I sell it to him, I won't be able to give it to my sisters. Among the sisters, only the eldest sister has a strong fertility ability and is an expert at giving birth to 4 babies in one pregnancy. The other sisters must not lose to the eldest sister, otherwise they will feel psychologically disappointed or feel inferior. What should they do? But there are 5 sisters, and this card is not easy to share. Why not just give it to my third sister? When she gives birth to a litter, she won't have to bear a grudge against me anymore. I am still smart. Oh, you're the one who dares to think about it. Everyone in the Lin family almost held their breath and secretly looked at Su Yu standing aside. Seeing Su Yu's gloomy face, everyone was worried about William. At this time, the boss's family dispute has not yet ended. When a mistress saw that the legal wife was also pregnant, her face became a little uncomfortable. I also noticed that there was a hint of tenderness in the boss's eyes when he looked at the old woman, and an alarm bell instantly sounded in my mind. She has been planning to take the top position from the very beginning. What if the old couple reconciles, and they just get rid of the mother and keep the son? You are an old woman. What are you competing with me for? With your body, it's hard to say whether you can keep the child. What nonsense are you talking about? How dare you curse my child? The war is about to break out. After learning that the two were pregnant, the boss couldn't bear to watch them have such a fight. He would be heartbroken if either of them got their child hurt. I could only stand between them and try to stop the fight. At this time, the Lin family couldn't bear it anymore. It's not that I can't wait to see a river of blood, but the feeling of having a secret in my heart that I can't tell is really too uncomfortable. But how to expose this kind of thing? Everyone exchanged glances and finally looked at Maria in tacit understanding. After living together for so long, Maria quickly understood what everyone meant. After thinking for a moment, he slowly stepped forward and said, Sir, you look familiar to me. Have you ever had a physical examination at the Beijing hospital before? I was just asking tentatively, but I didn't expect the boss to actually nod his head. I went for a physical examination last year. What's wrong? Well, I'm about to say maybe a little presumptuous, but after all, we are half neighbors, so I think I still need to remind you. Maria coughed lightly and said in a serious tone, I remember your medical examination report showed that you did have some problems. After all, she was in front of so many people, so she tried to be as tactful as possible. But when she saw the confused look on the boss's face, she realized that some things still needed to be said directly. You have azoospermia. Under normal circumstances, you cannot conceive. Impossible. This time, the boss responded quickly. He slammed the table and stood up, his eyes full of anger. When it comes to fertility issues, no man can tolerate it. If it weren't for the fact that the Lin family was not easy to mess with, they would have probably taken direct action. Hey, I'm just reminding you kindly. Now that I've said this, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Maria sighed silently. In fact, she had been paying attention to the reactions of the two women. When she mentioned that the boss was infertile, they both showed nervousness. It seems that this matter is most likely correct. But since the person involved doesn't believe it, there's nothing we can do. I thought the matter would just pass by like this. But unexpectedly, the adulterer number 3, who had remained silent all this time, suddenly stood up. You old man, you just have a little money? If you are not in good health, don't bother others. Adulterer number 3 spoke in a clear and loud voice, and then, without waiting for the boss to react, he walked straight over. The mistress was frightened when she saw this, and quickly stepped back to distance herself from the matter. What a joke! She just wants to find a young and strong pretty boy to have some fun with. She was also thinking of using this child to join a wealthy family. But what was unexpected was that the adulterer number 3 actually walked straight past her and finally stopped in front of the boss wife. He grabbed the boss's wife's hand affectionately and said, Baby, don't force yourself to follow this old man. I will love you well and our children. The president's wife touched the hand of the adulterer number 3 and seemed to hesitate. Wife, tell me clearly, whose child is in your belly? The boss still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. But when he saw his wife's hesitant look, his heart finally sank. Is it really his? Nonsense. Didn't the doctor just say that you can't have a baby? Adulterer number 3 was very pleased with himself. You actually did this to me. The boss stumbled and sat on the sofa. As if he suddenly thought of something, he turned to look at his pretty mistress and said, "Then is your child also?" At this point, it's no use for the mistress to cover up. He sighed helplessly and said, "Look, people have also said that you can't have children. Why don't you divorce your wife and marry me, and then the child will be yours?" The boss was so angry that he almost choked. Trembling, he took out a bottle of quick-acting, heart-saving pills from his clothes, opened it, and poured them into his mouth. After a while, his complexion improved a little. "What grudge do I have against you? Why are you treating me like this?" The boss sighed to the sky. It was originally a complaint, but unexpectedly, the adulterer number 3 actually snorted coldly. "It seems that you really forgot about me." "Boss, I worked in your company back then, working diligently every day, but you fired me just because I was late for more than 20 days. Boss, that's why I hate you and have been looking for opportunities to take revenge on you. Ha, I finally succeeded." "Boss." The boss was about to collapse. "No, you're late for more than 20 days a month. Isn't it normal to fire you? You think you're right, don't you? And this is also your department manager's business. What does it have to do with me?" Chapter 161, Super Fertility Card Binding Successfully. As he said this, he angrily grabbed the chip cup on the table and smashed it hard at the adulterer number 3. Fortunately, the adulterer number 3 reacted quickly and dodged it in the first place. This made the boss even angrier. He picked up the wooden stick next to him and rushed towards adulterer number 3. At this moment, his wife couldn't stand it anymore and immediately stepped forward to defend him. Sometimes, women, like men, have their worldviews influenced by their senses. Adulterer number 3 is handsome and has a good figure. He is so much better than this old man. The boss almost died of anger as he watched his wife openly betray him. The other side had more people, and he knew that he would gain nothing by continuing to fight like this. But his actions just now completely irritated the adulterer number 3. Even if he wanted to settle the matter peacefully now, adulterer number 3 was unwilling to let him go. Due to the difference in physical fitness, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. There was no choice but to turn to the Lin family in embarrassment. "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, help." William thought that his family would not get involved in this matter. Unexpectedly, Sui rolled up his sleeves and said, "Let's go, William. Go help." "Sister, you're a lawyer. Will we be implicated if we interfere like this?" William still felt that his third sister's attitude was a little strange. "Don't worry, it won't happen. So do not eat seriously." William would naturally not let his third sister participate in this kind of melee. As he stepped forward to help break up the fight, he felt as if his waist was pinched. I wanted to look back, but I heard my third sister urging me, "Hurry up, someone will die soon." Okay. William didn't bother to investigate further and continued to concentrate on trying to stop the fight. I have to say, it is much more difficult to stop a fight than to start one. Sometimes you want to stop this, sometimes you want to pull that. I didn't dare use too much force for fear of accidentally hurting the 2 pregnant women present. It's really too difficult. And the strange thing is that he would occasionally feel pain on his body, as if someone was pinching him here and there. Every time I wanted to look back, my third sister would urge me to concentrate on trying to stop the fight. Finally, all the people were separated and controlled. The farce finally ended after the adulterer number 3 repeatedly assured that he would not cause any more trouble and reached an agreement with the boss and his wife. William rubbed his waist and asked everyone to go home. When I went back and looked at myself in the mirror, I saw that my waist was indeed covered with bruises. It was an illusion. He was really strangled. Thinking back to the situation at that time, only my third sister was standing behind me. I'm going to suffer in silence again. Not long after arriving home, Lisa received a huge transfer from the boss. It could be considered as a reward and hush money for them. Others spend money to watch plays, but they make money by watching plays. Pretty good. William couldn't help but think of his extraordinary fertility card. Hey, if I sell it to the boss, I will definitely make a lot of money. No, such a good thing should be kept for our family. Who should I give it to? Maria took a deep breath and pretended to casually chat about the gossip that had just happened. Those 2 women are really patient enough. If any man dares to offend me, I will castrate him. As he spoke, he gestured as well. Her meaning was clear. If William gave her that messy card, she would not be polite. William shrank his neck and felt an inexplicable chill in his crotch. Suyu leaned on the sofa and squinted his eyes. Me too. Anyone who offends me will be put in jail for life. Lin Su smiled and agreed. Then I will send him to make a film abroad. William couldn't help but chuckled, Fourth sister, you are rewarding him. Make a gay movie, and let him be the one at the bottom. Lin Su raised his eyebrows slightly. William now felt not only a chill in the front, but also a tightness in the back. Tina ate some snacks while mumbling. Then I'll let my fans cyberbully him. Then everyone turned to look at Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan didn't know what to say, as she didn't have any skills to show off. But she was afraid that William would give her the birth card without hesitation, so she could only say weakly, I'm still a child, these things are too advanced for me. Just as William was hesitating, the system's voice came from his mind. The countdown to the validity period of the extraordinary fertility card. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. William could react to what was happening. The countdown ended. To avoid wasting the host's points, the extraordinary fertility card has been successfully bound to the host. What? William was confused and quickly checked the system warehouse. The extraordinary fertility card is indeed missing. It was then that he discovered that all products in the system mall had an expiration date. If it is not used in time, it will eventually be used on him automatically. Wow. How could this happen? I just hesitated for a moment. Why did you use it on myself? I don't want any fertility. Hearing William's roar, everyone slowly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I began to gloat over his misfortune. Lisa was the first to speak. By the way, William, you are not young anymore. Have you ever considered finding a girlfriend? Suyu nodded. Yes. I heard that many noble families wanted to introduce their daughters to you. While everyone likes you, you can choose one that you like too. Tina supported her chin. If you have a favorite star, that's fine too. I can help you check and introduce you to them. William was really overwhelmed. It's already this time, and you're still thinking about introducing him to someone? Not to mention that he had no interest in this area, and the Lin family was now in danger of being destroyed at any time. So he had to hurry up and enrich his own treasury. As long as these properties are transferred, they will not be affected later. Hearing William's concerns, everyone also remembered the affairs of the Jean family. This incident was like a sword hanging over the Lin family's head, forcing them to be on guard at all times. William made up an excuse and went upstairs. After he left, the others in the living room began to plot in whispers again. The topic this time is how to protect William's personal safety. In fact, everyone knows that William is good at martial arts. But no matter how good your skills are, you are still afraid of someone shooting an arrow from behind. They had previously thought about hiring 2 bodyguards to accompany William. But given William's personality, he would definitely not be willing to do that. Why don't I just keep an eye on him during this time? Maria said calmly. Recently, our hospital has just cooperated with their school's medical school to carry out some first aid lectures on campus. I can apply to the hospital to let me be in charge there. This is indeed the best option now, so let's decide on it for now. Chapter 162. William has a terminal illness? The next day, Maria accompanied William to school. On the way, William also learned that Maria would be in charge of lectures at their school recently. But he thought that the two of them just came here together. But unexpectedly, Maria said that she had nothing to do with this kind of activity and she wanted to accompany William to class. Maria, isn't this too bad? What's wrong with that? I've been interested in your finance courses for a long time, and now I have the opportunity. Maria made up an excuse casually. William asked curiously, weren't you only interested in men's medicine before? Maria slapped William on the head. Can I have more hobbies? Yes. William had no choice but to let Maria stay with him. Whether going to or from class, or taking a walk, or having a meal, Maria is always by William's side. William already had a lot of topics to talk about at school, and in just this morning, he updated several versions. At first, some people didn't recognize Maria and thought William had found a beautiful girlfriend. Soon, someone who had seen Maria came forward and said that she was William's sister and asked them not to talk nonsense. But the topic didn't die down for long, as someone found out that Maria was a doctor at the Capitol Hospital. As the news spread, some people began to speculate whether something had happened to William. For example, if you have some strange disease, you need a doctor to accompany you all the time. Some people even put forward a shocking guess. That is, William may really have a serious terminal illness and may die at any time. So even if other doctors were sent, the family was still worried and had to ask Maria, their biological sister, to provide personal treatment. The amazing thing is that such an outrageous rumor was spread till the end, even got the approval of most people. Zhang Xiaofu was originally still brooding over the fact that he had not shared the same difficulties with William before, but when he saw that William had a terminal illness, he stopped thinking about it so much. He rushed here as soon as he got the news. She was holding a large bouquet of lilies in her hand, hoping to ease William's heavy mood. Brother Lin, Zhang Xiaofu wanted to say something, but when he saw William's puzzled face, he couldn't utter a word. In his opinion, William's current calm look must be an act. He didn't want to mention sad things and ruin William's mood, which he had worked so hard to adjust. William hadn't paid attention to the school forum that day, so he naturally had no idea that someone had made such outrageous guesses about him. He put his arm around Zhang Xiaofu's shoulders and whispered, "Xiaofu, do me a favor. Just tell me what you want, Brother Lin. No matter what you ask, I will do my best to do it." Zhang Xiaofu suppressed the sob in his throat and patted his chest to make the promise. William twitched the corner of his mouth, wondering what was wrong with this kid. He just wanted Zhang Xiaofu to help lure Maria away. Why did it make it seem like he was going to die a heroic death? The situation was urgent now, so he didn't bother to ask more questions. He leaned over to Zhang Xiaofu's ear and whispered this matter. Zhang Xiaofu was stunned. "Just to lure your sister away? Yeah, what's the matter? You don't even want to help with this little bit?" William frowned slightly. "Of course not." Zhang Xiaofu quickly figured out William's intention. He must be feeling very uncomfortable physically, but he doesn't want his family to see him in pain and doesn't want to make them worry, so he wants to bear the pain secretly by himself. "Really, it's great." Zhang Xiaofu nodded solemnly. "Brother Lin, I'll help you, don't worry." William still felt a little strange after hearing this, but he didn't ask any more questions. He raised his chin, signaling Zhang Xiaofu that he could start. Ouch! Zhang Xiaofu got into the role quickly. He immediately covered his stomach and wailed in pain. "Lin, Dr. Lin, my stomach hurts so much. Can you help me?" "You have a stomachache? What did you eat?" Maria was a little confused, but out of her doctor's instinct, she went forward to check. Zhang Xiaofu shook his head. "I didn't eat anything. I don't know what's wrong, but it hurts." Maria squatted down and gently poked Zhang Xiaofu's stomach. "Does it hurt here?" "Pain. What about here?" "It hurts too." No matter where Maria poked, Zhang Xiaofu nodded. Maria rarely encountered such a situation and gradually became serious about it. But at this moment, she suddenly heard William's voice in her mind. "Not bad. Not bad. You pretend to be quite similar." Maria turned her head and saw that William had sneaked away for a long distance while she was checking Zhang Xiaofu. She immediately wanted to chase him, but Zhang Xiaofu let out another ouch. "Dr. Lin, please don't leave. I feel like I can't hold on any longer. I feel so bad. Am I dying?" Zhang Xiaofu blinked his eyes and forced out a few tears. Maria saw that William had already run far away and couldn't catch up with him even if she wanted to. "Your stomach hurts, right?" "Uh-huh." Zhang Xiaofu didn't notice that Maria's expression and tone had subtly changed, and she was still performing in an exaggerated manner. "Then I'll prescribe some medicine for you." Maria opened her medicine box and took out a small packet of powder. "Okay, thank you, Dr. Lin." Zhang Xiaofu took the medicine powder and wanted to leave immediately. Anyway, his mission has been accomplished. But Maria held his shoulder and said, "Your condition is a bit serious now. You must take the medicine immediately." Zhang Xiaofu was a little panicked. He is not sick, so will there be any problems if he takes random medicines? After hesitating for a long time, he said in embarrassment, But there is no water here. It's over there." Maria pointed to a store not far away. Zhang Xiaofu has always been slow to think. Before he could think of other excuses, he had already bought some water under the guidance of Maria. "Drink it. Remember to drink it all in one breath. Otherwise, it will affect the effect." Maria warned very seriously. There was no other choice. Zhang Xiaofu had to bite the bullet and pour the packet of medicine powder into his mouth. Bitterness instantly spread across the tip of my tongue, and I quickly took several big gulps of water before I felt better. "Dr. Lin, is this all right?" Maria pitifully. "Okay, that's it." Maria nodded with satisfaction. Before leaving, she handed Zhang Xiaofu a pack of tissues and said, "Take this. You should be able to use it." Chapter 163. Pull or not pull. After Maria left, Zhang Xiaofu chased in the direction William left. After a while, he successfully reunited with William. "Xiaofu, I didn't expect you to act so well." "Well, it's not all acting. My stomach has been feeling a little uncomfortable lately. I don't know if it's because I ate too much meat and fish and I can't digest it well. I'm also a little constipated." Zhang Xiaofu touched his slightly round belly. Soon he waved his hand nonchalantly. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Brother Lin, I remember you don't have classes tonight. I'll take you out to have some fun." William hadn't decided what to do in the evening. Just felt a little bored after being guarded by Maria for a whole day. Hearing what Zhang Xiaofu said, he agreed. But what he didn't expect was that Zhang Xiaofu actually took him to the door of a nightclub. No, when you say cool, do you mean go here? Looking at the scantily clad beauties standing at the entrance of the nightclub, William couldn't help but twitch his eyes. If his family knew about this, he would probably be beaten to death, right? Zhang Xiaofu put his arm around William's shoulders and said, "Brother Lin, I knew you had never been here before. Today I must take you to experience life and make sure you don't have any regrets." William couldn't figure out for a moment what coming to a nightclub had to do with whether or not there were any regrets. What's more, he is only 20 years old, so it's probably not the time to talk about this. But since I'm here, there shouldn't be anything wrong with showing off the fruit plate. Zhang Xiaofu seemed to be quite familiar with the place. After he entered, a familiar manager came forward to greet him. "Oh, it's Mr. Zhang. How come you have time to come here today?" "Well, bring a friend to see it." "Why hasn't Mr. Zhang come over recently? Is he very busy?" "My dad is out of town recently." Listening to their conversation, William roughly understood the situation. It should be that Zhang Xiaofu's father often entertains some friends here, and after they drink too much, they will occasionally ask Zhang Xiaofu to pick them up. After coming here a few times, I became familiar with this place. They were taken to a large box at the back. When the waiter was about to serve them some wine, Zhang Xiaofu suddenly stopped him. "No wine today, bring some fruit plates and drinks, and make a pot of good tea. Come to the nightclub for tea?" Even though the waiter was confused about the VIP guest request, he didn't dare to say anything more. After a while, fruit plates, drinks, and hot tea were served. Zhang Xiaofu poured William a cup of tea and said with a smile, "Brother Lin, for the sake of your health, let's not drink today. It's also good for us to eat something and sing some songs here." "Okay, I'll take your advice." William naturally wouldn't have any objection. He still remembered that Zhang Xiaofu had just said that he had been feeling uncomfortable in his stomach recently, and it would be good for him to take care of his health. Moreover, in his opinion, Zhang Xiaofu only looked a little dandy, but he was still a pure boy at heart. Normally, he should not smoke or drink and have no bad hobbies. Coming to this nightclub to play is like a child pretending to be an adult just to save face in front of him. Little did he know that what Zhang Xiaofu said was for the sake of health was actually for his own health. Of course, a seriously ill person cannot drink alcohol, but this is still a nightclub after all. How can it be purely for health preservation? Seeing that no drinks had even been ordered, the manager worried about poor service, so he called over a few beauties. He smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, these are our singing princesses. Let them sing with you too." Looking at the several beauties dressed sexy and enchantingly, Zhang Xiaofu and William looked at each other, each waiting for the other to reject them. But no one said this. "Well, let them stay with you then." Zhang Xiaofu lowered his head to hide his blushing face. To be honest, he did come here to play with his father, but his father always let him eat the fruit plate and sing alone. He was never allowed to touch these messy projects. It was a rare occasion that he came here alone, and he also wanted to experience the feeling of having a beautiful woman by his side. Soon, the princesses began to throw themselves into his arms. But without the blessing of alcohol, the scene was a little awkward. William was also very nervous. Smelling the fragrance coming from the beauties next to him, he tried his best to restrain his eyes from glancing at their exposed parts. He sat upright with a determined look as if he wanted to join the party. "Handsome guy, open your mouth and I'll feed you watermelon." "Ouch, why is it leaking out? Let me wipe it for you." "Handsome guy, your skin is so good, better than others." As the saying goes, the one who can remain calm even when a woman sits on his lap is a eunuch. William tried his best to remain unmoved. He still had some concerns in his mind. If it's just holding hands, it should be fine, right? Should I pull it or not? Let's just pull it. William hesitated and was about to try to pull the hand of the beautiful girl next to him. But Zhang Xiaofu pulled his trouser pocket without any warning. Listen to the puff-puff sound and the smell that gradually spread. No, he was still hesitating whether to pull it or not, but Zhang Xiaofu pulled it. "Xiaofu, I know that things like this can be urgent sometimes, but aren't you being too impatient?" William's jaw dropped. "Brother Lin, Zhang Xiaofu was also dumbfounded. He just felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach and thought it was because of the iced fruit plate he had eaten. But I didn't expect that just by relaxing a little, it would spray out directly. He quickly shook off the beauty beside him and rushed into the bathroom in the private room. Then there were more puff, puff, puff sounds, one after another. The firepower was so strong that it looked like it was going to blow up the toilet. How can this be constipation? It's obviously diarrhea. William and the beauties present were silent. The whole private room was filled with an awkward atmosphere and unpleasant smell. Two girls even couldn't help but dry heave. William couldn't bear it and wave his hands helplessly. You guys go out first. By the way, tell the manager to buy him a set of clean pants and put the money in the account. Chapter 164. Someone is about to get into trouble.